Bench warmer. That is not sold out yet. So if you look right next to the break right here, this mosaic pack filler needs to sell out, and we have to do 2 of those. So we pre-take out spots in bigger breaks to kind of help move it a little quicker. And people also like to pay a fraction to win a spot. So basically, we have to do 2 of these. This first one's about to sell out, 12 left. Once we do this one, we upload the last one, and then that 6-box maker will break. But until then, it's not sold out just yet. Gotta sell those 2 fillers out. But right now, I'm going to be doing luminaries, and then I'm going to be doing mosaic 4-box break. And then after that, we'll see where we're at when it comes to those breaks there. No problem, man. It should break today at some point, though, man. Don't worry. Should break today at some point. All right, guys. Let's start this Luminaries R&B, and then we'll. Thank you, Kev. Yeah, dude, it's pretty wild out here, man. We're thankfully not as close to the Palisades as like Santa Monica area, like where Joe's at. But so much ash everywhere in the floor. It's in the air. It's just really bad air quality. So, you have this main fire that's closer to us, and then where I grew up, I don't live too far from the San Gabriel Mountains, so. I was just at the Rose Bowl last week. All that area right there where the Rose Bowl's at is literally like in flames. So that area has a big fire. There's another huge fire that's nearby my mom's, where I grew up, like I said, near the mountains. In Duarte, Azusa, Monrovia. And, I heard there's another fire starting out there in like the desert area towards like Fontana, IE area. So, I mean, it's crazy because like last year we had like the craziest amount of rain that we've ever had, and so far to start off this year, like December, January, like it's been the driest it's ever been. It should be raining right now, So I think it's not raining, it's super dry, and then on top of that, super windy. So that definitely doesn't help. But yeah, it's crazy, man. I told my mom, because she's closer to a bigger fire than actually we are. I told her you need to wear some mask. I don't know if she has an N95 mask, but I'm like, something rather than nothing right now is better. They stopped the Kings game today. They closed a lot of places here in LA. You know, including studios, all that shit. Like it's wild. But yeah, let's do this luminaries, guys. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, dude. I think someone mentioned that uh, it's very similar to those fires in the Palisades that it was for like Hawaii. Like so much damage because of the strong winds and shit. Yeah, sad, but you know, it's crazy. All right, guys, here we go. What is up, everybody? Jason here with Jaspys. We just sold out a random number block here for Luminaries Pikachu number 3 that features the Orioles, Brewers, Padres, Giants, and the Guardians. You get a piece of these teams via the serial number. Of course, if they hit and they match the serial number that you get assigned from 0 through 9, that card goes to you. Now, again, if there is a redemption card, it automatically goes to spot 0. Even if it's a 1-on-1, it's still redemption, so it goes to spot 0. Now, everything should be numbered in this, so I don't think we have to worry about not numbered cards, but if in the case there is, of course, everybody gets a shot at it. And it's 10 total spots. So here's the dice roller, here's the customer names, and the numbers there. Let's roll it. We got ourselves a 6 and a 5 11 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 times, 6 and a 5 11. Daniel down to Eugene. Alright. 6 and a 5 11. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Damn, I feel like there's ash in here, dude. The quality of air sucks in here, too. 1 down to 3. Alright, so Danny with spot 1, Adam with 2, Ryan with 6, Danny with 7 and 9, or 9 and 7, Nicholas with 8, last one, Adam with 4, Nicholas with 0, Daniel, with 5, and then Eugene with 3. Alright, guys, so coming up next in a separate video, guys, is going to be the break itself. Good luck. There's only 6 hits, guys, but I hope we get a nice hit for one of you guys here, if not a couple of you guys. Thank you guys so much, and good luck. All right, guys. Just gonna set up my camera here, and I think we're good to go. Grizzlebees, what's going on, man?
Just left her apartment here at Lake and Altadena this morning.
Thankfully, I'm in Long Beach, and to be honest, Long Beach has like no smoke really. So I'm pretty fortunate. I mean, the weather over there is a lot better. Here in Hermosa Beach is very, very like smoky, ash in the air. I feel it in here in the store too. But yeah, like my mom is nearby a fire. She's okay where I grew up, but like the fire is not too far off, so it's really, really bad like air quality out there. My niece is crazy because like my niece goes to Mount St. Mary's University, and one of their campuses is on the Hills Mountain area off the 405 and near one of the Gettys, and like I hear that it's really close to starting to like get burned there. Thankfully, she's not at school right now because they're on a winter break, but she also lives in Monrovia with my brother and my brother-in-law, my sister, and like there's a fire like right behind them too. So like there's literally fires everywhere. There's like a fire here in the Palisades, fire in like Burbank, Glendale area. There's a fire in Pasadena. There's a fire in like Azusa area. It's like ridiculous, dude. It's wild. It's crazy.
Denise, we're going to try to get Denise down to her granddaughter and her daughter because they can't get up. Obviously, this area is closed to the public because it's in that evacuation order zone.
Yeah, no. So the Palisades area really, really got messed up. I mean, unfortunately.
She says windy. I mean, it cracked that sign. Look, it bent the Rite Aid sign. And this is an adventure park I come to often with my two young boys. This is just a little strip mall here, full of little businesses. All just black with smoke now, and I'm hoping those flames will jump over into this area. Although, like I said, that bunny museum is gone. That was set up by the owner back in 1998.
All right, guys. I think we're good to go.
Rabbit items, a gallery, a spot for so many out-of-town visitors to come and enjoy. The Chevron across the street, that was a concern. Luckily, I don't see any flames there for any kind of explosion, but just you pan down the street. It is horrible, you guys. This is historic Altadena. And it's just so painful to see this. I do want to say we've been
Dude, I was just at the Rose Bowl game this past week on Wednesday, right? A week ago today. That area is all like in flames too. That's crazy. Wow, it looks crazy in Altadena.
Yeah, do you mind giving her a ride? Okay. Sir, are you driving her? I saw you at the budget truck.
I have a truck full of pallets of water for the city, for the fire department. I can't get to the location because of the power lines are down. So I
Oh, shit, that's crazy.
4 different U-turns out.
All right, here we go, guys.
For a new address to take it.
What is up, everybody? Jason here with Jaspys. We just sold out 2024 Topps Luminaries Baseball 6-box case break. Pikachu's number 3, guys. Just remember, guys, any Sada Haru autographs are randomized to the participants in any break. And then, of course, everything else should be straight up to the teams. We had to do one R&B. Oops, sorry. I forgot to fix the focus in this. We had one R&B that we needed to do to unlock this break for a 5-team R&B, which we did. And here's the color teams there: Baltimore, Milwaukee, San Diego, San Francisco, and Cleveland. There's the customers there. And there we go.
See, this is what happens. It's chaotic, right? You guys, you have people trying to evacuate their animals. They get scared. Sirens are blaring. You know, if the dog gets loose, you don't want them running around this area down power lines like that gentleman just said. I mean, people are just passing roofs with that fire in a matter of seconds. Okay. Oh, Denise. Okay, let me. I mean, this is just. And we have funny noises. John, pan over to that Bunny Museum really quick because we gotta keep an eye on that. That thing
It
is
looks a
just
little too dark now.
collapsing. It just keeps exploding. Are you okay? All right, I think he's gonna make room for her. It's been like this where the battalion chief told me, you guys, people need to stay out of these neighborhoods. They need to get out so that the firefighters can do their job, which is a good example. One family can't come get her because they are being kept out like all residents should be, but she also needs to get out because she unfortunately waited too long as this fire came through last night. Many of those neighborhoods west of here, those homes caught
Our
fire
first
around
one.
3, 4 o'clock this
Bobby
morning.
Witt Jr., 25 out of 25. 25 out of 25 home run kings. Kansas City going to Eugene straight up.
Massive tanks of water, and that is a very good thing because a lot of these fire hydrants have run dry. So they've drawn down resources. The fire hydrants are dry, and they've had to bring in water from other hydrants elsewhere. The battalion chief told me to put out all of these fires. And it's still windy up here. I mean, it will be calm in one area, and then these gusts will just hit you.
And how about a little out of 25?
All right, Denise,
Hit Kings. Corey Seager for the Texas Rangers. Going to D-Lo. There you go, man. Love these Luminaries breaks. It's just they're so fast.
Jasmine doing some great work out there, bringing us these live pictures, connecting people with strangers. Denise is going to finally be able to make it to her granddaughter, and she's by herself, and I feel it for these seniors.
All right, third one here. Oh, what do we got here? A King Felix, 4 of 10, and that is a Masters of the Mound for the Seattle Mariners, going to Chris Fox. Very nice. Very, very nice card right there. Alright, 3 left, guys. Oh, I know, dude. I kind of hate that they changed it from a 12-box case to a 6-box case. Like, that just means they made more cases, obviously, and the price did go down per pick your team, but still, 12-box cases would have been awesome. Alright, we got a patch auto out of 15. Little Vladdy Jr. for the Toronto Blue Jays, and that's D-Lo as well. Beautiful patch. Little autograph there to 15. That's a Spark of Light autograph patch.
They made the cases half the size and double the price
Yeah, I know.
for the boxes.
For real. For real. I mean, if they added like a nice book in every case, that would have been cool. I mean, we almost averaged that. But... Good lord, bro. Imagine you seeing your house like that. Sad.
Hey, Grizz.
Another patch auto looks like. This way? Jim Palmer. That's for the R&B. 25 out of 25. That's Masters of the Mound. And that's Baltimore Orioles. Actually, yes, R&B. 5. That's going to go to D-Lo. Damn. D-Lo's killing this. Jeez.
Happy New Year to you too, man. Hope you're doing well.
Alright, last box. Have you seen redemptions of this? No, right? I don't think there's any.
I've only done one case.
Me too, actually, but this is our second one now. Another patch auto, feels like. Rule of the night. It is Kyle Tucker. Actually, it's not a patch out. It's just a really thick card. 1 of 10 for the Houston Astros, going to Eric.
John, are you still in here?
There you go. Dude, bro, these people are driving wild, dude. Alright, I've seen a lot better cases, but some nice stuff there. Kyle Tucker, of course, the Jim Palmer, Vladdy Patch Auto 15, King Felix to 10, Corey Seager to 25, and then a Bobby Witt to 25. Appreciate it, guys. Like I said, this was the only one we had. Hopefully we do get more in stock because this stuff's always nice to rip, but appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys so much. And like I said, another break coming up soon. Thank you.
And one of the issues that we're having are the power lines. Here, let's walk into the street so that you guys can see this. We have the power lines that are down that are blocking the roadway, and this is what I'm talking about. Until just a few moments ago, there weren't any emergency vehicles here. We had a lot of looky-loos that were coming. They were turning around and trying to go in the opposite direction, but simply because they could not get through. And that is the problem when you're dealing with a fire like this, is that the roads are impassable. So when we tell people to stay home and to stay safe, that's about all that we can do, and that is the best that we can do in a situation like this. We are getting some more resources here in this community, but when you're dealing with an area that is just so vastly underserved, I guess, with a fire that is this large and a lack of water and a lack of support, there isn't a lot that we can do as we have people simply walking around. And it looks like we do have John over here. I think he's assisting a neighbor whose home is starting to smolder. As we look over here to the left-hand side, this is the big concern. You have one home that's still standing, another one that is down. John, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. I know this is your house here on the corner. Have you been here all night? What's the water pressure? I know you were watching the firefighters struggle.
There is always accident up here enough to deal with. So whatever we see, that's what I was considering. So there's no water pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching Cal Fire trying to get into that hydrant right in front of your home, and you weren't even able to use it.
That's
Imagine watching something. So, I mean, the fire is much closer. It is now across the street. It is now coming up on you. How much longer are you staying?
I thought of that when you said it. Spring up.
Why is it important for you to stay in the evacuation? John, stay safe, okay? Certainly a very tough situation for so many homeowners who are making that decision and trying to figure out exactly what to do in a situation like this. I will say, I don't see many homeowners still in their homes, and we have been driving around. We got out here just after 7 o'clock this morning, and we were going through all these neighborhoods while homes are on fire, and there aren't a lot of homeowners with them. It is mostly just empty space, but it is very encouraging to see the sheriff's department out here now. We have the sheriff's department adding some much needed resources just to making sure that people don't go into this neighborhood. I mean, we like to think there aren't any looters. There's also not a lot of homes left to loot, but the last thing that we need are folks trying to go into the homes that are still standing or causing any problems and coming out here in this neighborhood, and also driving through these power lines. This is a dangerous situation, and we are constantly being, look up, look right, look left. Here comes somebody else trying to come onto the street. And we don't know why, right? Do they live up here? Do they not live up here? What is their reason for being here? We all know you check on your homes, but this isn't the time. Right now, the time is to get this fire out. So I'll send it back to you guys.
De-energized. Imagine the situation at night where you can't see, you're driving through, walking through. It's just not safe. And you know, Joy, when you asked John why is it so important for him to be there, and he said his kids, I could feel him get very emotional. I got emotional hearing him say that. You can see why he's fighting. He's fighting to save his kids' home. And as unsafe as it might be, I can see why he's saying it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is his home. This is his home.
Yeah.
This is his hydrant. I mean, and you could hear the emotion in his voice. He just simply had to walk away.
You have to walk
It's
away.
just, it's really hard. And when you're in the middle of the fire, you don't want to think about what could be. You have the adrenaline pumping. You want to make sure that your belongings are here. You don't want to speculate on how dangerous the situation is or what your odds are when almost every home around you is flooded. And that is the case with John right now. He is one home still standing. The one next to it is not. The home across the street is already burned, and the home across on the other side is already burned. So we have the sheriff's department.
All right, guys. Sorry, I just gotta take care of some other stuff, but we'll start this on the break right now.
Through this community, but I don't know how we're going to do that. We're going to have to establish a lot of roadblocks further down because people are coming into this neighborhood and they have been all day long, and it is just creating a lot of problems for first responders and a very dangerous situation for folks trying to drive under and around these powerlines. The sheriff's department is sorting them out right now.
Stay out.
Exactly, and that's what we're hoping is that these are the people that are trying to leave, not people that are trying to get out in. All right, Joy, thank you for that. Let's get to Irene in Prado. She's live in Pacific Palisades. We're looking at what's left at a school that caught fire last night. Rena, what school were you at?
Yeah, well, I was actually in a private escort with LAPD and LA Unified School District Superintendent Carvalho. We went up Temescal Canyon and checked out 3 different schools. There are 3 schools that are affected, but this is the street went up. As you can see, there's lots of black smoke, and in that black smoke, unfortunately, were 3 schools that are part of the district. Now, first glance, we went over and checked out Palisades Charter High School. Take a look at this. About 3,000 students go here. Now, the football field, tennis courts, and baseball fields, those were looking good, but as we walked onto the campus, that's when we saw the destruction along the bungalows. Most of those were destroyed. District officials were telling me about 25% loss. That's what they're estimating. But let me get to the specifics in terms of what's standing and what's not. The older part of the school, the brick and mortar, including buildings D, E, F, and G, they were standing. But the bungalows, from our vantage point, we only saw 109 and U110. Those were standing. Also, the continuation school on the campus also burned to the ground. Next up, we went and visited Marquez Charter Elementary School. This is a K-5 school with about 300 students. We arrived and saw the multi-purpose room was burned from the back side. Everything else completely gone. We're told that the students here just had an enrichment garden opening and they were so happy to celebrate it. Unfortunately, that was all burned to the ground. District officials telling me now this is a total loss. And the last school we visited with the superintendent back on the Sunset, turned right on Via de la Paz. We went to Palisades Elementary Charter School. This is a K-5 school as well with about 400 students. District officials told me they just celebrated their centennial this year. Unfortunately, this too is deemed a total loss. Now the superintendent, I asked him, now how do you even talk to these kids, some as little as pre-K, as to what happened? He said, just tell it to them straight.
We need to be empathetic, but tell them the truth. There's no point in hiding it in an age-appropriate way. Ask them to express their feelings, how they feel about it, but have an honest conversation with them. Reassure them that in time, things will resume normalcy. In time, their school will be back. In time, they will be unified with their colleagues and their teachers.
Now, at this point, we are told that the district staff is already speaking with the state officials in Sacramento about funding for the rebuilding with all 3 of these schools. Again, 2 of them are total losses. One, the high school, is about 25% loss. But the one thing as a parent you really want to know is where do I send my kids, right? So I asked that question to the superintendent. He told me that the district staff is working with the students and parents of all 3 of these affected schools to be which school they are going to go to in terms of neighboring schools with available space so that they can not only go there for their educational purposes but also for school and after school programs. But from what I can tell you, the superintendent and his staff, when he walked onto all 3 of these campuses, he was just shrugging. He kind of just stood on a ledge and just looked at the burning trees, the mangled up chairs. They
We do in fact have some new video. This is the Palisades from within the last hour. The biggest train building on Sunset Boulevard in Oakland, California. In Pacific Palisades, from the firefighters, they're now returning to LA today from a trip to Africa. And this morning, President Biden in town along with the governor, with the governor there, but President Biden getting an update as well from the fire chief and hearing exactly what
All right, guys.
and hearing about the resources and
Let's rock and roll in this one here.
planning for it, how they were preparing, but even with all the additional resources that were brought in, it's still
We do know the governor's already asked President Biden in Washington, D.C. for federal aid. That's already been approved. That's going to help pay for the firefight, which you know, as the minutes tick, it's getting more and more expensive. That's interesting. Rachel, get live in Altadena where more buildings are burning behind you. Rachel.
Yeah, guys, we're at the intersection of El Molino Avenue and Sacramento Street. You can look all around us. This is unfortunately, this is a residential area.
I don't think I've met Jason.
In a time we've been waiting for a while,
Jason, this is Jerry.
Oh, I think I did meet you like a few years ago.
Yeah, the national.
Yeah, national. Like I think I did
Yeah,
on
yeah.
too.
So yeah, we do all like the YouTube breaks in there. This is like what was kind of done.
Right.
It's been just incredible to watch the damage that we've seen. Suzanne right now is showing you a live picture of the house next door.
All right, guys. So yeah, it looks like these are from for the 4 boxers. I guess we started with break 9, I think. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, I mean I have boxes here, so I mean I'll just use these ones here, I guess. Mosaic Hobby 2024.
That is exactly what we are observing over the past several hours. No matter what neighborhood we go to, there are people coming from all over, not just this area, but as far as the South Bay, coming here to Altadena to pull their own hoses, knowing that the fire department is stretched thin. They have hoses of their own. I asked them, are you guys
Okay, here we go, guys.
retired? Are you off duty? Are you reserve fire?
What is up, everybody? Jason here with Jaspys. We just sold out 2024 Panini Mosaic Hobby Football 4-box break. Pikachu's number 10, guys. And again, we're giving away $750 in break credit, guys. How to get entered into that? You just have to buy 2 teams. If you bought 2 teams, you got an entry. You bought 4 teams, 2 entries, 6 teams, 3 entries, etc. If you only bought 1 team, you're not going to get entered, guys. But top name wins $750 in break credit. So at the end of this break here, guys, we'll alphabetize these, see who has 2 or more, and then we will do that giveaway. But in the meantime, of course, we're going to do this. And Stober, my boy Stober, who got the last like 4 teams, so sold it out.
Whether it's spraying the place, the gentleman right there, they brought their own hoses and just trying to do what they can. And to address the issue, I think I believe Jasmine, I heard her talk about earlier about the water pressure. She was interviewing a lady in Altadena talking about the lack of water pressure. That is exactly what we are seeing as well. No matter where we are going.
All right, and again, we got 4 boxes to the left, 4 boxes to the right, guys. 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side.
There was no water coming.
And it was a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll use these ones here for another break.
But there was no water coming out.
And then we got these 4 here.
A lot of people were so frustrated to see this, but there was nothing they could do, even though they wanted to come and help. So again, we're going to walk back towards the intersection of El Molino and Sacramento Street. I'm going to tell you, quite honestly, born and raised here in Southern California, I've worked at PayPal since 2009. I have never seen anything like this before. It is truly heartbreaking to see your home and your hometown in this condition. It's like a war zone.
All right, Rachel, we're going to let you go. Again, a variety of these pictures of them all to be an Allen Avenue and Cosgrove. And I second that she has to set in almost 30 years as a member ever at this time.
Yeah, thank you.
you. I was watching your program. It's really heartened by the neighbors, people lifting each other up in this time of need. That's what we need more of. That's who we are as Californians, and that's what we need to do. Not taking advantage of people, victimizing them, exploiting them during this difficult time of their price gouging. We have price gouging laws in the state of California, 396 specifically, which prevent prices for essential goods by 12% after the become one before the declaration of emergency. So that's in effect in LA County because
All right, I'm gonna rip these 2 boxes, guys. We'll go through them and then we'll go to the next ones. All right, guys, here we go. Good luck.
price gouging. So that is in effect now. And we're also, during these times, we see some scams where those people who are desperate and in need are scammed or they're
And how about a J.J. McCarthy to 199? Very nice.
their cell phones,
That's for the Minnesota Vikings. Dan with that one.
credit card information or your personal identifying information or even
We got Brock Bowers
cars want to help those neighbors help their neighbors.
out of 199.
Say, therefore, hey, click here, you give.
That's for the Raiders, Dan.
You make a donation here, it's a scam. You can see impersonations, people saying, hey, I'm your son, your daughter, your nephew, your niece, and I'm in a fire zone, and why are we so sending it now? So, a lot of different scams, price gouging possibilities as well, important to protect yourself, and the knowledge is power, and that's what we should deal with.
Well, that's the type of thing that
Splash. Marvin Harrison Jr. And then how about more J.J. McCarthy? Introductions to 99. Damn. Little actual, not to say the corner is dinged, but there's a little like chip on that corner here on the bottom right. Just to show you out of the pack, but nice break so far there, man. Alright, that's half the box there. Oh, we got gold. Gold. And it's Tom Flores for the Raiders. 8 out of 10 gold. Raiders, that is going to Dan. Hall of Famer. Brian Thomas Jr. Michael Penix Jr. And we got a Graham Barton auto for the Bucks. Bucks is Brian K. Debut, silver, Bo Nix. We got a Eric All to 199 for the Bengals.
It should be alerted to
And how about a little Trey Hendrickson, National Pride to 25 for the Bengals.
website to learn more, or if you need to be refreshed. You can also report to us at oag.ca.gov/report if you're concerned that you could be the victim of price gouging. You see some price gouging prices, but really out of line with the reasonable price to report to us. We'll take it from there, we'll evaluate it, we'll hold folks accountable if necessary.
All right, second box. We have a Tyler Nubin auto there for the Giants. Giants, that's going to go to Dan. Nate Wiggins, he actually had a pick 6 this past week. Neighbors. More JJ. What a break. What a break for the Vikings. Good Lord, Dan. All this JJ McCarthy popping out. Out of 49 color match this time. Man. Jalen Thompson.
Remarkable to look at, especially since it is now encroaching on the
Caleb.
areas that just burned in the Franklin fire. You can see right here.
Luke McCaffrey, red.
Franklin fire and now the Palisades fire have burned in the same area, even though the Franklin fire was just only a few weeks ago. You can see that this is where all our reporters have been all night long on PCH, watching all those homes on top waves were continents early in the morning. And again, everywhere you see one of these white structures or white dots here is a structure. And again, it is in the fire's path. So when you hear, and look at this, I mean, we're talking entire communities. When you hear the governor talk about thousands of structures, the fire department talking about thousands of structures in burn, or at least 1,000 structures, it is very easy now to see why. Every white dot in here is a structure. This is a whole neighborhood that the fire ripped through. Now, again,
All right, guys. Second half of the second box.
that many of these homes sustained significant damage.
It's been a JJ McCarthy break, though.
This is also really remarkable.
Jordan Travis, he's going to be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, if Rodgers doesn't come back, I mean, I'm not saying he could take over, but don't know where he was at on the depth chart, but he was a pretty darn good college quarterback. Just had that gruesome injury. Out of 99, Greg Lloyd. So he might maybe have an opportunity to move up the depth chart. Xavier Worthy there. Roma Dunze. And a Storm, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the 99. That's for the Cardinals Sport Port. Barry Sanders to 199. Will Bowers there. Alright, next two boxes here, guys. All right, here we go. Baker, Jaden Daniels, and a Lad McConkey Showtime auto. Charge is going to Angel. You got a Fred Warner there for the 49ers going to Ron. About a 199.
Let's check in with Kate, meteorologist for level speed and tracking the conditions. She's here now with your next weather.
High flooding, yes, that is the good news. The winds are weakening. I was just checking, and the strongest winds very early this morning, places like Fremont Canyon, 94 miles per hour.
By Storm Bo Nix.
92 mile per hour gusts for Arrowhead Springs. So we are still looking at the strong winds.
And a San Laporta center stage to 99.
For the Pacific Palisades area, still very dangerous winds. Yes, conditions are improving, but we are not out of danger yet. We're seeing 50 mile per hour gusts for places like Simi Valley, and you can see a lot of places still impacted. 45 in Malibu, 36 in Corbin. As we head into Santa Clarita, also still in the 50s, and you can still see those Santa Ana winds from the north
Ooh.
to the east that's still pushing.
Tessellation coming up. Hopefully it's a big one. It's a rookie. It's for the Jets. It's for Shanu. Those are out of 15. Those are beautiful cards. Jets going to Michael. 2 out of 15.
Difficult as we continue through the rest of the week. I wanted to get to some of these spots here in our wind feature cast and show you what you can expect as we head into later today.
We got to 199. Kalen Bullock.
There's that new fire, and we are still seeing those winds in that 30
We got Michael Pratt.
hour range.
It's a red.
As we head a little bit further to the east, we're still seeing some gusts.
Jalix, Marvin Harrison.
The San Bernardino County Mountains. Crestline seeing gusts in the 30-40 mile per hour range as well into running.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Heading down into parts
Dang.
of
Oh my god, you scared me.
Did I?
Out of 199. Yeah, you did actually. Dude, look at this McCarthy break in the first like 2 boxes.
So let's fast forward this just a bit. We're going to head into later tonight. Things are going to be improved. Things are headed in the right direction. So that is the good news here. Want to take you into tonight.
No
So
fat.
let's fast forward this here just
Under 99. Yeah.
at night, and we still see those
Yeah.
so places like out into the Orange County area, seeing some strong winds still heading into later this evening. The things are going to be weakening. So as we head into the 6 o'clock hour, you can still see those winds out in parts of the San Bernardino area. Through the
All right. Here we go. Last box here, guys.
things are still going to continue quite windy, 34 mile per hour range.
We got to 199. John Stinchcomb for the Saints going to Angel.
For a lot of us, Inland Empire will still see those strong gusty winds as we head out the door tomorrow morning, and even into some of the foothills for the San
Josh Downs for the Colts going to Stober.
So
Out of 49.
unfortunately, we hope, we wish really
Michael Penix.
it is still going to be a few days, and then winds ramp up once again as we head into Thursday afternoon. So you can see those
McMillan.
gusty winds out through parts of the Inland Empire. You can see gusts in the 50s for the San Bernardino area and down into
Michael Pittman Jr. for the Colts.
toward the higher
On a Stover.
elevations of LA and
It's
Ventura.
199.
So the good news is
We had a Bo Nix Silver earlier that was really nice. There's a base.
spread as what we have seen last night and early today, but we're still looking at some dangerous conditions heading into tonight. So we have that red flag warning still in place through tomorrow. Strong winds once again, that's going to be still for that active area for the San Diego Valley into the Inland Empire and Orange County heading into Thursday night. Let's take you now into early Friday, 7:40 a.m. and look at what an improvement. So we're seeing more of this, those moderate winds and very localized, quite different from what we were seeing just yesterday. And as we continue into Friday,
All right, we got Caleb Williams.
looking much better. So we're just seeing some gusty winds.
Whoa. Torrey Holt. Nice. One of those inscriptions for the Rams going to Angel.
As well, winds will be lighter. But we do have that
Not numbered, but very nice.
that is going to continue with us.
And we got a Penix Overdrive Purple. That definitely will be numbered. That's number 22 out of 49. Very nice. Little Penix. This has been a nice couple boxes, guys.
Mountain areas much stronger. Again, Fremont Canyon, one of those strongest winds out there, 94 miles per hour early this morning. Arrowhead Springs also in the 90s.
And we got a green coming up. I thought I seen green. Oh no, it's a honeycomb.
Still into tonight.
And it is a rookie as well, Honeycomb, Amarius Mims for the Bengals, which is going to go to Adam. Xavier Worthy, Ladd, Butker, Moments in Time, to 49. Oh, Knicks base. Terron Arnold, Stephon Diggs. That's for the Texans to 189. Awesome. This was a nice break, guys. I mean, I know obviously, unfortunately, not everybody was going to get a hit, but got a lot of nice ones here. All right, so this is some of the stuff I top loaded autographs, but we got a Honeycomb, Penix Purple, Overdrive, Torrey Holt Auto, Fashanu, which is those tessellations. Those are usually one per case. Ladd Auto, Storm, Marvin Harrison to 99, Travis, McCarthy Purple, Newbin, Barton, Gold Flores, McCarthy Introductions, NFL debut Brock Yards, and then McCarthy Auto. Vikings definitely killed it, but there was a couple nice ones there. And of course, there's another nice rookies, other colors, silvers, and stuff like that. I mean, this Bo Nix silver, very nice too as well. He's in the playoffs. Upset against the Bills? I don't know, I hear people talking about that. But there you go, guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm assuming I can post another one, so I'll post another one up. Let's give away some money, though, guys. Someone's going to win $750. So remember, one winner, top name, $750. So Adam, you have 4, so that's 2 entries. Angel, you have 6, so that's 3 entries. Brian with 2, that's an entry. Dan with 4, that's an entry. Sportport with that's 2, that's an entry. Kev with 2, that's an entry. Michael with 2, that's an entry. Stober, you have 4, that's an entry. 2 entries, sorry. Ron with 4, that's 2 entries. And then Sean with 2, that's an entry. Alright. Everybody got at least 2. There we go. Here's the dice roller. 2 and a 3, 5 times. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5th and final time, guys. Good luck. Boom. Nice break for Dan with those Vikings hits. And look at that, man. 2 and a 3, 5 times. You also just won 750 buckaroos in break credit, man. So there you go, man. I'm going to send that out to you. You can reuse it on this break, win some more money, or use it on whatever you'd like on the website. Appreciate it. I'll be sending that out right now, buddy. Thank you.
fires started and whole neighborhoods are wiped out, and we're on Lake Avenue right now. This is a business district. We know so well. I live here too. I mean, you look around, there's not many businesses left untouched.
Yeah, it's devastating. This is a very close community. We all kind of knew each other, got along, and even the business owners were very friendly to all neighbors. And just to see the devastation that's here today and the state of how everything is, it's just shocking, completely shocking.
They still haven't put out fires. There are still places catching fire.
Exactly. I was talking to some of the neighbors when I was driving around, and they were saying that how firefighters came. They said that there were no waters.
Water ran dry out of fire.
So they said that they were just shoveling on their property, which is horrible.
Picking up shovels of dirt to try to put out the fire.
Exactly. Correct.
Because there's no water and fire hydrants. They're having to pull from others.
Exactly. So,
What did you go through? Did you ever leave and come back? Or?
yes, I left last night when the fire started. Just got back here just to find what it is right now. Everything. When I left my house, I grabbed about 3 days worth of clothes and left it in the house. Yeah. I lived here about 15 years.
Did you own a business here, or where did you work?
No, I worked over in Panorama, but I lived here. I went to Altadena Elementary. I went to Elliott Middle School. I pretty much lived here.
See the history. St. Mark's Episcopal Church is gone, right on the corner.
Yes, it's devastating.
You hear about people running. A lot of people had to be rescued because they just couldn't get out. I just saw one grandmother still trying to get out of her apartment right up the street from me.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were probably devastated. We didn't get to know if it's evacuated or not. They probably tried to hang on to their property as long as they could and made that decision to stay. But in situations like this, it's always best to get out as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Tell me your name again.
Lloyd?
Lloyd. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry. Thank you for taking these few seconds. I know, I'm sure you're in shock, and you're just, what do you do next, Lloyd?
Exactly. Just try to pick up the pieces, lean on family members, and we all need to come together as a community and just rebuild and get everything back to where it was.
I'm gonna give you a big hug because. You like yours, tears to my eyes. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sorry, just because. You know, Lloyd has a little bit of a smile on his face, and he's lost everything. We did see a big line of fire trucks from Kern County just come in, so they're back up. They just arrived. I saw about 6 or 7 of their fire trucks pull in, and they were ready to roll. So I'm seeing a lot of these trucks also zooming up and down Lake Avenue here, ready to do what they can and respond to where they can. But as you heard, water is a major problem. And they just say they can't put out fires quick enough. As soon as a building catches fire, what are you going to do? You can't really do an airdrop, a water drop, which I haven't seen any helicopters above us, but you can't just, I don't know, can you drop it on a building? The retardant goes everywhere. They can fight. Usually, water drops up in the mountains and the hills, the big swaths of land and flames get put out. But I don't, this is like building the building. This is boots on the ground work that these firefighters have to do to get in there with hoses, with their water tenders. Like we saw a few arrive. Look at that response. I haven't seen this. This is the first time. I think I lost the IFB, the reason I can hear you guys. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this many fire trucks here on Lake Avenue taking a stand. So, and we have more coming. We have a lot responding right now. So, if anything, this is a good sign that they are here, ready to jump on these flames. Here on Lake. So just so you know, we're right at Lake. I don't know if John, can you see that sign down there? So people know we're at Altadena, but we're south of Altadena Drive, where whole neighborhoods are just gone. And all the way to Lincoln Avenue, gone. North of Woodbury, gone. So much lost here, right? Don't even know where you would begin to clean up and rebuild. I was in Camarillo, covering the mountain fire there, and I was just there 2 days ago before we knew these winds would hit. I was standing in a neighborhood talking to residents who've lost everything and how slow the cleanup has been, and that's 2 months ago, right? They were still just burned out structures and homes, and you just think about how long of a process this takes, just to even, first of all, just to have people get back in here and see what they lost. And then do they go from there? I think I did lose you guys on my, maybe John can relay any kind of questions you have, but I'll send it back to you for now. We'll kind of move down the street here.
All right, Jasmine, we're going to let you reconnect so that you can hear our questions there. But so emotional, lady, you and I here listening to Jasmine tell the story of Lloyd, and I think we felt that I think it's been a million. These stories are being replayed over and over and over in Southern California. So sad. And going back to Lloyd's story, he left his apartment at 15 years with 3 days of conflict. A lot of people can relate to that. Fully back in 3 days, and he's coming back to me.
They're better than that. It's, you know, it's and you think I'm the one who get it, and sounds good. Every time I see them, I get just as emotional because for them, that's someone's home, and that is no longer there. It is just tough to see.
Let's go to our Ross Palumbo live at Red Cross Shelter in Pasadena at the Civic Center. There, Ross, these stories, I'm sure you're hearing quite a few yourself.
Yeah, and Juan and Amy, it is much tougher to see it in person. Jasmine has witnessed so much out there. In fact, just a little while ago, she was standing right next to the Bunny Museum, which everyone in this area knows. Plenty of people bring their kids there. It's on Lake Avenue. It burned down to the ground. And part of the good story about the shelter here, the evacuation center here, part of the good story here is the owner and his wife had a place to come to. We talked to him about he was still extremely upset because of the problem of the fire, but also because there's a problem with the fire hydrants, he said, being dry, and he lost his museum of more than 25 years. Take a listen. All the but I think every firefighter in the world there, those wins, they were good stuff. It flew through all of the old, how the iconic. Almost 40 years put together. Wait, so we'll go up. I mean, such a special place. I believe he had a $2 million endowment. It really was a wonderful place. Hopefully he can rebuild. Obviously he is just devastated. It's so hard to hear and see those stories. On the flip side, these are the people that are coming out to help all of them. These food trucks right here are from World Central Kitchen. Chef Andres that does that. And now they're out here helping people, bringing them food for free. But I want to introduce you to this group of people right over here, because this is not any one kitchen or restaurant. This is just a group of neighbors that came out here and decided to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How you doing, man? Good. How you doing today? Well, tell me about this. You know, when I first came up to you, I thought you were actually one of these food trucks that you had a restaurant, but you just decided to come and help out. Well, you know, we're all one. We're all humanity, and we help each other. Peanut butter and jelly connects you to your child heart. So I've got all my children here, my wife, and then all of these good friends from humanity that are here just to help out and reconnect people with their childhood. And these are some places to go down. Little things here and there. This is why we're deciding to come down. Immediacy and civic living. Two super important principles that we need to live by every day. So this is going to be something that we can share in LA.
I'm posting another one up too, guys.
So listen, this is really the good part of the story. People coming out and helping as people are going through the toughest times of their lives. Back here in the shelter, here at the convention center, we know that there are more than 1,200 people inside right now. I want to take you inside and show you a little bit about what these people are experiencing. When you walk through the door here, what you're really going to see is a lot of senior citizens and people who need medical help. That's because these were some of the first people evacuated that needed to come in these shelters, and I want to assure you that they and their pets are
All right, posted up another one there, guys.
personnel here, some nurses that are helping all these people out. They're feeding them here in the convention center as well, and this is the place to come if you need any help. There's food here, there are blankets, there are cots. This is a good place to come if you're trying to find people and your families. It's all right here at the Bethany. People stay here for the rest of the very different outlook, it really is.
We definitely get back to you, boss. Thank you so much. You know, there's something peanut butter and jelly sandwich that can bring you a lot of comfort. All right, Rogers back at the desk now. We have an update to tell our folks about that.
And it's not one that I ever want to have to go into, but I can confirm from the other county sheriff's department that the death toll in the heat, particularly heat fire over the Pasadena Ultimate area, has now risen to 5. I was just speaking with sheriff's officials about the deaths. They don't have any details to release at this point about how the people died or their ages or the circumstances of their deaths. But I can report to you now that 5 people have died as a result of the heat fire. What you are looking at live now is SkyCal, who is over the Palisades fire. And the reason we're showing this to you is because we are finally getting a look at some of the devastation and the damage that has been done by this fire. All the zooms out. This is that neighborhood where Amanda Carnatula lived last night. First one, she got trapped up in the above Palisades drive when that neighborhood got cut off. Excuse me, skid. SkyCal's trying to do it. As you can imagine, there's a lot of aircraft up there. So this is that neighborhood. Unfortunately, you'll see a SkyCal gets closer and that's all the pan up a little bit. And you'll see right there, there's a whole chunk of homes that is just has been reduced to rubble. It's a very large home that were up there in the Palisades area. And unfortunately, as all of the pans around from street to street, it is just kind of all the same situation up this northern section of the Palisades. If you're familiar with the area at all, this is Palisades Drive, Palisades Court, this is Happy the Day Sending Men, Palisades Circle, those neighborhoods. I think all of
I watched it. 4? I think 4:30. It's in Cleveland, bro.
My first time actually seeing that bullshit.
What, the fires?
Yeah.
It's wild, bro.
That portion of it. Oh, that's
It's a-
that home is a total loss, and as Oliver moves around to some of the other homes in the area, that is the situation and the scene over and over and over again in this neighborhood. Now, we are still limited a little bit because of the heavy winds as we are out east and south. Of course, the smoke is making it very difficult as well. But I can tell you, further to the south, this situation and this scene is just more of the same over and over again. As all the pans out, you'll see all of the very intense and heavy smoke that is happening all the way to the right of the screen. If there weren't any smoke there, you would be able to see the ocean, which is not something that we are able to see right now. This is a really new big patch of vegetation. Look at how intense and how tall those flames are. Really, really insane stuff to see. Totally topography driven right here as the fire moves uphill. These really incredibly tall flame lengths, and you can look at just how dense the tree canopy is there, and how much vegetation it has put burning. Look at these really incredible bright orange flames that are burning up in Santa Monica Mountain now. And again, getting our first kind of look at some of the damages that have gone on there. And as all the zooms all the way out of the camera, all the way out of the camera, I just want everyone to get a good kind of idea of the magnitude of this fire and how big it is. Oliver is sitting right now at 7,600 feet, right around 8,000 feet here. And that is his camera zoom all the way out. It doesn't even fit everything into one frame on the screen. And you can see to the south of this top of the screen, and the south of the fire, that is the city of Santa Monica. You can see some of the beach. And unfortunately, as he pushes back into that neighborhood right there, you'll see that is where all the fire has done the most damage. This is just what we can see from the clouds, you guys. Unfortunately, the situation is like this over and over. That is still on fire. There's other ones that are just totally reduced to one. So, such a sad situation to see. This is what we talked about last night, when we were going to be able to finally get our eyes on some of the damage and devastation that's happening. And there's just such, news helicopters are such a unique perspective that we have here in Southern California. It's certainly one thing to see it from a cruise on the ground, and it's certainly devastating to see it that way. But when you're able to see it as a more of a totality of circumstances from a helicopter, it just really paints a whole different picture of how that happened.
Say, when you see that one house that it has burned in the midst of all those that are standing by, it is a perfect example of how the wind can pick up those embers and it lands just in that perfect spot, perhaps in the eaves or somewhere just on that house. The wind keeps
Hey.
moving.
How was it over there for you last night?
And then the next thing you know,
This is from my rooftop.
really
You can see
Damn, you went up to your rooftop? That's crazy. That looks scary.
Yeah.
What did it look like? Oh, that looks like a cool photo. Though. What did it look like this morning though? It's ashy.
That's just the wind, the sound of the wind. Look how fast that smoke's going.
Yeah.
And that's just the glow from the fire.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but then I think it doubled in size overnight. This is just on my drive home or drive to work.
It's fucking close as hell.
Yeah.
I seen those like some evacuations like in certain parts of Santa Monica, but probably the ones that are like closer.
It's not quite at my place yet.
Yeah. A little bit like on the other side, right? Yeah.
It's north of me.
Good catch, Tyler.
And
Sorry.
Not as close to the.
I'm gonna take it off the website before somebody buys. Yeah, I know. I seen that. Nick just posted it, but he posted it at $3. I don't think that's correct.
But yeah, a lot of smoke. My car has like a thin coat of ash on it.
Yeah. Dude, it's so crazy in Long Beach. I would have thought it'd be super windy, but there's no wind. It's clear skies. I was just like, wow, like out of all the places too, like my mom's over there by like Monrovia and all that shit is like all up in flames too.
Man, that Altadena area is getting crushed.
Yeah. Dude, I was just at the Rose Bowl last week, literally last Wednesday,
right there,
and it's literally right there too.
I think they were like, it just happened so fast.
Yeah.
At Palisades, I think they had evacuation warnings and everyone got out, so there was like there was a lot of structural damage.
Yeah.
But I think the Altadena one, they got kind of surprised. That one happened at night. Remember?
Yeah. Triple case.
It happened at night and then boom, it exploded.
Yeah, like some parts of where I grew up, like there's no power because of all the power lines blowing up, and then like in Monrovia, there's like no power at all.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it's wild. There's just like another fire in the IE some over there too now. It's just like, man, this is crazy. 39. That's right. It should be $39.99.
It's still really windy at my house too. My place is just like you hear it rattling windows and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably are the closest out of like all of us probably to like a real big fire.
I mean, I'm like there's so many structures in between me and the fire.
Yeah. So you should be fine. Yeah, unless it got crazy, but yeah.
It would be really bad if I had to.
Well, that's what I was telling people last night when we were talking about it. It's like if those fires ever spread to a city, it's over. Like because it's
kind of hard to stop.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to stop because then you're gonna have buildings and places. Yeah, imagine like a gas station just blew up and then
that's what's happening right now.
It's just like, dude, it'd be so wild.
From house to house, building to building.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, thankfully it's kind of in the mountains, but still, it's still wild if it like actually hit a real big city.
But yeah, if it actually hits a dense area, it's kind of what's happening in Altadena. There's a lot more stuff closer together. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, NT was supposed to come today, but it got delayed. That's why I came on. But then I guess Marin's like, well, there was a couple breaks that were closed, but
NT basketball.
Yeah, NT basketball was supposed to be releasing today. But I don't know if it's delayed for everybody or is it just us.
Did Nick even post pre-orders?
No, he was. He told me he was, but then he didn't because he's like, it's not going to get here in time. But he's just like, well, there's a couple breaks you might be able to do. I was like, all right, well, I'll still come in a little early. But Archives, I think, came out today. I don't know if he's going to post that here, but yeah, it was supposed to be NT today. But I guess I don't know.
Michael and I were like, oh, that's the classic product that'll get.
Yeah.
It'll get like.
Yeah. No, I think it did release. It's just I don't know why it didn't get here to us, but oh well, I guess sucks. Yeah, something came for you right there too. I put on that side. I don't know if we have a card, so I just put the 2% right here. I don't think so, Oliver. He'll tell you right now, though. I don't think he had to, but there was some parts of Santa Monica I think that definitely had to get evacuated. By my mom's, I mean, she's like, what, maybe 6 miles from like Monrovia and Duarte and all that shit. There's like a huge fire going on over there. Pasadena. It's just like crazy. But yeah, thank you guys for doing a couple breaks with me today. Joe will take over for the rest of you guys. I'll be back on Friday, guys.
spread very quickly with just those gusts in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. We're seeing 40-mile-per-hour gusts in Malibu, 36 in Pacific Palisades. So again, this is an improvement, but we still have a long way to go. Upper 30s in Simi Valley, low winds in the mid-30s, and you can see really across most of our area, we're still seeing some winds in mid-40s in places like Santa Clarita and out into places like the Inland Empire and Orange County, seeing gusts in the 30s and 40s. So we'll continue tracking this for you. We still have red flag warnings and highway warnings in Yeah. Okay, so I'm here on Lake Avenue, Beverly Way, where businesses are buried, and these guys, I mean, look at every other business is on fire here, and fire trucks racing just to try to put out, I guess, the next spot that could go on the flames. But I've been talking to these young gentlemen, these are guys from the valley.
I don't know if they said any people died in the Palisades though, but they reported that there was
Yeah, none in the
there was
Palisades.
reported like 5 or 6 in this one over here.
Not yet anyway, but yeah.
El Sedino one, I guess.
Residents, they didn't have access to water using almond milk.
Did you say almond milk?
Yeah, I think so.
That's fun.
And you're from Pasadena. What did you see as you guys, I mean, I guess you have a fire extinguisher. I mean, people who put out any effort to stop.
Honestly, I really wish we could do more because a lot of people here are hurting and really missed out on a lot of people here are so crazy. And just being here last night with my wife, you know, this church is intact. And it's like,
What's up, Oliver?
24 hours later.
Yeah, I have not had to evacuate just yet. So, but it's getting pretty close. I live, without completely doxing myself, I live in this kind of region right here. So this is as close as I've ever seen. Usually, the last time there was a kind of a fire in this mountainy area over here, the mandatory evacuations never went south of this sort of area. But this is the closest I've seen. Even the yellow is involuntary, or not involuntary, voluntary evacuations. The red is mandatory evacuations. I've never seen it get that far into Santa Monica in my many, many years of living there. So it's yeah, the
I mean, people have lost everything. So many people. Juliana, you too, you have this fire extinguisher. You were even trying to put
I mean,
out
this
some of
this
the
fire,
some of the flames.
it's getting to almost close to Riv, Oliver.
Yeah, honestly, I can't sit at home knowing that there's people out there that need to be helped.
It's pretty bad. I was just telling everybody, I've never seen, when there's wildfires in that area, there's like voluntary evacuation that goes all the way to San Vicente. I've never seen it go below that. Like mandatory evacuations all the way over here, I've never seen that. So I'm right around here, so I'm probably the next sector. Because it's going to be bad if the fire keeps jumping.
Bye, Red.
That would be, and that's the fire line right there too. That's how close it is. And there's like 2 more days of wind, so if that's the thing. Once it starts jumping houses and streets, there's nothing to stop that.
Yeah.
Episcopal Church, 119 years old, burned to the ground. What are those winds like? I said they were hurricane. They almost knocked me over.
The winds were pretty crazy last year because
traffic.
That's like half a mile from where I live. I was on my way to the freeway. It's on Olympic.
Was there a lot of traffic?
No, because they canceled all school.
Oh.
School's all canceled, and people have been told to evacuate, and their people are elsewhere. So there was actually that's the only one good thing.
It's like, it feels like a ghost town, like outside.
Yeah.
It's still 0% containment.
0% contained. Yep.
You can see this water. I've seen one so far. John, my photographer, knows a lot about helicopters.
And I've saw over, probably way more now, but earlier I was reading over $50 billion in damages.
It's the most expensive, yeah, brush fire ever. And then in Altadena, that area, from the Rose Bowl area, Pasadena, this happened overnight, and it happened so fast that's why there's so much destruction here. Palisades started at 10 in the morning, so they were just like, it's starting, everybody get out. It was daytime, and they were able to get a lot of people evacuated, but the Altadena one's almost worse. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah, it's hitting proper neighborhoods. It's not just, usually these brush fires in the mountains, they'll hit some of those outlying houses up there, some structures, some ranches, some farms, stuff like that. But it's pretty rare that it goes, into neighborhoods proper. You know what I mean? And there's like schools, churches burning down, a lot of popular restaurants up and down here. I don't know if you hang out here a lot, Oliver, but there's like a great fish taco place there that's gone. There's a Rosenthal winery, a wine bar that's out there. That's gone. Oh wow, Moon Shadows is gone.
I was just speaking to one of our producers who tells me that he celebrated his 50th birthday here in July. And there are so many people who have so many wonderful stories about this oceanfront restaurant here in Malibu since the 1960s. And this is what you're looking at here. So terribly sad. And of course, this isn't the only business lost.
Can't believe that Moon Shadows is gone.
Here in Malibu, we have a Thai restaurant. It's Malibu's Real Inn is gone, as well as Cholada Thai. There are so many businesses in addition to the stores of houses.
Yeah, they did. But I don't think it was I think that was still contained mostly in the mountains, but this has actually hit the coast. I think the previous Malibu fire, they were able to keep it, before it reached the coast. But now it's actually reached the coast. And it jumped PCH and hit all of those houses and all those houses and restaurants that were along the coast.
Amazing city, and it's just piles of debris and smoky ash. We've seen this time and again in Malibu today. And as we started to count, just so we could get some idea about the number of homes that might have been lost here, and it's just anecdotal information, and we certainly didn't get to the end. But at last count, we were in the 60s and 70s, and we were kind of zipping by, just trying to see. And I'm sure the number is much higher. But
but I just, as I said, I wanted to drive past, just to show you all the cars that are here, and I'm not really clear whether these are houses here. I do see some appliances, so it looks like that is the case. Cars parked, we know that there's E-Trans parking lots here, but, in this part of PCH, this is what we see, in the area where Home Shadows once stood. So I'm just gonna drive for 30 seconds or more, just to kind of give you the look.
It really is something else, Michelle, to see moon shadows gone and just an entire coastline leveled by this fire. And it was interesting, Amy, I heard earlier today, it wasn't necessarily the embers or the flames, but it was the downed power lines, right, that fell up and over these businesses and homes and just basically started fires and wiped them out.
They were burning on one side of the street, toppled over, landing over on those other homes, and it just wiped out that whole side of the coastline, which who would have thought these homes literally hold water?
Yep, and just the pilings left with them, just the support beams that would keep the foundations up and off the beach. The only things that are
You know, we've been talking about neighbors, helping neighbors, and our Jasmine still, she's doing such an amazing job out there. Really giving those stories, and earlier today, she and her photographer, John Schreiber, helped rescue chickens from behind a burning home on Altadena Drive in Pasadena. They captured the birds by hand and then stored them in a trash bin. They literally gave them to,
Yeah, let's see if we gotta rescue some chickens because they're gonna catch fire. Hold on. Do you guys have a cave? Do you have a cave to put them in?
It's just one.
You guys wanna come to us? Johnny might come to us.
These firefighters trying to save all these chickens in Pasadena.
They're all in here. They're here.
They're putting them in the back of this guy's SUV.
Well, Christine, anything we can do, right? I mean, these people have lost everything. And so that mansion went up in flames. We're here on Altadena Drive. Avita lives right next door, and her trees were catching fire. So we went in to the backyard. She told us just open the doors to the coop. And my photographer, John, is like the chicken wrangler. He just started scooping up the chickens and putting them into the trash bin. And here's Avita right now holding them. I know you still have ducks back there. It just got a little too dicey to keep going back. But we're just hoping some firefighters show up. You're trying to wave them down to save your home. I know. I know it's tough. And I mean, you've been crying here, hoping at least some of your chickens got out. Avita, what was it like last night when this fire started? I was still working and I got home at 3. And then everyone was evacuated. My friends started calling. And I didn't think much of it.
Yeah, the Pasadena fire is the scary one because it kind of happened overnight,
This morning when we
and
the whole row in Altadena Drive was burnt.
and it moved really fast because of the wind.
And the wind was gusty. We were at my mom's house last night, so we didn't have time, obviously, to grab much. Avita, I'm glad I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anything we can do, again, we're willing to go back there and do what we can to help. I've just seen so many residents. Stay safe, okay? I know she's gonna load up. They're all in the back of her car here.
You got to take the wins where you find them. Right?
Absolutely.
In this case, it was helping this woman and her beloved chickens get to safety before the house burned.
Yes, that's right. You know, earlier today, actor Steve Gutenberg was live on air with a message to neighbors affected by the fire in Malibu.
Actor Steve Gutenberg lives in the Pacific Palisades area. He joined us during KCAL Mornings to discuss his situation.
I really want to use this opportunity to tell people in a crisis, if you're going to abandon your car in the street, leave your keys in the car. So guys like me can move it. The second thing is, if you're able-bodied, try to help people. There are people in wheelchairs, there are older people, there are mothers having anxiety attacks and panic attacks about their kids. They can't find their kids. Try to help people. And also during the normal life, when this is over, try to be kinder and nicer. And try to bring what you do in a crisis to the normal day. So to answer your question, yesterday morning at 9 a.m., it was an idyllic day. By 10 a.m., the sky was black. I mean, black as night. And there were small fires raging, little dancing devils of fire. And before you knew it, the wind was kicking up. This is wind I've never seen in my life. The only time I've ever seen this is in South Africa, it's like a devil wind, which is a hot wind that just spreads this fire like crazy. And this morning, I thought I was going to wake up. I was at my friend Amy and Laura's house, and I thought they have the electricity. I thought that I would wake up, and I thought the fires would be out. But they're still raging, and it's just terrible. This is the biggest fire I've ever seen in my life.
Many of us hope that the fires would be out this morning, but
Many of the fire evacuees, they had to leave everything behind, including their life-saving medication. It was either lost, left behind, or they needed a refill. Nikki Fine Pharmacy, though, is here to help. They've been busy refilling prescriptions, whether it's for asthma, blood pressure. They've been contacting doctors so everyone can get their life-saving medication.
Anyone who is evacuated and unfortunately they lost their homes or they're in a situation of transitioning and they lost their medication or left their medications behind, we're trying to accommodate and help all these patients. Yes. So far we've been very busy. People of Pacific Palisades or the areas around, they've been coming to Beverly Hills and getting their prescriptions from us. Fortunately, we do have a good connection with doctors. We have a lot of doctors. We can call them directly.
Everybody coming together to help. The pharmacy says it also has concierge doctors on site to interview patients on their immediate medical needs. In some cases, they can deliver the medications to evacuees. But again, those areas are limited, of course, due to travel times and just down power lines and just trying to get to where they need to go.
well, a pillar of the Jewish community in Pacific Palisades, in the path of the fire, the Shabbat of Pacific Palisades, posted on social media a photo of members of the congregation holding the Torahs that were saved. They say the storage area has suffered severe damages from the several cars in the parking lot. The synagogue has been in touch with congregants, some who have not yet evacuated. SkyCal is live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California.
Right now, SkyCal is headed to the Eden Fire from the Palisades Fire area, and you can see what SkyCal and people in this area have to contend with. A giant blanket of dark black smoke over the area now. It's interesting, with all the winds we've been having, you would think that some of this smoke would be pushed out over the Pacific Ocean, but it's not the case. It is sitting over our area right now, so that's something that we need to be worried about over the next days, perhaps even weeks. If you have respiratory issues with allergies as well, it's quite a problem. Our Simon editor, Mike Rogers, live at the desk now. He has an update for us. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, that's the Eden Fire that we're looking at. That was the number that we just got, the 5 dead. And, we're being a little more conservative with where we're flying the helicopter. There's concerns by our crew up there about safety. We certainly don't want to put them in a situation where they feel unsafe. So that's why we're not necessarily as close to the fire as we would like to be. But what you're looking at is the intense cloud layer, smoke layer, I should say, that is covering the better part of the San Fernando Valley and, of course, the San Gabriel Valley. And it's really kind of incredible just how thick that smoke has gotten. I don't know anybody else who woke up this morning, I didn't realize what time it was because of how dark everything was because of the smoke layer that has covered everything. And you can see it as they, as Oliver there pans in or zooms in a little bit more to the eastern end of the San Fernando Valley into the Burbank area as well.
All right, Jason just got a spot in the Topps Chrome update filler. Got a few orders trickling in here.
Evacuation orders in the Santa Monica area. Now, they have not yet updated this map here, but I just want to tell you verbally that this evacuation warning that you're looking at right here has shifted from an evacuation warning to an evacuation order. So we're talking about the areas basically from the beach, Montana to 11. So that is the area that is now an evacuation order, not a warning. And again, the map hasn't updated to reflect that in red, but we just heard from the city of Santa Monica that they have added this chunk to a mandatory evacuation. You can see why here, because the updated mapping from CAL FIRE shows the fire's path continuing to push to the south and the west. And you can see that reflected here. All of these orange spots are some of the areas where they have had confirmed fires. So, and in the studio here, once again, we have lost power. We've taken several power hits, as have many of the people that are listening to us. And I can actually just check, last check with LADWP, I mean, there were still thousands and thousands of people that were without power as we still sit in the dark here in the studio working to get things back on. But LADWP has been dealing with thousands and thousands of people with outages. They're still saying, it's going to take 24 to 48 hours to get power back on for some folks. And let me just show you that since we're talking about it, since it just happened here. I want to show you the outage map here from LADWP, and it is just incredibly lit up, something that I don't really think I've seen in quite a while here with all of these circles. Every circle on this map is where there is an outage. And I want to just come up here and we'll look at one of the larger areas here. Excuse me, 2,800 people in Highland Park, 2,500 people in Sawtell, 2,300 customers in Tujunga and Venice, 22 in LaSalle Park. So a lot going on as we deal with these fires, we deal with the high winds, and we're still dealing with the power outages as well.
Just took a hit here in the studio, and I know a lot of our viewers, they've been reaching out, telling us that they've had brownouts at home or they've had a dip in power. So definitely, even if you're not in the affected areas, as they reroute power right to different areas, you may have lost power, you may experience a dip in your electricity. And I know LADWP, they're doing a great job sending out text messages as well as us.
Well, the Palisades fire has destroyed the historic ranch house that belonged to Hollywood legend Will Rogers. California State Park said in a statement that Rogers' historic ranch house was among multiple structures destroyed by the devastating fire at both Will Rogers State Historic Park and Topanga State Park. The historic Topanga Ranch Motel, built by William Randolph Hearst in 1929, also burned down.
It's incredible. When you look at these videos here, Amy, apartment buildings, historic homes built in the heyday of the golden age of film here in Los Angeles, in California, lost to these fires. So much devastation from the coast all the way to the San Gabriel Valley and beyond. It really is just something numbing to see. As we were mentioning, no matter where you go, this is PCH right here. Home after home, business after business, just leveled by the fire.
Yeah, and it didn't matter if you lived in a big house or a small house, they were all going up equally, and it is just so heartbreaking to see these homes go up in flames, and then so many businesses going up in flames.
Houses of worship.
Yes, and schools. We've just seen so many structures.
All right, I also added 5 spots back to the football mixer, and so if we get a few more spots going on that, the filler that's currently on the site would be officially the last filler.
It made it a little more difficult to see exactly where a lot of this destruction was, but we are definitely getting a ground view of it right now. Our crews have been out there just showing us as much as they can. A lot of people watching, trying to see if their home is still standing, and a lot of people unfortunately have seen their homes on fire, whether it's been burning or it just is really, really tough to We'll see.
All right, let's go to SkyCal. As we mentioned, SkyCal is live overhead. Yes, this is a live picture there. You're looking at that dark plume of smoke there, this cloud of smoke as fires leave a path of destruction all across Southern California. We're right now headed to the Eaton fire, so once it gets there, we're going to finally get a first-hand look at the destruction from SkyCal down below, because as you know, over the last couple of days, due to those strong, heavy winds, not only have firefighters been hindered from setting up air support, but news choppers as well, like SkyCal, have been grounded due to the dangerous conditions. But you can just see just how incredible the smoke coverage is.
Yeah, we see that little peak of sunshine in there, but otherwise it looks like a dark sky. Mike Rogers, of course, on the breaking news desk, and you've been getting new information.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out where he's looking right now in SkyCal. For reference, SkyCal is almost over the Montrose area, so that's where he's looking at from. And this area is almost right where the fire started. This is that hillside that we saw it spark off of last night, and then move significantly to the east. Now, there are flight restrictions, so we won't be able to get much closer, and our pilot is concerned about getting too much higher because of the wind. So this is probably one of the best shots that we're going to get, at least for now, of the Eaton fire. But you can see, as it still moves to the east there, you can see all of the smoke that is still building. I'm going to ask Oliver, if you could pan left and push into where that kind of black smoke is. We know that black smoke generally indicates either some sort of structure or home that is on fire. And you can see that that is still happening, and we've seen that from our reporters as well. And it's kind of difficult, you guys. I mean, we don't very frequently get these multi-day kind of fire events like this, where we are day after day watching things continue to burn, continue to push through cities, continue to push through neighborhoods, and we see the eerie scene there. We have the smoke that's just kind of laying low there after it's ripped through these cities. I mean, we're talking Altadena, Pasadena, there's even evacuations in Glendale, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, Monrovia, a very good chunk of the San Gabriel Valley now dealing with these evacuations and damages that have been seen as a result of this. And again, I believe this is close to where the fire started yesterday. And again, all of the fires that we're talking about have not had any causes. I also want to reiterate to our viewers that the LA Sheriff's Department of Hermosa, that 5 people have died in an Eaton fire. So right now they are not able to provide any kind of circumstances, any kind of information as to how that happened or what the ages of the people were, if it was medical, if it was a result, if it was fire related. But we do know that they are saying that 5 people have died in connection to the Eaton fire. So we're still going to work on getting that information from the sheriff's officials. You can imagine it's pretty chaotic. I was just having a conversation with the medical examiner. They have not even begun that process on their end yet. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. But this was a fire that started at night and moved so incredibly rapidly over last night when we were starting to learn about it and trying to get some evacuation numbers and information. And that is, I believe, that looks like, that might be Mount Wilson or a different set of radio towers that are up there. But I know last night it was burning pretty close to our Mount Wilson because we've actually got a camera up there that I was looking at last night. We're just looking at it right now. And yeah, you can still see some of the smoke. It looks like it's still a little bit away. Jackie, I don't know if we can look at RM1. I just want to give our viewers the perspective from the Mount Wilson camera that we've got up there as we're looking at it kind of creep up the hill from SkyCal. But there is, you see water dropping or retardant dropping aircraft in the air that's going to come in and make a drop there. Incredibly split on resources right now because we have these major fires burning, and after this one on that SkyCal, we'll check out that new one that we were talking about, the Lydia fire, hopefully up in the Acton area. We'll see if we can make it up there. I know there's a lot of aircraft that are kind of being utilized on that fire right now as well. Thanks, Jackie. This is our camera from Mount Wilson, where you can see the smoke and the fire kind of creeping up towards the radio towers there. So that is the situation that we're continuing.
You're not doing archives breaks, are you?
As
No.
you see this tanker coming in, hopefully we'll see them make a drop. This is tanker 95. This is a CAL FIRE 1960 S2 turbo tractor from CAL FIRE that was working on this right before. So lots of aircraft in the air. It's such a nice thing to see as compared to yesterday, guys.
No doubt, what a relief to see those planes in the air, and with every fire retardant drop, it's a little bit of hope that maybe they can start getting some containment on this fire. Mike, earlier you had mentioned to us that the U.S. Navy was going to be sending us 10 helicopters with buckets, rubber buckets, to help in the fight. Any word on the timeline for that yet?
So, not that we're working on that with the Navy. I was just looking on the radar to see if I can see any of them headed up this way. there's a ton of, obviously, there's a lot in San Diego, a ton of aircraft activity down there, so I can't really delineate what might be coming here and what is, just doing normal duties. So we're going to work with the Navy to figure out the deployment of those and figure out when they're going to get here. But I can tell you, we've got Orange County Fire Authority had a helicopter up here yesterday. We've got Ventura County is fighting the fire on the Malibu side. We've got LA City Water dropping helicopters fighting on the LA side.
I did okay. I mean, I'm not really in any imminent danger, but I am also just 2-3 miles as the crow flies to the edge of the Palisades fire. I'm just keeping an eye on it. My apartment is around here, this area. In all my years of living in Southern California and in the Santa Monica area, I've never seen, and even with brush fires in these mountains above me, north of me, I've never seen mandatory evacuations or even voluntary evacuation orders ever get this deep into Santa Monica. Yeah, Mickey. Yeah, if a break is sold out and not on the schedule, there may be a filler or two needed to unlock the break. Now, in many cases, we plan for multiple fillers. So in this particular case, we were planning on 5 of these. Guess what? Now we only have to do 5 full spots and that only 1 filler. We were planning on like 3 or 4 fillers. So we're pretty much at the end. And if we can get at least 2 or 3 more people to buy full spots, then I can officially declare that the last filler.
The multi-purpose room was burning from the backside. Everything else was blown. Students just had Richmond Garden opening after school, but unfortunately.
So we'll do that with a lot of breaks. In fact, I'm working on a filler right now for triple threats. So if you want to get your triple threats teams outright, I would encourage you to get them now before they're gone, because once I bundle them up into a filler, that's it. Oh, Steve Kerr's mom got evacuated from the Palisades fire. A lot of athletes live up in that area.
JJ Redick also says members of his family had to evacuate due to the Palisades fire. The Chargers they announced that the team is donating $200,000.
Video showing several overturned trucks on the Tucson Freeway in the Montana area as people evacuated. Just as another example of just how strong those winds were and have been. And of course, we've been talking about the winds coming. People were trying to prepare for the winds. The fire department's also, getting prepared, bringing in those extra resources. But, this is, wind conditions that we have not seen since 2011.
Yeah. And I don't think there isn't anyone watching right now that hasn't been impacted one way or the other due to this destructive windstorm. I know I've had a couple of friends reach out. They've lost their homes in Altadena. Others are still waiting. We have coworkers here who have to evacuate as well from the area. So this is the type of story that has ripple effects all over, whether you're not affected, but you're traveling on the freeways. This is what you're seeing. It's a stressful situation.
Yeah, it is a little terrifying. I'll show you guys a couple of pictures from my area. Just some camera settings here.
Looking at night pictures right there. It's so scary. Our reporters out last night. Hard to see, the smoke making it very difficult. Like you were saying, you don't know if it's day or night, and the ever-changing atmosphere out there. Definitely a scary one for people to contend with. And, again, we've been talking about all this has been driven, we've been forecasting it by widespread destructive windstorms that hit us just yesterday. Things are slowly going to get better. We're expecting things to get better by Friday, but of course, our meteorologists and our forecasting team, they've been on.
So here is a video of the fire from my house. You can see how fast that's the glow of the fire. And you can see how fast the wind is blowing. You can see the palm trees. So that was last night. That's last night. I got home after the stream around midnight. It's a photo from midnight. This is before I left the house today. You can kind of still see that's north and then that's west. And this is just a few minutes from my house. That's a better look at what the fire is like right there. So that's a lot of black smoke right there. So that's actively burning fire. You can see the flag just pointing straight that way. That's how strong the winds are. Just even in that area, I think it's even stronger in the mountainous areas where the guys are trying to fight. The firefighters are trying to battle this thing. But it's kind of crazy. The terrain is difficult. Roads are narrow. There's 3 different fires in the LA area that's active right now. So resources are spread thin. People from all around the country are coming in trying to help. And there's water pressure issues in the Palisades area just because they've been using so much. Yesterday they were unable to use any aircraft because they said anytime they would drop water, the wind was so strong it would just disperse. It wouldn't even do anything. And then the wind got strong enough where they just couldn't have any aircraft up there overnight. And I went to bed, it was like 3,000 acres burned. Now I think it's over 15,000 acres burned right now. And the wind, it's just the wind that's usually, if there was the normal amount of wind, it wouldn't be a huge issue. But this is historic levels of wind blasting through the Los Angeles basin. And that's just making everything just near impossible.
The Inland Empire lighting up. We're seeing those gusts once again in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range at around the noon hour tomorrow. We're seeing that across some of the higher elevations near Santa Clarita.
I know, yeah. I'm far enough away. If you kind of look at the map right here, I'm in this region right here. It would be absolute catastrophe if that fire even ended up in the North Santa Monica area. This is Riv, that's where they do the Genesis Open every year, if you watch the golf. But that's the country club where they do it. If that fire line reaches this area right here, that's a giant catastrophe. Because then with all that, it's a lot of fuel, right? Houses and buildings. It'd be very difficult to stop if it kind of gets deeper into the more densely populated urban areas. Palisades area, I guess, is still pretty dense, but most of the fires contained within the mountains where there aren't a lot of structures. But yeah, it is. In all my years living there, like I said before, I've never seen even a voluntary evacuation end up in the North Santa Monica area, and to have an actual little square. That little red square right there, that's mandatory evacuation. I've never seen that before. But yeah, as the crow flies, I'm a very uncomfortable, 2-3 miles away from the edge of the fire. So keeping an eye on it. Extremely unlikely that it'll get to me. The bigger concern is all the businesses and residences up in the Palisades. It's a nice part of town. Like it's where you take a girl on a date there. You go brunch there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of cute like shopping areas there, and there's a cool fish taco place up Malibu on the way to Malibu that's burned down. It's a place area that I somewhat frequent, so it's a bit of a bummer to see all this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been tough. It's been tough all day long. But I will say we got out here just after 7 or so, and things feel different. They feel different because the winds have calmed down. Things are sort of smoldering versus igniting, and that is good news. But it's of course not good news for homeowners who are dealing with this. We are on the corner of Alameda Street and Santa Rosa right now.
And there's some speculation that it'll take a long time for the Palisades area to rebuild, just because a lot of home insurers have refused to offer fire insurance because of this.
Houses down who had asked me to check on his home. The good news is that home is still standing, as is all of these homes on the opposite side of Alameda Street. This is the south side of Alameda.
Yeah, I think there's currently 0% containment right now. But yeah, the fire insurance thing is a hard story, so it's hard to rebuild without just paying through the nose.
What have you guys been doing to try and keep that home safe?
We've been watering.
For that fire insurance.
We have watering the ground, which is extremely dry.
And yeah, it is definitely a wealthier part of town, but a lot of these people, this is like family homes, so it's like homes that have been gifted down generations. So it's not necessarily the person that's currently living in these homes. It's not like they're millionaires. They're only millionaires because of the value of the house that's increased over the last 40 years. You know what I mean? So it's a tricky situation because it's not like that's what a lot of these residents are. A lot of these residents kind of grew up there. They're their family homes, multi-generational family homes. Not necessarily that. It's not like they just bought this $3 million house like last year. And there are a lot of people that are, but a good majority of the population has been there for a while. So that makes it difficult for a lot of these people who are losing their homes.
What's been said before has been said, that this is unprecedented.
It really is, and it's going to be a long time to clean up.
For those that still have homes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate your help.
All right, so I pulled the remaining teams out of Triple Threads. It's a 9-team giveaway, and it's featuring some really nice teams, in my opinion. $350 Dodgers, $300 Yankees, $300 Pirates. Even the Reds are like $250. Padres are $180, so on and so forth. As long as you... I think Minnesota's $50, so you might lose a few dollars. And Rockies and Marlins are cheaper than that. But as long as you're in this range right here, you're going to get the cost of your spot back and then some. Obviously, you're chasing after the big teams right here. But give it a shot. We did a filler yesterday for like $45, and that filled pretty quickly. This isn't much more expensive than that. So give it a shot. And Ron gets the Commanders in Mosaic. Gets the Giants in Mosaic. Gets the Buccaneers in Mosaic. And gets the Falcons in Mosaic. Thank you. Let's run that back tonight. But yeah, I'm not sure legally how that part works. I don't know what kind of emergency funds you get in a situation like this where big insurance companies have denied fire coverage for these homes. I don't know if these homes had to find alternate coverage. That's probably a lot more expensive. I don't know how many people have done that, or if people have just said nothing, and how much government assistance you can actually get when you're talking about thousands of or hundreds of homes maybe close to 1,000 homes that by the end of all this that's going to be affected by this. How do you spread that money around? Especially when you're talking about the property values of Southern California homes, especially in the Palisades. I mean, you get a fraction. I don't think you'd even get enough money to make a down payment on a home if there was any emergency funds that were opened up for that.
Right next door, we have a house that is not, and that does continue down for a couple of more homes and territories there, as you see the sporadicness of the damage.
I mean, there's some stories. You know, I've been watching the news all night, and there's stories of like, yeah, my coverage just got dropped 6 months ago, and now my home's gone. You know, it's terrible. Monty gets the Lions in Eminent.
I mean, just a lot of devastation here on Coleman Street, just a block up from where we started. You look over the right-hand side, I see not one, not two, not three, 4, 5, 6 homes that are down just on this block alone, but a couple more that are still standing. Certainly very hard to watch. And I also want to point out this right here in front of me, and that is the down power lines. So this is what I've been talking about all day long, is why people need to stay out of these communities, because many of these streets are not passable. And this is a perfect example.
I think with the wind, the concern for people not in fire areas, the concern is the wind knocking down power lines or tree branches could spark a fire.
The possibility of looters, which is the last thing that we want to hear, but they have had some arrests for that because of these fires, and they are watching these neighborhoods very closely, because for those who are lucky enough to still have their home standing, the last thing that they want to deal with is thieves on top of all of this destruction in their neighborhoods. Guys?
Absolutely, Joy, and I have to say, it is so nice to see the winds calm out there behind you, and hopefully firefighters will get a better handle on the fire now.
I mean, there are times that I couldn't even see the sky. And if you look out right now, I see the sun. I see what's left of the blue skies in the late afternoon, and I don't see the winds whipping around. And that is really the best news, because that gives our firefighters the best advantage to either, one, let this fire die out and burn, or two, put a stop to it. And I'm even hearing water in the distance, and that makes me happy too. If you look over there to that house, they've got hoses on it, and it seems to be coming from this truck and this hydrant right here. So we have crews out here. They are doing their best to put out the fires that they can, to try and save those homes that are still standing, and they have just been working so hard all night long, and really my hat's off to them and all of our emergency responders who have been out here doing what they can to keep this community as safe as possible. But this is just an unprecedented time, and an unprecedented winds, and an unprecedented fire, not only here, but really the ones that are burning all over the Los Angeles area.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, I mean I'm the closest to these fires. I have a friend of a friend who I think she lives in the Topanga Canyon area. I think she evacuated okay. I think this fire up here is another crazy one. This is in the Pasadena area. A lot of mandatory evacuation. This kind of surprised people, I think. It happened, I think it started at night, and then it exploded really quickly. And this is where a lot of, this is affecting a lot more densely populated areas. I think a lot of people got caught off guard at how quickly it went. The Palisades fire started in the morning, so people were already awake, and I think we're already in the process of evacuating, so I think they got a head start out there, but this one happened overnight. This is dragging a lot of smoke into this area right here, when originally we didn't have a lot of smoke because the wind's pushing out towards the ocean. But I think there's been a lot of this area where they're doing power, the power companies turning off the power in certain areas. I know up in these mountains here, there's a lot of radio antennas up there. So our local ESPN LA radio station actually went to national coverage because they couldn't broadcast from their local station, which is also kind of crazy. But yeah, there's been power outages and just voluntary power outages that are scattered all over here. I think Jason's mom has been experiencing some power outages in the area where she lives. but I don't think none of my friends are directly affected by it. I think I'm certainly the closest. This fire's crazy too up there.
And the LAPD is doing its best to get on the loudspeaker.
So I guess there's like 4 different active fires that are happening here
Over to the right, you can see that one
in the Los Angeles area. And up here, that 5 freeway is a huge artery that connects Northern California into Southern California. So that's jamming things up.
You can see how quickly the cars come through. They're saying slow down, slow down. So this is just one part of the day that is just making things ever the more stressful and complicated.
So yeah,
To the right, and I'm
it's just me.
Kimball swing the camera up there.
I'm the only one being affected.
Homes that were saved, or at least up until now.
Luminaries break first. How about we do it now? Boom. I gotcha. There's Luminary. Oh, did Jason not upload the Luminaries video? I don't think Jason uploaded. Guess what, Jeremy? We're going to time travel.
Going on, and then the next minute, all of a sudden, there's a raging fire. So firefighters explained that the conditions, they're so erratic that numbers are miles. And we, of course, don't have anyone near the manpower that we need to fight a fire like
This is the fastest a break has ever happened for you, Jeremy.
in one particular area trying to put out one fire, then another fire will start somewhere up a windy road up in the hills. This area by the Getty Center, as I said, we have not seen any active fire, although there was a spot, and this is interesting to note as well, the retaining walls that many of us see as we
I know
drive
Jason didn't post the schedule here, but
communities where there are rock slides or mudslides.
as always, for Jeremy and for everybody else, especially if I've stepped away from the camera, you know, you can always consult the break schedule, and you'll realize that Jason went on early and did that break at around 2 o'clock Pacific.
It was completely on fire. All of the pieces of wood were
So you will always keep, you know, we'll do our best. It won't be 100% success rate, but, you know, we'll always try our best to tell you what we've done, what we're currently doing, which is nothing, and what we're going to do. Especially on busier nights, that certainly is helpful. So that's why you're not in the dark. Let's say I've stepped away, I'm doing something else in the back, and you're like, man, did Joe do that Luminaries yet? Did that Mosaic happen yet? You can always consult the schedule and you'll know what has happened.
6 or 7 or 8 of them that were lost in that one city block, and the fire battalion chief was explaining that they were trying to save the 5 or 6 homes next door because the fire is just jumping from house to house. And I should add that several of those homes had the Spanish tiles on the roof. Those tiles were burning. So the building materials that, at least I thought, and we talked about this, that are safer than others, building materials like stucco and things that maybe don't burn as easily. We saw plenty of those homes that were leveled. So really just such a sad situation here, a very active scene.
All right, if you're just joining us, welcome. I pulled the remaining teams out of triple threads. They're now in a filler. If you want to give that a look, we've got another triple case loaded up. Platinum baseball, limited football, limited basketball, a 30 box break, a triple case break of Hit Parade. That looks really nice. Now I know that's a little on the pricier side, but there should be a filler here somewhere. There you go. There's the Hit Parade filler. So it's on the basketball section. If you want to see the filler for Hit Parade and get full spots as well. It's a multi-sport break. That should be a lot of fun. Chrome Basketball, Cosmic Chrome Basketball is down to 9 teams left. Be sure to buy at least 2 teams so you get an entry and a shot at the Spurs. That's the second half of the case. So that's all in the basketball section. In the football section, we got Eminent halfway there, or the Eminent Mixer halfway there, Prism Eminent Mixer. Is halfway there. We got, Jason did a mosaic earlier today. Here's another case already down to 22. Full case Eminent down to 7 teams. In fact, I'm probably going to put that into a random number block shortly. So last chance to get your teams. Link is in the chat. NT Collegiate back on the menu. Absolute is halfway there. Those 5 spots, if you buy a few more spots, someone buys 2 or 3 more spots, we can officially declare that the last filler, which would be awesome. There's the filler for triple threads. We got a full case of Prism Baseball down to 10. That's probably a candidate for a filler as well, since it's down to almost close to single digits. Help the filler be a little less expensive. Snap up like the $40 Angels, $60 A's, $60 Cardinals, $50 Blue Jays. Every little bit helps. And if we get the filler a little less expensive, we can sell it out a little bit more quickly. TC Sapphire, Topps Chrome Update Sapphire, I know is a pricey product, but we're getting there. We're down to 8, and we've got a few more fillers to go, but we're down to 8, and then those filler packs. So let's keep working on that. We got triple threads divisionals, and obviously we got baseball involved in that triple case break. Topps Fire Baseball, second half of the case, 1 spot gets you 2 teams. The first half I feel like was pretty solid. I feel like we could see even bigger things in the second half. We did not see like a Bobby Witt Jr. autograph or a Julio Rodriguez autograph, for example. So a lot on the website, jaspyscasebreaks.com. Hopefully everyone's safe out there. I know some parts of the country locked in with the snow. LA's surrounded by a bunch of wildfires. Hang in there, everybody.
Of you. Great to meet you, my friend. Best of luck with everything. And, you know, I mean, I think that in all of this destruction, the thing that is just so consistent.
All right, Jessica gets a full spot in that hit parade break.
Who, you know, say what you will about our green juices and smoothies and yoga classes. We will not go quietly into the night. Thank you.
We're glad Claire is great. Thanks, Andy.
I think that is our first full spot snapped on that. Nice.
Breaking special coverage of the wildfire emergency here in California on the KTLA 5. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Luke Parker. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. We do want to update you on the major fires here in Southern California. The Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades has grown to more than 15,800 acres and has destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures. Many of those are homes, and there's no containment. The Eaton fire, burning in the San Gabriel Valley, has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and at least 100 structures have been destroyed. 5 people have also died.
Remember, the filler for that triple case break is in the basketball section. That's that 2019-2020 Mosaic Hobby Pack.
Burned more than 500 acres north of Newhall Pass in Sylmar. And then another fire has sparked in Acton. It's called the Lydia Fire, and it's burning near Soledad Canyon Road. It's 50 acres with no containment.
Residents in Pacific Palisades, Malibu, as well as Santa Monica, parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, all under mandatory evacuation orders. The fire is being fanned by strong winds. 1,400 firefighters battling the flames on the ground.
So it looks like we're planning on those 11 full spots and 3 fillers. But if those 11 full spots happen to sell out quickly, we can cancel a filler and add more full spots back in. That'll help the break move a little bit more quickly.
Spread throughout Southern California and LA County, and also in the air here in the studio. Right now we're going to toss it out to Chip Yost. He is covering the Eaton fire. Chip, where are you now?
All right. Looks like we've lost our signal with Chip. Just to give you an idea what you're looking at here, this is the Palisades fire, and as Kai told us, there was a wind shift, and now there's a problem with people being evacuated in Santa Monica. We have reestablished our signal with Chip, so let's check in with him covering the Eaton fire in Altadena. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn and Lou. Sorry about that. We're having an audio issue. We were tweaking. But yeah, we are here on Altadena Drive. near Lake Avenue, keeping an eye on this apartment complex. Before we show you what's going on over there, I'm going to show you something to show you just how strong the winds were overnight, why this fire spread so fast. Look at that Rite Aid sign. That happened, locals tell us, overnight when a windstorm was just hitting this area. And soon that windstorm was spreading this fire all over the place. One of the places that fire landed is right over here, this apartment complex. This is the Altadena Deluxe Apartments. You can see a lot of firefighters on hand here doing some work trying to prevent the fire from spreading to all the apartment buildings. There is one building right in front here. It doesn't look like it's gotten to that building yet. They're trying to prevent that from happening. See kind of through the trees. The trees are in the way. There's a ladder truck up there where it looks like they're trying to get some water in. We've also seen some black smoke behind the Rite Aid, and we've seen
I
about
don't know.
3 or 4
Are they gonna? I wonder if they're
trucks. We're going to end right now. We have a news conference starting with updates on all the fire services in the back of the
All residents in Pasadena that are lots of prayers for those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena,
It's under the building, but
behind me,
outside.
we will certainly
It's not like
have all
Your
those
car was
individuals
in
and
covered
families
park.
and
No,
friends
it's not
that have
outside.
lots of prayers.
Did you have a
There's like
back?
Have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community.
I don't think my
They're gonna be
area.
doing any door back.
I don't think my area would get. If my area gets to a point where it's mandatory evacuation, then we have bigger
Yeah,
problems.
I don't. Yeah, that is
Then it's
just forget the
then it's just like
everything.
then life is over.
Big warrants to evacuate this area.
There's a lot of buildings out there.
Hundreds of
How down
members,
for
let the police chief and fire
And
chief
if
talk
and at that
about
point
that.
it gets to
But
that
this is
area,
an
then
opportunity for us
there's
as
so
a
much fuel
community,
that's
as
not enough
people,
for firefighters.
to band together and work to support one another, whether you're affected or not. Please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are
But she got out, right?
Yeah, they got out.
Councilmember
yeah, I don't think
Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, Supervisor, LA County Supervisor
Well, don't
Council
switch it.
Barber,
Oh, I mean, no, you can't have it. The
State
switching is a
Senator
problem.
Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John
We have that some
Harrington,
days.
the Superintendent
I
of
mean,
the
there's really only
Pasadena
3 days where I need it, and I'm only here 3 hours before the shop closes and just put it right in.
Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society.
Although, if I'm going to be sleeping in my car,
Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Pelosa, and Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief.
not good. I don't think it'll ever affect
So
me
again,
directly.
I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California last afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour
Evacuated,
ago,
not
and the
gone.
Governor has assured us that
And no one's really doing like
whatever assistance
Yeah, no one's going up to Malibu for day
so
drinking.
on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for
So when did they get, like, I hang out at,
seeing for
like,
himself the devastation and committing the guard.
place in, like, Malibu?
yeah, that whole like.
And so we will certainly be in touch.
Because last year, the Malibu
With
fire
that,
didn't
let
jump.
me
This one did. So it burned a lot of
Spanish
there and a lot of the restaurants.
Yeah.
let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's really that way.
My name is Miguel Marquez.
When, like, reading
Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R,
Malibu,
I am the city manager for the state of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for my homes, without peace and no sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of this as they always do, and despite the dangers, most first responders rushed to the scene. They found this, they got fired, and 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many lives
Like a lot of
over the
the,
last 22 hours.
a lot of the insurance companies drop it.
Our first responders, our public works department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Burton.
As I was standing here, one of our Alameda residents came up to me who's very active in Hungary and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up to the tour, and it is surreal. It is without words, and I can't even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the border area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I want to ask you, please, if you don't need to be in the area, you don't need to be in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there are many people that don't live in the area that just want to go and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full set of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. I think it's important for us to know that the chief of LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fire so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
I'll let you know if I'm evacuated.
Next,
hopefully not.
Congressmember Chu.
I hope so.
Well, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grant, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I was spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that they obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
All right. Justin picks up 5 in the triple case filler. So Team Lane working on the hit parade and gets 2 full spots. So if anybody wants to join Justin and Jessica Lane in that, grab full spots, grab filler spots. We just loaded up, so we got a lot of work to do before we get it to Breaksville, but we can't get to the last filler or the last spot until we get to the next spot. Big Lou, what's going on? I don't think we have any more luminaries to post. Let me double check on that.
This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site, and there are still fires burning. And I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Hermosa.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your...
Yeah, you know what? Last night, we did not have any luminaries, so I didn't think we'd have any more to post, but we got We got some. We got another case in today.
throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we're going to help you get through this. As
So
state of California, along with our governor,
let's post another one of those.
officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we're going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers. And please, stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck.
Stand by here.
So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for...
All right, so for Big Lou and everybody, there is Luminaries.
...closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school, our maintenance and operations...
And that's a fresh 6-box case. It's only 29 spots because I don't think there's any Marlins in here.
...assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%.
So there are no Marlins on the checklist, so we're not going to sell the Marlins.
That house other schools have sustained damages. Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still
Thanks,
are in
Dave.
the path of the fire.
We're
working together with our city partners.
Yeah,
to do everything
there's the Palisades fire. I do live in the Santa Monica area, and I am just outside, just a grid or two outside the voluntary in the yellow boxes right there. I'm a grid or two outside the voluntary evacuation areas. I've never seen a mandatory evacuation go this deep into the North Santa Monica area, so that's kind of wild.
what is happening in our city.
So, hanging in there.
For everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Certainly not in any imminent danger. It would have to, I think the fire would have to, you know, would have to really push deep into the city for me to be evacuated and so we'll see.
Our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have
You hate New Year's Eve resolutions because people know, yeah, I don't do those either. They're stupid. Why not just make that resolution happen in July, June? Why the arbitrary date of the 1st? Just because it simply turns over a calendar? But you saw it's a hell of a time to start eating eggs and chicken, Rex, with bird flu. And the price of eggs such that it is. I think going on a lean protein diet, that could just be water weight, Rex. That could just be water weight, but let's see what happens, you know, after 3 months. Alejandro gets 2 in what could potentially be the last filler for the football mixer. We still need some help with the full spots.
But more importantly than that,
Ryo Kimura
activated
picks up 3 filler spots right there.
this community in support of our partners.
And Hojin picks up a spot in the triple case break, joining Team Lane.
Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center.
Tristan gets 2 in the Mosaic break. Vikings and Jaguars chasing after some break credit.
Will be arriving soon to help our city department of public health, and in partnership with our superintendent.
Now, if we can get some full spots moving here, that would actually be the last filler.
District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco. We are also serving meals to our PESB families.
Here's that Mosaic. It's already down to 20.
We are here.
By at least 2 teams try to get that break credit. And I think that's the final 4 boxes. Yeah, it's the final 4 boxes. But after that, we have a bunch of loose boxes, and we can still run that break credit. I think people wouldn't mind winning some of that break credit.
Are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
National Treasures basketball was supposed to drop today, but I think that's been pushed back. Blowout hasn't updated their calendar. Or maybe our shipment was delayed?
Serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets.
Oh, your guys' egg prices. I think our egg prices have gone up a little bit.
Heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days. But our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who can safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So I've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the...
Yeah, we'd have to. There's a lot of work to do on that hit parade, just because of that platinum case. Now, for those of you who aren't too familiar with it, Limited has 3 different levels. They have, for most of their products, there's some other unique levels, but generally speaking, it's the Limited is their base level, then Platinum, and then Sapphire. So with 2 cases of Limited and then popping a Platinum case on top of that, yeah, the sticker price is a little bit higher, but we got a number of fillers to try to win your way in. Yeah, NTNBA not on the site because we don't have any, Justin. Allegedly, it's supposed to be released today. Have others been breaking this? Has anyone else noticed others? But if and when we get that, I'm not sure what we're going to do. It's most likely going to be a pick your team, Justin. Depending on how many cases we get, maybe we can do 1-box random teams. My guess is that's going to be a pretty expensive product. Most people are probably going to want to buy their teams outright. Random teams not as popular on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Most people want pick your teams. Like in that Eminent, we posted half case Eminents at an excellent price. Nobody bought them. It took us forever to fill just 2 breaks. But the pick your team breaks were already on break 12. That's 7 teams away. So that's been a lot more successful.
Those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter. Right now, the Fairplex in Columbus is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept...
Right, of course. There's no other breakers. I don't know, yeah, why would I even say that?
If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians for providing care to these animals, and we'll continue.
Oh, what a spin move! Look at that spin move from Jeff. You just broke my ankles right now.
Are you okay? I almost broke his ankle.
Yeah. I gotta go to. You broke my ankles there, Jeff. You broke my. I was going this way, and you were going that way. You put me in a blender. I was in a blender. I didn't know what happened there. And that lateral movement from Jeff is pretty amazing. You would think so, Justin. But they're always a vocal minority who's always like, hey, more random teams, Joe, more random teams. And every time we post them, it just takes forever. Look at this. Perfect example right here. We got 1-box division breaks of triple threads. Not a single person has bought a spot. But triple threads 2 is already in a filler. That's almost done. So I got to give the people who speak with their wallets are telling us, don't do random teams, don't do random divisions, do more pick your teams with fillers. Speaking of which, here is the triple threads filler. It's not too much more expensive than last night's. Last night's was around what, 45, 46 bucks, and that sold out pretty quickly. This isn't that much more expensive. So someone get us started on that.
Multiple structures have been damaged and destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70 plus miles per hour. We had spotting members 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so, to get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total number of we continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops with the goal of limiting the fire spread. We will come behind those water drops with air crews and fire engines to get a container line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire.
Legs are required.
With that,
She wants to do a rap song. All she wants is more. I want the world. Give it to me. Material possession. That's what Ariel wants.
They're exhausted.
Yeah? Does that bring that bad up?
We need those reinforcements come in, but they've done incredible. Where they, an example was previously we had 15 house fires over a 20-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away. Great work, not just from your packing fire.
All you want to do is just file it. Nothing is video game stuff. No one's going to watch people on a website. They're only going to watch TV.
So help me, Jeff. I'm going to get through to you.
And then, he gets bring out his trident and blast everything. Your dad was King Trident. That's why that's why that scene bothers you. Your dad's King Trident. I understand, Jeff. It's all right, man.
I don't like it, dude.
You're your own man.
I would be kidding.
Yes, there was a triple patch triple auto in the first half. All Mets, I believe. Mets? It was out of 18. There should be, and we got a Derek Jeter out of 5 book, but I don't think books are case hits. The triple relic triple auto are case hits, and there should be another. There should be another, like a white whale, like another one of one in there somewhere.
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with also a number of 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water with those wind gusts. We were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire, and that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire. That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, so right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly...
Restocking my supplies here. Sean Murphy picks up a spot in the 6-box football mixer filler, and Joe gets the last 3. All right, since nobody picked up full spots, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these full spots back out and then create a last filler.
A ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Byron, if there are other, because we know that there's several fires burning, are any of these connected? Does it look like, could they be arson?
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation. Right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause of origin.
You can stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because
So, gang, when we get to our last filler, we'll write last filler on there so you know that that's the last one. Some people are like, hey, how many more fillers do we have to do? If it doesn't say last filler, that means we have multiple to do until it says last filler.
Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event, primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building. It was nothing short of heroic.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a pack of 2024 Mosaic Football, random team number 7, with 5 of those football mixer spots that were given away. So 2 dice rolls here. First one will be for the pack break itself. Thanks everybody right here getting in on it. Last filler is loaded up and no more full spots. Let's roll it. Randomize names and teams 5 and a 1 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a 1. We got Kimura down to Murphy. And then 5 and a 1 6 times for the teams. 2, 3, 4, 5 and a 1 6th and final time. Rams down to Saints. All right, there's the first half of the list right there. Second half right over here. And let's quickly print and rip. And once again, last filler is already loaded up. We have no more full spots. That sells out the 6-box football mixer. I think it's all 2024 boxes. All right. And here is the final printout right here, hot off the presses. Thanks everyone for getting in on it. Appreciate you. It's the 2024 pack. We've got if you like Mosaic Football, we have a 4-box pick your team of this, where if you buy at least 2 teams, you'll get an entry to try to chase after a ton of break credit. So check that out on the website, jaspyscasebreaks.com. Carbon copy, but they're both Dolphins, so no randomizer. All right, nothing too crazy here, but let's see who's going to win their way into that football mixer. That's going to be a crazy part. Let's gather everybody's names, 1 through 32. New dice, new list. And top 5 will get into the mixer after 10. 4 and a 6, 10 times. Top 5 after 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and good luck, 10th and final time. Now 6 through 32 is sad times. However, remember, there is the last filler. So if you want to try again, I would encourage you to do so. Thank you. Top 5, though, you're happy because you're in the mixer. Chad Wright is happy. So is Nick, Edward, Adam, and Sean Murphy. There you go, guys. We'll see you in that video hopefully soon, since we're down to our last filler. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye-bye.
So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
I do not. Right? We're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that is 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds. Wind gusts to 70 miles an hour and very erratic winds. At 2 in the morning, they changed direction, heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? We can confidently say those embers spread. We're spreading over past 2+ miles, right? And we're in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts, and when I was driving to the fire last night, there was fires, dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
All right, Justin just got 5 in the last filler. For the football mixer, Blake going NT Collegiate gets the Raiders and Bears in number 11.
But I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire.
Joseph gets Eminent Jets and gets a full spot in the Hit Parade triple case break. The filler for that is in the basketball section. And Eric found it. Eric got a spot in the filler for the triple case break. And John gets a full spot in the Hit Parade triple caser. I'm going to build that football mixer out here.
Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had alternate staffing all over the county. And which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the utility system in California, specifically LA County. We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough with your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residential building that was out there.
Well, first and foremost, it's very sad to see families this long, particularly families that have lost their homes and Chief says have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. We have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government.
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might need you. I don't know off the top of my head, unfortunately, but you can get that on our website.
Okay, again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. Pasadena and its residents in Altadena, it's a resilient community. And I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to reach you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. And with that, that will complete, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
Hey guys, yeah, so just wanted to give an update. We just ended the press conference here where the mayor of the city of Pasadena was out here alone, as well as city and county leaders. And what they were talking about were a number of things. The fire chief here in Pasadena gave us an update saying that the fire, 0% contained, right now holds 10,600 acres and counting. That's how much it has burned so far. Of course, we're talking about the three fires yesterday and recent. And they had several false attempts. They had first responders arrive. There was this black, thick black smoke out in the sky. And they started working around the clock to get the fire under control. Of course, we have seen it expand over the hours. The city manager saying, it's just been incredible and unfortunate to watch over the last 22 hours. So some of the other information they gave us with the main points within.
So there's the mixer right here for visual learners. 2 boxes of Prism No Huddle. All right. 2 boxes of Prism No Huddle. 2 boxes of 2024 Gold Standard. All right, and 2 boxes of 2024 Panini Black. So no more full spots available, but we do have that last filler. You can try to win your way in. There's Nick Stober going Mosaic. Gets Cardinals Lions. Trying to win that break credit. And Broncos Bears. All right, big team off the board with the Broncos and the Bears. Good luck, Nick. Nick also gets 2 full spots in the triple case break. Terry picks up absolute Bengals. And Luminaries Cubs. That's our first team gone in Luminaries. We did find another fresh case.
So fast. We see homes up here near Saddle Peak that have caught fire. We also see some homes off of Ramblo Pacifico that have burned. A community out here that has burned quite a few homes in that area as well. You see the smoke over that area right now as I speak. So a lot of homes that are going up on the furthest, it would be, I guess, the furthest west or the furthest north up the shoreline. Up into Malibu now, and as I zoom in here, you see some of those homes.
Nice Tigers and Luminaries are gone.
That have already burned down, and some homes that, like the one next door to this one,
Remember, this is
has not burned. So you see
this 6-box football mixer right here, down to its last filler. No more full spots.
Firefighters that can make it to any of these homes here are battling fires, trying to save the homes in this area. But again, this neighborhood here, this is going to be off of Moon Shadows.
And that's a really solid break.
This is just off of Rambla Pacifico, and you can see all the homes that burned up in this fire here. It's raced up the canyon and is pushing up north up from the shoreline up into these homes on the top of the ridge line. And we have seen firefighters working hard to try and keep the fire from spreading. In fact, let me see if this is the home that we were looking at. No, it's not one that's all the hot spots up here. But there are homes all in this area that are burning or have burned through this fire from the Palisades fire that has marched all this way to this area. But yeah, even those 2 homes down on Pacific Coast Highway that are currently on fire, not too far from Pepperdine University.
Well, concerned about the fire, wind shift, fire starting to burn into Santa Monica, but it continues to burn north to northwest. Also in Malibu, and you see there's more homes on fire on the beach and up in the hills.
What can we expect in terms of the next few hours?
This is the scary part, is that the winds
is in this particular section of the valley that have actually relaxed a little bit. We're talking about sustained winds between about 8 to 15 miles per hour. But as you can see, it doesn't matter. There's sporadic gusts, and that's what's fueling the fire. And of course, and I can't reiterate this enough, the dry conditions. It's just bone dry. So anything that gets a spark to it just ignites so rapidly, and the fire spread is so quick, and the ember spray is just unbelievable. I mean, up to 4 or 5 miles. Unfortunately, the house that they're showing us on the coast, that's right on the water, is probably a mile or so away from the main part of the major section of the fire. And that's most likely, I don't know, it hasn't been confirmed, but I don't see any other answer or explanation but the ember spray. It just flies and flies through the atmosphere, and those embers get caught in the roofs, the eaves, what have you, and disaster occurs. And we're still seeing some strong winds going on as you take that live look, the wind speeds out in Corona, Santa Ana, look at Orange County, sustained winds of 21 miles per hour. San Bernardino looking at some sustained winds of 12, 15, 18, 20 miles per hour. This is what I'm talking about. This is a huge cause for concern. It's the humidity. Relative humidity, Burbank, Van Nuys, 8%. And once you have the Heights to Palmdale at about 11%. Lydia fire. I want to remind everybody about that. That's in Acton. So that's also something that we've been monitoring. We haven't been able to show that fire that much, but we have heard that there have been a couple of structures that might have been burned. So we'll continue to take a look at that and monitor that as the evening moves on with Sharon and Micah. And here's your high wind warning for the time being, in place until about 6 o'clock tonight, so for about another hour and 5 minutes. But we could see it becoming extended a little bit further, maybe towards the midnight hour. For the time being, let's just call it 6 o'clock tonight. And in terms of the red flag, well, look at this. It was to expire tomorrow, Thursday evening at 6 o'clock, but now another 24 hours until we get to
24 hours.
6 p.m. So we are going to continue to see this dangerous weather here in Southern California for at least another 48 hours. So folks, please be careful all night long. Be ready, have a plan. Get your
Nick, what's going on? How are you?
paperwork in order, your medicines, anything that you need to have with you, just in case you need to be away from your home for more than 24 hours. You need to have those items with you. And most importantly, save yourself and your family's lives. Don't worry about your homes. Don't worry about the property. It can be replaced, but your lives cannot. Have a safe night, everybody.
Jaspy's is quite far away from the fires, but I live about a few miles away from the fire in Santa Monica.
Blue Glenn, yes, we can hear you, and we've been talking a lot about the devastation, 1,000 homes destroyed, and this is unfortunately a prime example of the devastation. We're on Islet Street, right off of Sunset Boulevard. We were trying to make our way up to the Pacific Palisades.
Alejandro just picked up a couple spots in the filler, the last filler for that 6-box mixer.
You can see cars parked in the driveway, and you can make out a couple of perhaps rooms and items, but for the most part,
Thanks, man. It's been pretty crazy. So this is the Palisades fire. I'm just a couple grids, 2 or 3 grids outside of the mandatory area, a grid or 2 away from a voluntary evacuation area. I think the primary fear is that there's super high winds that have been, that can dump embers, fire-starting embers in any part of this area out here. So that's been the primary concern. This fire's mostly been working its way west and sort of north that way, or mostly west. So hopefully, if the wind changes, that's going to be a little scary, but for me, I should be okay. Jaspy's is all the way below the airport in Hermosa Beach, so we're seeing a lot of smoke. We're seeing a lot of ash kind of being blown into our area, mostly because of this fire up here. So this entire area is going to be affected. I have not experienced power outages or anything like that, but I think this area up here around the 405 is West LA seeing some power outages here and there. A lot of power outages in this area right here because of this fire. I mean, these are two areas that I've spent a lot of time in. You know, the Palisades area and, you know, in the Pasadena area. You know, I grew up out in the Upland area over here. So definitely spent a lot of time in the Pasadena, Sierra Madre area. There's a horse race track in Arcadia where Seabiscuit used to run. So it's been crazy out here. That's for sure. The only silver lining is that there's not a lot of traffic. I think they have canceled school for the remainder of the week for a lot of the school districts in the area.
It's not just here in the homes, but the banks are gone, the schools are gone, the churches, most of the retail is now gone, the two grocery stores are all gone, the bus stops where they gathered for their buses for school are all gone. So it's really changed this neighborhood, and you wonder how long it's going to take to rebuild.
It's unrecognizable, and Tim, we're grateful to you for talking to us and sharing some of your own perspectives with us. We wish you all the best. Thank you. Luke, just to give you one last look at the devastation on this street. This home over here across the street, you can see completely reduced to rubble. This is Isla Street once again, and there has been a lot of devastation over here. We're going to continue to drive around, assess the damage just off of Sunset, and we'll get back to you with continuous updates. Chair Micah, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rachel Medetoff, we'll see you shortly. We wish you good evening once again. You are watching the news at 5 o'clock here on KTLA. I'm Michael.
And I'm Cher Calvin. Thank you for joining us.
We want to update you on a number of major fires burning in Southern California. The Eaton fire burning in the San Gabriel Valley has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres. At least 100 structures have been destroyed and at least 5 people have died. There is no containment.
In the Pacific Palisades, the Palisades fire is already the most destructive in LA City history. It is now...
And Alejandro picks up 2 more in that last filler for the 6-box football mixer, bringing it down to 23.
This is the Hearst fire. It's now burned more than 500 acres north of the Newhall Pass in Sylmar. And the Lydia fire inactive has now grown to 80 acres.
So we're down to 23 spots in the filler. No more full spots left. And that unlocks this break right here.
And yet another fire, the Woodley fire, the Sepulveda Basin, that one was knocked down this morning after burning about 30 acres.
This will probably break it in this order right here. I'd probably do the no huddles first, then a couple boxes of Gold Center, then I'd close out with Panini Black.
Warned to evacuate. Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu are also under evacuation orders with warnings now extending to...
And all we got to do is that filler pack right there, and then we're done. We can do the mixer.
As red flag warnings continue. California Office of Emergency Services reports that some 4 million SoCal residents are without power.
A live look now at the LA Emergency Operations Center, where LA Mayor Karen Bass, as we know and have been reporting, just returned from a trip to Africa. She is on the ground here in Los Angeles. She's set to join local, state, and federal officials for a press conference to discuss the fight against the Palisades, the Hearst, and the Eaton fires. We are standing by for that. We're expected to join that as it begins in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
In the meantime, we want to go to the ground and over to Alina Alokian, and so much destruction behind you. She's live in Malibu. Alina.
Mike and Sherry, it just looks absolutely surreal out here. Take a look at this house. This is one example, but if you drive along PCH from Tuna Canyon all the way to Harbor Beach, this is exactly what you will see from miles. dozens and dozens of homes burned to rubble. There are no words to explain the situation
That's
out
insane.
here. We drove that entire stretch that I just referenced, and our eyes could not believe what we were witnessing. I mean, this is the California coast. This is probably the most beautiful
That's
stretch
crazy.
of coast in California, and this is what it is reduced to, just utter devastation. And these are
Nick Stover with 5 in the last filler
properties. People work their entire lives to be able to
for Mosaic. Is there a possibility to cut your power off? Yes, there is.
someone's grandparents and passed down, not to mention the memories tied with these homes, with these properties, and perhaps a family that wanted to leave this home to their son or to their daughter, and all of those hopes and dreams just gone with this fire. It is so sad to see this, so much devastation. Now, we did drive along this stretch of PCH and some landmarks out here like Duke's Restaurant. It has not been compromised. Mastro's Restaurant also seems to be intact. And as far as fire personnel goes, we are seeing some of them out here. They are
Yeah, a lot of celebs live up there. Or their families, a lot of athletes and their families live up there.
really ripped through here overnight and just took out majority.
You know, a lot of local business people live up there.
But I was able to speak with someone with LA County Fire earlier today. He said at least 100 homes specifically along PCH. That number, no doubt, probably updated as they're going around assessing the damage. Unfortunately, not a lot of people out here for us to speak to. We did run into one family. They said that they came out because someone sent them video and they recognized their house. They wanted to come down themselves and to see it, and all they could tell me is that this was a house that their family had for about 10 years. Now you're seeing this mountain here also burned. That's the
That last filler is halfway there, down to 16.
Topanga, and then eventually ending up here along PCH, and it just went from one house to another to another. So heartbreaking.
I mean, I think, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, you know, guys like Conan O'Brien, Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Sandler all have houses in the Palisades as well.
Thank you. We'll check back with you shortly. Gil Davis at Sky 5 and a vantage point that we were not offered last night due to the high winds. It was
You know, I think all in this area right here. I think there's another, I think Spielberg, Hanks have a house out here.
but there's a picture that we won't soon forget.
Mike, I can't believe my eyes what we're seeing here.
All right, Kimura picks up 4 spots in the last filler. We're down to 12.
Are structures that have burned or are burning right now.
We're getting there. There it is.
It's just home after home. I don't even have the words for it to describe. Look at this area here. This is off of, it's off of River Avenue and Monument Street. I mean, just
There's not a single home standing in that neighborhood. I think wildfires are pretty popular. Structural damage is common, but I don't think I've ever seen this many. I mean, there are like between all 4 of the fires that happened, I think there are thousands of structures that have gone down. A lot of them homes. So like that's kind of the shocking part. Is not the wildfire itself, but just how much actual structural damage. Usually, you know, you'll lose a handful of homes here and there, but to see the fire jump PCH and go to all the, you know, there are a lot of houses that are on the other side of PCH that are just right along the beach. Like they're saying a lot of those homes that are just gone now. A lot of restaurants that are right on the beach.
How this is going to be it's just utter devastation. It's hard to describe what we're seeing. You never would think that you would see the Pacific Palisades.
All right, Rex gets 3 in the last filler. Kevin gets a spot in the last filler. We are well into single digits now. Thanks, guys.
And frankly,
Down to 8.
not something that we're going to be able to digest and process in the next day or week. Even this is really a picture that it is searing. It is searing and it is difficult, very, very difficult. We're going to check back with Sky 5 momentarily. and we'll continue to bring you coverage from the air. Mary Beth McDade is on the ground for us with a different look on night 2 of what has been a week we won't forget. Mary Beth.
No, Michael, you're so correct. And yes, we've been up here for the better part of the day, and the winds have just begun kicking up again. And we've been here on Lake Avenue, and earlier today I've done several live shots with a man by the name of Wade and one by the name of Marcia. Well, Marcia, we were talking about this food bar that earlier today, you just see the facade. There's really no building behind it. That all burned out earlier. And all the homes behind it, I mean, hundreds of homes behind that are burned down. And now, this quite famous school over here, where Marcia actually went to school was founded back in 1931 in a big, beautiful bell tower. It has been in the scene in many movies and TV shows. It's named the Elliott Art Magnet Middle School, and it's actually named after Charles Elliott. Now, Charles Elliott was the longest serving president of Harvard University, so this school has quite historic significance here in Altadena, and earlier today, nothing was near it, no flames were near it. I mean, the food cart burned down, and I know Marcia, when she was over here, she was quite relieved to see that her school was not burning down, and now, unfortunately, a few hours later, it is begun to burn down. And up the block, we did go earlier to check out some other hot spots, some different popular breakfast joints, as well as Fox's, also a very popular spot. And we have some very upset people about, one gentleman's lost his house, and he's come over to voice his emotions about what's going on here. Obviously, there's a lot of high emotions out here tonight, that's for certain. Also up the block, as we were headed from Fox's, what was Fox's, back down to see this burning school, we did see that now the Bank of America has also caught on fire. Yeah, we can see that has become a big plume of smoke, and again, the winds have picked up. It's really moving the smoke around. It's really beginning to look more like what we witnessed last night with the winds, all the smoke in the air. Sort of that war zone feeling is what is coming over us right now. At points today, the winds weren't too bad. We did see some clear skies, but as the sun has begun to set here, the winds are changing, the weather's changing, and again, it is just a very somber sight here to see this historic building going up in flames, Micah.
All right, Mark just got 3 spots in the last filler. And Joseph gets the final 5 spots. Nice. Great time.
What's happening in the last day and a half, 2 days. It is just an emotional scene to see your hometown burned down.
Yeah, it definitely is, Rex. I mean, a lot of times it's these brush fires, and I'm like, I've never been up there in those mountains. But it's certainly different when you're seeing places that I've frequented a number of times to just be gone. It's crazy.
Around the Southland, and there's fear too, that if their house hasn't been burned, that it might be, that they can't get to it. And what do you do? How do you save things?
We're gonna take the press conference now that we've been talking about Mayor Bass and other officials and city leadership.
And guess what? We can actually run this back. We have enough boxes to do this a couple more times.
First, we're going to hear from Mayor Karen Bass. Following that, we'll hear from the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Patrick Barger. After that, we'll hear from County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief, Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Baroni. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonald. Then Sheriff Robert Luna. And following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call off questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Best.
Well, I mean, that's debatable, Rex. But yeah, me personally, I can't independently prevent or stop.
About the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing, and I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. For context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10.
Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a Mosaic football pack. Random team break number 8, our last filler. In the next video will be that mixer. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Appreciate you. There are the teams right there. Let's do the pack break first, and then we'll give away those spots. 4 and a 5, 9 times for names and teams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And once more, 9th and final time.
I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which was
4 and a 5, 9 times for the teams. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Panthers down to Patriots. There's the first half of the list right there. No trade windows in these little quick filler packs. Second half of the list right there.
If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other.
And let's print and rip.
Firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we
Do we have an autograph? Yes, we do. Nice. Not bad out of a filler pack. It's Edrin Cooper. That's going to go to Mark and the Packers. If you like this, if you enjoy this Mosaic, we do have 4-box pick your team breaks of Mosaic. It's 173 out of 199. If you buy at least 2 teams, you'll have a chance to win some break credit. Check it out, JaspysCaseBreaks.com. All right. Now, let's flip back over here. Let's see who's going to get the final 5 mixer spots. Let's gather everybody's names 1 through 32. New dice roll. And let's randomize it 4 and a 3, 7 times. Top 5 after 7. Fingers crossed. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 6 down to 32. Sad times, but I appreciate you trying. We are going to load up another one of these, so maybe we can keep running these back. All right, top 5, you're happy because you're in the break. Justin, you're in. Rex, you're in. Nick, you're in. Justin, you're in. Joseph Kubasek, you are in as well. Congrats to the top 5 after 7. We'll see you in the next video for the break. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye.
Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available.
Nice. Sometimes I'm just on autopilot, Rex. Sometimes I just read. I'm like Ron Burgundy. I just read the teleprompter. I was like, Shannon. No, that's Rex.
Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelinos, and the spirit of our city, this is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelinos to be united, for Angelinos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise and make no mistake. like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there. They're just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job. It's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild.
Yeah, well, you have to say that, Rex. Otherwise, I mean, imagine if you just lost your home and the mayor didn't say anything about that. You'd be like, wait, so what's going to happen here to our city? I mean, at a time like this, you got to put out those simple reassurances for people who've just lost everything, even if it is as obvious as it may be.
Their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground, but if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love language. So with that, I'd like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District of Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis. To also thank the volunteers.
All right, you will have an opportunity to trade, so I'll run the randomizer, see what teams you get, and then the trade window will be open. Good luck, everybody. Hi, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with Jaspys 6-box 2024 football mixer featuring a couple boxes of gold standard. Love that. A couple boxes of black. That's awesome, too. And a couple boxes of Prism No Huddle. Random team break number 1. And all 32 teams are in. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Thanks to the people who bought their spots straight up. We had a couple fillers. Congrats to the people who won their way in. And all 32 teams are in. Trade window is open. Let's roll it, randomize it. 2 and a 6, 8 times for names and teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Got Jessica down to Adam after 8. 2 and a 6, 8 times for the teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Got Raiders down to Eagles after 8. All right, Jessica, you got my Raiders. Adam with the Colts, Bradley with the Chiefs, Jessica with the Bengals, Barry with the Bucks, Pat with the Browns, Justin with the Ravens, Adam with the Texans, Spencer with the Jets, Nick with the Giants, Adam, Last Spot Mojo, Titans, Mark with the Jags, Adam with Vikings, Chargers, Justin with the Commanders, Anthony with the Packers, Rex with the Lions, Joseph with the Bears, Sean with the Niners, Adam with the Cardinals, Sean with the Cowboys, Mickey with the Broncos, Spencer with the Seahawks, Eugene with the Bills, Alejandro with the Patriots, Chad Tucker with the Steelers, Chad Wright with the Saints. Two different Chads, Adam with the Rams, Nick with the Falcons, Devin with the Panthers, Edward with the Dolphins, and Adam Pelly with the Philadelphia Eagles Fly.
Additionally, our county Department of Mental Health is activated for mental health resources.
All right, we're going to pause the video just for a little bit for the trade window. So when we come back, we'll see if there's any trades, and then we'll have the break. So stick around. We'll see you on the other side.
We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Crane has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers to sign up. Go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on hold today because of station power outages. Please, if you are in a safe place and don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free, up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two main things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically redeployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260.
Nick has the Giants up for trade.
There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened.
The Malik Neighbors, among others.
On fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire We are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to large-scale brush fires in the past 24 hours, the LAFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LAFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation
All right, yeah, no offers. Yeah, I guess we'll go.
in its mission,
Oh, what about
closely with our local, state, and
Giants, Eagles, Giants, Colts? Maybe. Does that move the needle for you, Nick? Otherwise, we'll break.
of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states. And firefighters are
Nice, good, Justin. We got a little ways to go on that. We've got multiple 3 or 4 fillers in full spots, but can't get to the last one until we get to the next one. Keep it going, folks.
when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds and to pull water from pools.
And Nick declines. That's all right. All good. Let's break.
That we have, and we're working very, very
TWC trade window closed.
next. We will continue to focus, and we'll make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. The strong winds that are going to
All right. Yeah, sorry, Rex. You can see right up there, TWC. The trading window is closed before your offer. We got to go. Here on Wednesday, the 8th. Hump day.
public to help us by doing the following.
Thanks, everybody, for getting in.
Trusted news and official updates.
Appreciate all of you.
Prepare to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. Follow all evacuation.
I'm sure your delay wasn't a few minutes. We had the trade window open for a little while.
We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LAFD and other partners will work so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of residents.
All right, so we'll start with the 2 Prism no huddle breaks first, or boxes first. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, always make sure you're as close to the live portion of the stream as possible.
Together we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe.
For some of you, you may have to frequently
Our chief from Los Angeles County, which is
refresh your stream, whether on your mobile device or otherwise.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For Detroit Fire,
Yeah, that's a little on the longer side, Rex. I don't know. That might be whatever your internet connection may be,
the LA County Fire Department
region that you're in, the server that you have to access to get to us.
and Sierra Madre Fire Department.
Generally, though, if I'm at home and I'm chatting with like Jason, the delay isn't more than 10 to 20 seconds. But again, that could be my internet connection or region or whatever.
We have 0%
What's your delay, Justin? 30 seconds?
firefighting personnel
Yeah. I don't know if too many people are on 45 seconds to a minute. That seems like a lot. 30 seconds seems like a lot too. Here's Jamari Thrash, rookie auto. Yours was about 45 seconds as well, says Adam. Yeah, I don't like that. That seems really long. Pat with the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland, this is for you. We got a Marcus Allen for the Raiders. It's for Jessica. Maybe we'll try to research some ways we can adjust some settings.
We also have a new fire start in the active area of Los Angeles County.
I don't know if there's really much we can do on our end, but maybe we can find some things for your guys' end to help the stream be less delayed. There's Bo Nix, base rookie card going to Denver. That's going to go to Mickey.
As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura.
Here's a prismatic Bo Nix in the no huddle parallel pattern.
Additionally, last night I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services.
There you go. That's Mickey with the Denver Broncos. Not numbered, right? Yeah, just the parallel.
Staffed with over 1,000 personnel.
Here is Bucky Irving.
California is exercising
Rookie red for Tampa Bay. That's for Barry. That's to 75.
Western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting
Josh
resources
Downs.
and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point.
Corey Dillon to 99 for the Bengals for Jessica. Just in general, I would monitor your stream, kind of refresh the stream somewhat frequently, or just double check to make sure you're watching live. I think you can hit the live button in a lot of cases, and that should help. Nice, 3 out of 10 Jalen Waddle. Lime green, no huddle, low number. Edward Petty with the Dolphins.
This red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday.
We've got a Blake Corum Portals. It'll be for the Rams, Adam, with the Rams.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Here is a purple Shaq Thompson, 4 out of 49.
It's already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but
Devin with Carolina.
everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders. And
Got another Bucky Irving. He's having a nice season. We'll see him in the playoffs. Barry with the Bucks.
doing the very best they can to protect everybody.
Make a name for himself in the playoffs. And a nice fireworks, Michael Penix Jr. That's going to be for Nick in Atlanta. Nick Stober. Not sure how short printed that parallel is, but still cool to see. Always cool to see. And then we got a Jalen Hurts to 99.
I can't stress enough how much we've got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to get something quickly if we get something scraping off. I think that is critical. This is not over, far from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation.
All right, our second no huddle box. We've got another 6-box break in the store right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get another one going, I feel like we could run this back multiple times if it suits you. Should do it at least one more time. It's sold out fairly quickly too once we got some momentum going.
Los Angeles County Sheriff. Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County Deputy Sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations. They're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress.
All right, next box. Good luck.
Security, which the chief talked about.
We got Rashee Rice, red.
With looting, that is 100% unacceptable.
That'll be for Bradley and the Chiefs.
Do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property.
Jared Goff, Prism Break. And we got a Derek Carr, 1 out of 99 for the Saints. Chad Wright.
I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to.
those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want
And we got a DJ Moore, green, 5 out of 10.
regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have
It's going to be for Joseph K. and the Bears.
and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been
And we got an Anthony Gould, rookie auto for the Blue Horseshoes. That's going to go to Adam Pelly and the Colts.
resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next.
Got a Calvin Ridley, 49 out of 75, Titans.
We are not out of danger.
It's for Adam as well.
Work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example.
We got Foy Oluokun, 89 out of 99 for the Jags. It's going to be for Mark.
And we provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two.
We got Javon Curse to 49 for Adam.
Law enforcement, Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate in helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities, and we're praying that that number doesn't increase.
All right, so that was a couple boxes of Prism. Now let's get into some good stuff here. Gold Standard.
Moving arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I want to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you,
Oh, there it is. A little card that has our YouTube sticker on it. There you go. Got the next mixer on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Got Braylon Allen to 40. And a J.J. McCarthy, 13 out of 40. That's for the Vikings. That's for Adam Pelly.
I'm Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the visitation,
All right.
the windstorm,
Good luck, everybody.
we activated its emergency preparation plan.
Here is Raheem Mostert.
All 114
40 out of 49. Big 3-color patch right there for the Fish, the Fins, the Dolphins. Edward with that one.
1 million gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow through the emergency.
We got Luke McCaffrey, Christian's brother. 383 out of 499 for the Commanders. That'll be for Justin.
To manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severe,
Amon-Ra St. Brown, Heart of Gold. 47 out of 49. 3-color relic there. Nice looking patch. It's going to go to Rex. Tried to trade, couldn't trade Mojo.
we immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters.
It'll be a big part of the Lions' push in the playoffs. And back here is... Oh, I accidentally grabbed 2.
So we ask for your patience. We have
First one is Chris Braswell.
water tankers to continue to
Rookie auto, 10 out of 99.
and our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our system and fill
It's going to go to Barry and the Bucks.
We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water.
And over here is Spencer Rattler. 197 out of 199. Saints, Chad Wright with Nolens.
Because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272 and the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide. Again, it's 90272. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP
All right, good luck. Next gold standard, then we'll do a couple boxes of black.
also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support
Here's 40 out of 40 Will Reichard for the Vikings for Adam. And there's Jonathan Allen, 52 out of 99. That's going to go to Justin and the Commanders. Here is Tyreek Hill. Wow, that's nice. That's out of 10. 6 out of 10. We've got a piece of the Dolphin right here. That is sweet. That's going to be for Edward Petty and the Dolphins. Who knows what's going to happen with Tyreek Hill in his offseason. Looks like the tail of the Dolphin. Somewhere around here. That's awesome. All right, we got Javon Baker, newly minted relic, 21 out of 75. That's going to be for Alejandro and the Patriots. Here is Chris Godwin, white gold. 73 out of 299, Barry and the Bucks.
Mayor, for your leadership, I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline.
Should be a couple autos here. One of them is Braden Fisk. 185 out of 299. Rookie auto for the Rams, Adam.
To thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body.
And back here is Keon Coleman, Eugene with the Buffalo Bills. 41 out of 199. Buffalo! Buffalo Gold. A slot machine that I love, but it does not love me. All right, final 2 boxes. Good luck, everybody.
Mr. Joe.
All right.
Stuff right here, bro.
Oh, thank you, man. All right, we've got Kenneth Walker III, 6 out of 15. Seattle, that's for Spencer. And I think this is a case hit. The Vanta. George Kittle. Or at least a short print. That's going to go to Sean Murphy and the Niners. Nice. All right, we have a redemption here, and it is rookie signature materials, Joe Milton III, who I believe is a Patriot. I think he had a decent, didn't he have a decent week 17? So I don't know, there might be some interest in Joe Milton out there somewhere. Either in the trade market or maybe to battle for a starting job. That could be interesting. All right, that's going to be for Alejandro and the Patriots. All right, we have, ooh, that looks nice. Night Lights, Dante Culpepper. 40 out of 50, I think. Big silver ink autograph. Vikings. That's a good looking card there, Adam. Really like the look of the Night Lights autos. Big on-card autograph. Nice use of the canvas, Dante. And back here is Malik Neighbors, 21 out of 50. Triple relic. The Giant that Nick was looking for. Nick Anderson has the Giants in this one.
Very difficult circumstances. I will add that unfortunately the unthinkable has happened. We've lost 2 schools. 2 schools, elementary schools, serving providing education services.
All right, and the final one. there's our Packers fan Logan saying, too bad it's Vikings. So straight to garbage, he says. Well, maybe the Vantas are not as short printed as I may have originally thought. Should I start from the... All right, here's Jared Goff to 25. As for Rex and the Lions. There's another Vanta for the Niners, Sean Murphy.
You've been listening to a press conference from the LA Emergency Operations
Ricky
Center.
Pearsall.
City and county officials giving a broad recap of all we have seen to date.
Here's another Malik Neighbors, 25 out of 50, triple relic for Nick and the Giants.
North of 1,000 structures damaged or lost, 70,000 people impacted by evacuation orders and warnings. The Palisades fire, we've been preparing for these numbers.
And Capstones, quad relic and autograph. Darren Woodson, 13 out of 99. Oh boy, Rex trying to throw shade to you, Logan. What happened on that last Packers game? None of their starters were playing Rex.
Critical piece of news here, all LAUSD schools will be closed tomorrow.
Dallas, Sean Murphy.
That very sad news about the 2 elementary schools that are a complete loss in the Palisades area.
And Layatu Latu, 70 out of 249. 2-color patch and autograph. Nice silver ink auto going out to the Blue Horseshoes, Adam Pelly. And there you go, gang. A fun little 6-box football mixer. We got another one in the store right now. You can try to win your way in via the fillers, or you can try to just get some spots straight up. Lock those in.
The location that we have is at Solar and Astra. Again, this near...
Got that Joe Milton as well.
There was a fire yesterday that ignited near the Los
A lot of fun stuff. Great patch right there.
That was put out quite fast.
I think this is a great little mixer, so get after it, jaspyscasebreaks.com, and we really haven't hit anything super huge, so we could be on the cusp of that. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Joe. I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye.
Hollywood area and the Grand Canyon area, there are a lot of homes that are there in the hills, along with up and down the roads and on Franklin Avenue and also on Hollywood Boulevard and so forth. So this is very worrisome and just another fire to add to the 4 that are already...
Oh, now Rex is going to walk it back.
From this press conference that we just had is that the Lydia fire at least is 30% contained and at 80 to 100 acres there, and that the forward progress for the Lydia fire has been stopped. The Woodley fire at 30 acres is also under control. The Hearst fire is at 700 acres, but obviously the 2 fires that we've been covering and have had the most destruction and most devastating have been the Palisades fire, which is being described as the most destructive in LA history at 15,000 plus acres with so many, over 1,000 structures, homes and businesses destroyed there. And then the Eden fire where 5 had died and at 10,600 acres. But really it's all about the winds and what we're seeing right now. And that's when, you know, this time of night where we worry the most.
Stephen K, what's going on, man? I am a couple grids away from being in the yellow zones, which is a voluntary evacuation area, and I'm maybe 2 to 4 grids away from a mandatory evacuation zone area.
This fire now burning in the Hollywood Hills to add to the misery and the frustration and the challenges.
So residence-wise, we're pretty close. Work-wise, we're very far away. But we're still getting a lot of smoke and stuff in there.
Frankly, the frightening low humidity levels as well as we navigate another evening of very dangerous fire situations.
We do indeed, Micah. As I'm watching this live shot, if you can go back to the live shot, you can actually see the direction of the smoke, and you can also see it towards the bottom of that fire. Towards the bottom of the fire, you can see that emergency crews are already there and on the scene. You can see the headlight towards the bottom of that ridge where the fires are not quite as, the flames, I should say, are not quite as strong. I was looking at this region.
Yeah, I highly doubt that it would, although I've never seen it get this close in my entire life, and I've lived there for a very long time. I've seen it get closer to the 405, kind of get into that zone right here, but to have it come down this way is the closest I've ever seen. I've never been even close to a voluntary, evacuation, situation, let alone being like a map grid or two away from that. So, but I don't think an actual fire is my imminent danger. I think there's still high winds that could jam up like power lines and stuff like that. The wind is the more immediate concern. Yeah, it is crazy, Logan. But yeah, the wind is really the main thing jamming everybody up. All right, Adam picks up 4 in the triple case break. Well, the wind has died down to it was already red flag wind conditions, and it was way above that. Now it's dropped to minimum red flag wind conditions. So yes, it has died down, but not below a safe level. All right, now Adam, thank you for that, because that allows us to cancel a filler. And I'm going to add 6 full spots back in.
Nothing to report there other than we are still looking at some dangerous winds. I was looking at the wind report from earlier this afternoon, and I've got a long list of very, very impressive numbers, but I wanted to start you off with these. Today's wind reports.
So now we only have to do 2 fillers. If we can move 6 more full spots. Josh Pruse gets luminaries. Yeah, we're still getting like Cat 1 hurricane winds. Just up and down the fire areas. Josh with the Cardinals in luminaries. I think like big rigs are being tipped over on some freeways in the area. But Adam and Josh's orders are the only ones I have in the last 45 minutes. That hit parade is getting pretty close. Instead of what I think we're playing on 4 fillers actually. Instead of 4, we're down to just only doing 2 fillers. The current one and then 1 more plus the 6 full spots. Now, if those 6 full spots sell out right now, I could add another 6 in, and that could potentially be the last filler, the current one. So we're awfully close on that. Yeah, Logan, here, I'll show you what Google satellites can show you. It's Santa Ana winds is what we call it out here. There's the 3 main ones right there. But these Santa Ana winds blow out to the ocean. Yeah, you're right. Usually brush fire season, I guess there is really no brush fire season. It's brush fire season all year long, but usually it does start and blow out east. But you can see the wind there from both fires. They're all blowing out into the ocean. Still thick enough to like kind of affect us in Hermosa Beach right here. So we're seeing some smoke and some ash, thin layers of it on our parking lot and stuff like that. But yeah, the Santa Ana winds, which are usually extremely dry, pushes everything out. The other crazy thing is like where I live in Santa Monica and out here as well, I have like a little thermometer right here. Yes, I did put up a filler for triple threads. That is right. That's right there. That's that Prism pack. Features some really nice teams. No one's been bold enough to take a shot at that yet. Maybe someone can get it started there. Do you remember the filler from last night was only a little bit cheaper than this one? This thing was like $46, $47, so it's not that much higher. Featuring some really nice teams here as well. But yeah, the crazy thing is the humidity. Right? Usually, the humidity, especially since we're so close to the ocean, even on cold, dry days, still like 45%, 50%, pretty easily. So for it to be as low as into the 30% is pretty dry. I think overnight when the winds really pick up, at my house in Santa Monica, it was already down to like 31%, 30%, which is kind of crazy. A lot of dry skin, a lot of chapped lips. And so there's just been like zero moisture around here, which is crazy.
Take if you know your house is going to burn down. You probably don't take much. You realize maybe there's a photograph or two of family or friends. But all of these things that we spend our life collecting really have very little value when the home may disappear.
All right, so not too many orders happening here, so maybe I think I'll pause for a little dinner break. So let's see, to be determined. Let's see what we can get going by the bottom of the hour. My dinner breaks aren't too long. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We'll put a little background music on so you don't have to listen to the depressing news coverage during my dinner break. Watch a little bit of that OKC Cleveland basketball game. Yeah, we need a little more moisture on this side of in the western United States, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, I only see one order coming in, and there's another fire in Hollywood as well. Dang. So now there's another fire in the Hollywood area right there, near Runyon Canyon. That area is being evacuated. I've done some hiking up there. That's near. It's near the Hollywood Bowl area. That's,
Too far down that bird walk in terms of how this might have started. The primary concern at this point is getting the people.
see, am I still at it? I'm still a couple of grids away from a voluntary evacuation.
Hillside Avenue, and there are a number of other streets as well. Camino Palmero Street, all of these under imminent threat. Not only
Jeremy picks up the first spot in the triple threats filler.
just explain the ember caps that come off of a lot of these palm trees. We just saw one go up a few moments ago, and it goes up in a matter of seconds, and the wind is enough here. It is not what we saw last night, but be warned and understand that the wind is certainly enough in this situation
Yeah, Jason and I just watched the end of that game. I mean, both teams are impressive, but that Cavs team, looks really. I mean, both of those teams look really good. It was a really good game. I think it's a lot closer than that scoreline indicated. I mean, this is potentially a finals matchup right here. If OKC had Chet Holmgren, this game's a coin toss. But I mean, I just love how Evan Mobley has really evolved. Darius Garland too. Donovan Mitchell we knew was always pretty good, but now that he's got guys like Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, Big Jared Allen, got some solid guys that can come off the bench. OKC's a similar team too, and they're doing without Chet. Right, can finally finish a game, exactly. And I think that's just experience. That's just the kids, the younger. These guys are drafted so young these days, people forget that not everyone's going to hit the ground running like some players, Sometimes even high draft picks, even like top 5 picks are going to need a couple years of seasoning before they can really start to blossom. And even then, look at guys like, look at a lot of players in the NBA. It's not until like their 6th, 7th year in the league where they're really starting to knock on the door of, hey, am I the superstar that's going to lead my team to an NBA Finals? And Cavs and OKC have all these young players that can really do that. We can show that.
For just a moment, we want to get into the newsroom where Sam's got an updated map for us to show the areas impacted. The red would be the order, the yellow would be the warning. Sam,
Right, we were speaking with Margaret when she was, and LAFD was actively updating this map. Now it's published. Coldwater Canyon is what we're looking at on the left side of your screen. Down to Sunset Boulevard, through the windy and beautiful and historic Sunset Boulevard, and Sunset is now the perimeter for evacuation warning. So Sunset all the way down to Bronson and Van Ness, right here against the 101 on the right side of your screen. That's KTLA right there. So we're watching this very closely. That is the evacuation warning in yellow and evacuation order mandatory.
Also, Kenny Atkinson. Justin, I feel like Kenny Atkinson is the right coach for that team. So that's like the finishing touch. You got a young squad, hungry squad, right? That might have, might have reached its ceiling with blanking on the previous Cavs coach, but you know might have hit the ceiling there.
This is a densely populated area.
Right, Biggerstaff, that's what it was, JB Biggerstaff. And so now, you know, you add Kenny Atkinson, and you got a good-looking team there. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the, you know, and I feel like Kenny Atkinson didn't do too bad with Brooklyn. I just want to say that maybe just ownership and just bad personnel moves just kind of sunk him. But you know, spends a couple time in a couple different places and gets, you know, that's always hard being a first-time head coach too in this day and age. You know, maybe if the Nets kind of stuck with him for another, you know, maybe he evolves into the coach he is now. But sometimes nowadays, people want results so quickly that if you don't hit the ground running like some of the other young coaches, right, you're gonna get fired in like 2-3 seasons. You go backwards, you go back to grind as an assistant again, learn some more, and now I think he's in a perfect spot. Yeah, I mean, he's got to be, right? Kenny Atkins has got to be up there for Coach of the Year. Yeah, I got to say that
That's critical advice. Bob Goldman, thanks for being with us as always. We'll touch base with you throughout the night if you're available. To Sky 5 we go, and Gil Labus. Gil, we're talking about the orders to get out. The LA City Fire.
Yeah, Cleveland is average age almost 27 years old.
That square area, essentially Franklin Village and beyond.
You know, it's a kind of a big difference between some of these older teams up there.
Yes, exactly, Mike and Sheriff. In fact, I'm just hearing LAPD talking about an evacuation center. They're saying Hollywood High School will be an evacuation center for this fire. Let me pan to the left here and show you the streets here. Hollywood Boulevard specifically, and as I zoom in here, you see the congestion from all the cars coming away from the fire here. You can see the cars lined up there. That's Fuller Avenue. And as it approaches the Hollywood Boulevard, you see the jam. Hey, Jim, I'm getting a little bit of exhaust in the shop, but you can see the jam right there at Hollywood and Fuller. Cars are just absolutely jammed on Hollywood Boulevard and also on Fuller going south. Here is Amino Fuller. Also, a lot of vehicles there coming away from the fire right now, and that is definitely a problem for people getting out of this neighborhood, going away from Franklin to Hollywood Boulevard. And as that fire continues, we're picking up a little bit of an orbit here, but you can see the fire just pushing down towards that area. Vehicles trying to get out of that area as quickly as possible, but a bit of a jam on Hollywood Boulevard right now. LAPD doing what they can to clear the streets here, but you can see all the way down the street. It is back.
This fire is kind of right up here. The new Hollywood Hills fire, sort of near the Hollywood sign.
Here's a look at the Runyon Canyon area, and I was asked about the Hollywood Bowl. It's quite a distance from the Hollywood Bowl. Let me pan over and show you that. Here's the 101 freeway here in the Hollywood Bowl, so a lot of homes there in the back, but really those homes are not impacted right now. The fire is pushing to the south, and here's the fire there in Runyon Canyon. As we come back around to the west side of it, you can see the homes there on this street here. This is going to be First on Avenue, and the fire has not, it's actually starting to go down that hillside there a little bit as it burns out towards the west as well. So very difficult firefight for the firefighters to get anybody up there, but they're definitely getting structure protection on the homes and the surrounding streets at this point.
Yeah, it's frightening to be sure, and particularly when you see the people trying to flee. and so many of them, it's a double-edged sword as we bring Vera in talking about these wind gusts. Vera, you see these people trying to get out, and yeah, they're heeding the warning, but the streets are clogged.
All right, gang, listen. We've only seen one order in the last hour. And that was from Jeremy, who got a spot in the triple threads filler. So we are, in about 15 minutes, we'll be halfway at the halfway point of the stream, the halfway point of the show. So hopefully we can kind of get something else going here. We had a decent start to the day. Right, we got a couple filler pack. Jason did that Luminaries earlier today, as well as that. He also got that Mosaic football break done as well, which was awesome. I did a couple filler packs. Oh, and then I don't think I uploaded that football mixer. And that 6-box football mixer, which was also nice. So we had a decent start to our day. What are we going to do in the second half of the day? Accidentally re-uploaded the other video. You know what, I'm going to put that Fanatics Under Wraps into a random number block. It's about time for that. I know, the weather conditions around the country have been crazy. Hopefully everyone's hanging in there. We are out here for sure.
So we're keeping eyes on all communities. As we move into the early morning hours, I'm inching just a little bit into the 6 a.m. hour, the 7 a.m. hour. We're still looking at quite a bit of wind in the higher elevations. You'll see right there that purple on your screen. By late morning, we're still contending with 20 to 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, 50 mile per hour winds. Again, it's encompassing San Gabriel, the high desert, the Hollywood Hills, the Palisades. I mean, really all areas that we've been continuing to keep an eye on. New fires and fires that have already been burning since last night and since yesterday afternoon. Some saving grace by tomorrow night, because we will start to see things go down a little bit, much more so, much more isolated by the time we head to tomorrow and Thursday. But take a look at what happens once we move into Thursday. We're not in the clear yet. I'm stopping the clock. I'm moving quickly just so you can really see what's going to be happening in the next couple of days. This is going to be a long stretch. We are not out of the woods. Of course, Hollywood Hills, Runyon, and Nichols, we are just getting started. It's the 1:30 hour, 2 o'clock hour. Take a look right here.
I think so. I haven't looked at the site yet. Somewhere around there, yeah. We're in single digits on that one. Let me just set up this random number block, and then we can take a look.
But it's only Wednesday, so we do have a few days to go. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. I do want to get back to where we are tonight. Of course, all eyes on tonight. We're going to start at a few hours to go before then, but certainly all of these fires will continue to burn well into tonight, well into tomorrow, and really well into the days to come for some of us. And we'll see again, because when we play that view, the purple areas on your screen indicative of 50 mile per hour winds. The red areas on your screen indicative of 40 mile per hour winds, and we're looking at about 30 mile per hour winds right there. But most in the Hollywood Hills, which again, still strong enough to carry these flames, as we've seen as this fire has been spreading rapidly as we move into tomorrow morning. Again, pretty much everybody affected by that wind. 9:45 tomorrow morning, 10:15 late morning is really when things start to peak. Originally, we were looking at a peak tomorrow night into Friday morning, but it looks like we're really getting the brunt of it 10:15 tomorrow.
All right, so I pulled the remaining teams out of the Fanatics break, and I added a random number block to it. It's up there. So that features some really nice teams, right? Especially the Bears and the Broncos. Buffalo, Dallas, Chargers, and the Falcons are also in the mix. It's all serial number style. Not a bad price point as well. Just 10 left, and we can do that break.
Okay, and we're in January. And this is part of our theme last 2 years. I was looking at just this day last year, we were looking at torrential downpours. So it's just
And for basketball, yeah, still 9 left in that Cosmic Chrome break. Buy at least 2 teams, and you got a chance. You'll get an entry for a chance at the Spurs. So we're not selling the Spurs. We got Boston. We got the Celtics for $60. Mavs $70. Warriors are a nice team for $100. Rockets are $50. Pacers are $40. Lakers are $150. Knicks are $40. Thunder are $40. Suns are $50. Like for example, get the Pacers and the Knicks, $40 each. So those are the 2 cheapest teams remaining there. That gives you the entry, and for a fraction of the price, you might stumble into winning the Spurs. And that's the second half of the case that we popped open last night. The first half did not had I think maybe a couple Wemby rookie cards, but nothing too serious, nothing like this. So give it a look, give it a shot.
Which is what we've been hearing all throughout the day here. A little bit of a hot spot popping up right behind us here. You can see on the mountain. The winds are really picking up too. Not as heavy as we've seen in the past, but they're definitely quite strong. So we have a little bit over here. And we're going to flip the camera back over to you real quick, and then I want to show you a newsman. And then of course we have another hot spot over there. You can see the embers are just flying, and the patrol car, I think, it's going to be making its way right in front of us here. So even though we can't go live up in the Palisades with you, we did go up here and we got some videos to show you. So I want to go to that video now. The first thing I want to show you is this church. because in this neighborhood with the Pacific Palisades, you know, neighborhoods, restaurants, schools, and churches like this one are just gone. This was one of the bigger fires that we saw at Community Methodist Church. The entire church was up in flames.
All right, nice. Justin
Sounds of explosions as
got all the 10 spots. So I can just fill your name in just into those teams. Nice. Eminent coming up.
Now, just down the street from
Saves a
that
lot of work
church,
for me.
we saw this other neighborhood, and it's just heartbreaking. Not much is left. Homes are just
So you got Bears, Broncos, Bills, Cowboys, Chargers, Falcons.
And the streets are just pitch dark up there. The only light you see is from the flames. And then we also went more into town, and we saw one of the main, you know, drags there. Gelson's is gone. This is video of Gelson's. Ralph's is also gone. Interesting enough, though, Palisade Village is still intact for now. But, you know, across the street, Serena and Lily is gone. We spoke with one man who came up to check on his girlfriend's parents' house, and he was saying one of the frustrating things they're experiencing is just the lack of information. Take a listen. Okay. Well, that's what he was telling us, that there's just, you know, he came up here, he lives, he told me where he lives around here, but he came up here on a bike, to go see if he could see his girlfriend's house, because, you know, you don't know. I mean, unfortunately, people are watching it on TV, they may recognize the house, the street, but everything is just so burned, and there's so, it's just destroyed. It's hard to really see where you are, because it looks completely different. It does not look like the Pacific Palisades.
All right, let me just set up this spreadsheet and we'll get it going.
Yeah, that is so very, very sad. And you know, as you're, what's so, it just makes you so emotional, because as you were talking there, I'm getting messages from people that I know that are being newly.
Sorry, Nguyen, let me just drop the checklist for you and you can take a look to see if Brandon Miller signs or not. If the team price was expensive, you can bet that he does have autographs. If they were uncommonly cheap, then you can assume that he doesn't have autographs in there.
It's on fire, or it's under an evacuation order, or some kind of warning. And we've certainly never seen anything like that. And, you know, we don't want to sound, we always try to bring empowerment and hope to our viewers and people that are living in these areas. So the best thing to say is that we do have more firepower, we have more assistance, more resources. Thank goodness for that. But we just saw this new fire break out, the Sunset Fire. So there's still the possibility for things to happen. But, you know, we have to have hope upon hope. So, Lauren, thanks so much. And you stay safe out there as well. And if you could still listen, we'll bring back that Emma Tapp and give us updates on the weather conditions that are really driving.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a random number block randomizer for Eminent Pick Your Team 12, featuring all these nice teams right here. We actually don't have to do a randomizer because Justin bought all the spots. We're just going to fill in his names with those teams. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it. We'll see you in the next video for the break itself. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Got to do the video for posterity.
My family, so I'm keeping very close eyes on it as well. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here, and we'll see by 5 a.m. Okay, actually, I'm going to rewind. Let's go back to midnight. This is going to be just shortly after midnight. We were expecting that first sort of burst of wind to come back tomorrow night. Winds are a little bit in a lull right now. So, again, much calmer than where we've been, and they will continue to stay calmer than where we were last night and this morning. But that doesn't mean that it's not good. So let's stop the clock right here at 1 a.m. And we're keeping eyes on the Santa Monica Mountains, on the Hollywood Hills. We're looking at red in the area. This is 30 to 40 mile per hour wind speeds. And the purple, indicative of 50 mile per hour wind speeds as we move through the San Gabriel and the LA County Mountains. Now we're going to go ahead and stop the clock at 4 a.m. Overnight, things start to pick up the Simi Valley. At eyes on the 118 is full time, and we are looking at 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Same thing goes as we head into the 405 area, into Bel Air, into the mountains right there, into West LA, and the Palisades, of course, as well. To keep an eye where we're looking at maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour winds. Again, a far departure from the 80, 90 100-mile-per-hour winds, but still looking at a lot of purple on the map. We were speaking to San Gabriel's looking at 50-plus-mile-per-hour winds recently through parts of Orange County. Remember, a fire could break out at any time. We have to stay vigilant. Again, multiple fires burning right now. The Hollywood Hills fire, which was known as the Sunset Fire, breaking out not that long ago. Really, just feels like out of nowhere. You know, it could just happen so quickly. And just a few acres has now exploded. Again, this is the Brewers Brush Fire we're talking about near Runyon, exploding at the top of Runyon, Nichols Canyon, right off of Mulholland at the entrance of the park there. Now burning down toward the bottom of Runyon, closer to Fuller and Waddles, which is a separate park right there. Waddles Estate.
Yeah, the shop is far away from any of the fire. I actually live close to the Palisades fire. I'm about a couple map grids away from a voluntary evacuation order. Maybe 3 or 4 grids away from a mandatory order. I don't think it'll come to that. Yeah, I think Pasadena is getting it a lot worse, Terry. Hopefully she's all right, and her family too. I know that area quite well as well. I grew up a little bit, about 30 minutes east of that Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Altadena area, Arcadia area. So that's an area I know pretty well. There's the next case of eminent.
So much that I'll be taking a little bit of a break. This is Juan Fernandez with you here now at 7. The very latest fire to erupt is the Sunset Fire, as you see right here. It is burning in the Hollywood Hills. It is burning.
Yeah, so there's the Palisades fire. I'm in there. I'm a couple grids away. This Pasadena fire has been the crazy one, Terry. I feel bad for your sister because this fire started overnight, your sister-in-law. This fire started overnight and then kind of got out of control really quickly, and people kind of had to panic in the middle of the night, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Or it started really small and then just exploded overnight. So that's kind of a scary area here. This is affecting a lot of homes here too. And then this sunset, the fire near the Hollywood sign just started, and they're evacuating a ton of people out there. Hopefully they can wrap that. I don't think the Palisades and the Eaton Canyon fire, the Pasadena one, I don't think either of those have been contained. Not even close. Winds have died down a little bit from last night, but it's still like it went from worst to bad. Now it's just at bad now. I don't think until Thursday or Thursday night. I don't know. It's hard to predict these winds. You know what I mean? There's to forecast it. I think everyone's having trouble with it, but they're thinking in at least another 24 hours. Oh man, this Runyon Canyon area I know pretty well. I know that street. Good, she's in Glendale, good. Yeah, way out of the way. But that area right there is susceptible to. I've driven through this area hundreds of times. No, I do not. I mean, the fire line's right here. I'm still a considerable ways away. Gosh, if I even have to deal with the mandatory evacuations, that's going to be that would be an absolute catastrophe. I don't think it'll get all the way to me, but if it gets to me, then that means it's burned through all this area right here. It's a dense amount of homes there. That would definitely be bad. I think Dukes is okay.
now. We see that in your shot there, the traffic was a real slow go. Are you hearing anybody
But I think
blaring their horn or
I
any
think
sense of
there's
peace? Or is it right now just a pretty much a calm exodus?
there's other places that have been affected though. I think that winery that's there. The Rosenthal Winery and that old fish taco place, Real Inn, I think is done. Moon Shadows is done. Duke's I think is okay because last I heard, they were actually housing like people who had evacuated. I think it's still there, Terry. I think they're closed for business right now while that area has been locked down. Yeah, Moon Shadows though, Terry. Yeah. If you know Dukes, you know Moon Shadows too. Yeah, Moon Shadows is burned down.
Would they give you alerts, Joe, for Santa Monica if it gets closer?
Yeah, you know what, Tom? We're looking at a shot here from Sky Cal. It's not far from the fire here, the Sunset Fire that we're talking about here. It looks like there's someone's balcony or back balcony on fire right now. It looks like perhaps some Christmas decorations or something on the balcony may have caught fire. And as we're speaking here, it keeps getting more and more intense. And you know, we've often talked about this ember cast, which is how far embers can travel. And Sky Cal was showing us just a moment ago where the Sunset Fire is and where this balcony is. It's not
If it got even close to me, then that means it's gigantically bad.
There's a possibility of maybe a home catching fire. And I'm hoping somebody spots
that?
it if this homeowner is not home. And there's
No, 0%.
You know, things could get a lot worse. I hope there's a helicopter right there.
It's like almost 15,000
They've
acres.
seen it.
0%.
See what they can do there, but it was kind of scary.
Schools are done. I think LA Unified is done, especially with the Hollywood fire that just started. Yeah. From like the beach to like Arcadia, basically. I think they're just saying, no, we're just going to close it down. Oh, they messed with it? We're like, at least the rest of the week, probably, right? Because that wind's not going to go down for a couple days. Yeah.
As we're speaking, Tom, I don't know if it stays this way. It looks like the fire on that balcony is out. I don't know if I can see. I can't see. Maybe the booth can tell me whether or not there's somebody on the balcony because it's such a dark shot. But it looks like for one reason, oh no, it looks like it's sparking up a little bit again. But the good news is that the heavier of the flames have settled down a little bit. But again, we're just
worse in this area.
I'm really hoping that this does not reignite because it is attached to a very nice home there.
Grizzlebees, what's going on?
These homes are pretty close together in proximity.
Yeah, because that fire up here in Malibu, Terry, it actually... The fire that was a few months ago, I think, or whatever that was up in this area, it never jumped PCH. But this time it did jump PCH. So because you're like, wait a second, they're on the other side of PCH. Yeah, it jumped PCH, and there's like patches of areas where like those restaurants and like a lot of the like sort of fancy homes that are along the ocean have all. There's like a stretch of them that have all burned, and there's just nothing.
I've heard from friends who live in Hollywood. They're just off Sunset
You know.
Boulevard. And right when this started, they said if they could.
So there's Duke's, which I think is okay. But moon shadows down here, I think the fire kind of curled its way down to here.
They're not too far from possibly having to evacuate, and already friends who...
Which is crazy. And then the Rosenthal Winery and that Real Inn, sort of fish taco place. It's a really good spot for tacos and beer. You know, those have all been burned down. I don't know about Duke's at the moment, but I think right now they're still okay. So it's pretty crazy.
And as we've been seeing, luckily there are some fire crews already in the hillsides there. And the whole thing is
all right, sorry, distracted folks, but let's get this done.
Did you get the alert that you had to evacuate, or that there was a possibility of
Hi, Teddy.
Here, I'm looking at this hotel, and I'm going to send in a video here. Right here, there's a shooting a little video on top of you of this hotel. It looks like people are evacuating. Some people are out, kind of outside in the front of the hotel, looking at their luggage and stuff. I'm going to send that in right now. This is a hotel in Hollywood. And it's definitely a very large one.
All right, let's get this going here. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
But I'm going to send this in right now so you guys can get a sense of it. But it looks like this is also being evacuated as well. The people are even in these hotels, obviously, it doesn't matter if you're in a hotel or where you are. The evacuation order is impacting you. So I got a text message first, and then I received two phone calls. So it was pretty aggressive.
Were they reverse 911 phone calls, Tom, or what?
No, it was a 213 number, and at first I thought it was a robocall or something because of the, there's that long pause when you get those texts calls like for an advertisement.
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a full case of 2024 Fanatics Under Wraps Eminent Football. Everyone loves this Eminent stuff. We're already on Pick Your Team 12. Loaded up another case on JaspysCaseBreaks.com. A lot of great stuff here. Let's get on with it. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. There it is. On a Wednesday. Justin ended up buying all the spots in that random number block. Saved me the randomizer time, so congrats to him. Thanks for getting all the spots. Then Joseph K. got last spot mojo before I pull all the remaining teams. Eric Clicks with a ton of teams here. Good luck, everybody. Thank you for getting in. Next one is already up. Let me actually change the focus settings here.
That's what's fantastic. And
pull this back a little bit here.
To our viewers, because everybody kind of gets, depending on where you live, depends on what district you belong to, you may be getting either a reverse 911 phone call, a text message. I want everyone to
and here is the case right here. Let's pop this guy open.
To look out for, like you said, you had a 213 number, you weren't sure where it was coming from. But the importance that you do answer, and also keep in mind that the California Attorney General on the phone today, Rob Hunt, telling us that now is the time that's right for people trying to scam and create problems because everyone is in such a it's just basically just a terrible time to really take advantage of that with scams and price gouging and whatnot. So definitely maybe listen to see who's calling and use common sense. See if indeed it is an order to evacuate the neighborhood.
All right.
Time is of the essence. We've already seen what's happened in Pacific Palisades.
You can see on this camera right here, all 10 boxes right over here. We're going to restack them back in here once we finish the break.
Luckily, there are air resources above it, but there were lots of homes there. There was lots of brush that hasn't burned in a lot of time.
All right, and away we go.
A lot of people trying to evacuate the area and get in there. They're living in their homes, a youth hospital, a hotel. A lot of people that are going to be on the roads. And just the Neighbors app that I've been keeping an eye on, that I belong to, because I don't live far from here either, is people wondering where to go. Where do I go? What do I do? And they keep mentioning different streets. Is this part of the evacuation zone? Is this part
Lost, what's going on? No, the shop itself is far away from this fire. I mean, we're getting a lot of smoke and ash, and when we go outside, you can kind of smell it. But no, the shop itself is far away. Here's Ricky Williams. Should be to 10. Nice.
Are you evacuated?
That is 1 out of 10.
No. Okay.
Nice. That's Saints edition going to Capola. It's a nice shot of Ricky Williams diving over the pile there. None of Team Jaspy's except for myself are close to anything. I'm about a couple map grids away from voluntary evacuations in Santa Monica, maybe 4 or 5 grids away from a mandatory evacuation. Hopefully that won't happen. But this is as close as I've been through a lot of brush fires in my neck of the woods. This is the first time I've even been close to a voluntary evacuation. There's Eli Manning. Giants, Steve Locke. No, Nick, yeah, the shop itself is fine. The shop itself is about 18, 20 miles south of everything. What's that?
I was gonna show you the Santa Monica thing. I seen the evacuation area.
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't on camera, right? I live right.
I was gonna say. I think it's somewhere close over there.
So like I'm like two map grids away from like.
So is it because like the red ones is there's a potential like?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
I mean, because that's where the fire is right there. So if there's like a piece of burning wood that wind picks up and throws into, because they've said these have been thrown like a mile.
That's crazy.
So like from my apartment to that zone, that's about a mile. So from that fire spot to right here is about half a mile.
Yeah, so that's why it makes sense. Like they're gonna start.
They want to get rid of those areas and tell people to get out of there in case like an ember flies over there and lands on a rooftop of some big ass house and then like jumps to another house. That's the thing that people are, the wind creating a chain reaction. That's the biggest threat right now. But yeah, Nick, the shop itself is fine. We are about 18, 20 miles south of any of the, probably a little bit more than that, probably 25 miles south of anything next to anything like that, thankfully. Yeah, Hollywood Hills, that just happened about 30 minutes ago. Got Nick Chubb, another low number here. That's for Eric Clicks. Cleveland, this is for you. That's 4 out of 10. Always like the secondary photography on the back looks really sharp as well. I like seeing the low numbers here in this one. But yeah, that Hollywood Hills fire, if you kind of know your LA geography, is it Runyon Canyon? East of or west of the Hollywood Bowl and somewhat close to the Hollywood sign. Yeah, I've got a couple friends just east of me and south of the other fires. Kind of have preliminary plans. I'm probably am going to pack a bag tonight and pack up some expensive stuff that I have at home, musical equipment. Here's Chad Johnson. Nice Ocho Cinco. Bengals, Eric Clicks. 26 out of 50. I'll show you on the maps after this break where my sort of residential region is, and you know if it gets to a point where I have to evacuate, that means it's gotten really, really, really bad, dude. It'd be pretty terrible. I do have cards, but I think the musical instruments that I have is probably more expensive than the cards that I own. There's Jamar Chase, another Bengal for Eric Clicks. 10 out of 50.
It's so surreal what's happening here in Southern California, whether you're watching the fires burning in Pacific.
Yeah, I play a little music, so I've got a few nice guitars that I probably need to pack up.
You just don't want to, right? You just want to think, okay, and I'm sometimes guilty of that. It's not going to happen to me. It's going to pass. Sunset Fire, and you know, every few minutes or so it changes. It looks like the flames going down just a little bit.
All right, next one is.
Up again. The good news is that yes, indeed.
Next one is Mark Andrews.
On the scene there, tackling this fire because they don't want it to spread
He signed this way.
farther than it has. I mean, you can only imagine that it's
Michael, have you seen a 1-of-1 out of this stuff yet?
No.
I feel like we've opened up zillion cases. We have not seen a 1-of-1 yet.
We have hit a lot of reds though.
This is true. This is true. Yeah, I got 2 blues in this break. Adam with the Ravens.
the devastation caused by the fires. Many of you want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we're partnering with the American Red Cross to assist those in need. The Red Cross
Yeah, Nick, I can't tell you how many. Like, it's just really sad. Obviously, I've been watching the news, the local news a lot. There's at least been at least a dozen different people I've seen interviewed that said, "Yep, they just canceled our fire coverage 6 months ago." Yep, you know, my grandma's house in Pasadena, they canceled the fire insurance a year ago. That kind of stuff in these high risk areas. Ooh, Caleb Williams. Justin, the gamble paid off. He bought all of the random number block spots, which included the Bears, and now you got the Caleb Williams. Congrats. You'll have a new coaching staff, new coordinators that'll hopefully unlock him and the Bears. 26 out of 50. There you go, Justin. Congrats. So yeah, I don't know what, you know, I'm not a homeowner. I don't know what the process is next. I guess California or this area is in a state of emergency, so maybe there'll be some emergency funds that could help them, but I can't imagine to be anywhere close to what a payout would be for the insurance on these expensive houses in California. The other sad thing is that a lot of the places in the Palisades I know are really nice properties, but you know, for a good chunk of these people, it's houses that they've inherited, so it's not like they're in $1 million a year jobs or whatever, right? You know, to afford those houses. Like, it's been passed down to them by a family, you know, so it's going to be hard for them to kind of go back home. Here's Micah Parsons. Silver Ink Auto, Micah Parsons, Cowboys, Justin. That was a random number block team, 45 out of 99.
You see a little glow just above. That's where a fire and some hot spots we noted were happening before. I'm peeking myself just to see.
All right, 2 more.
Fires are still active just right around here. I'm gonna bring Ben over so we can try and give you a better look.
They did, yeah. I figured that was going to be a long shot to get any kind of compensation back.
Necessarily enough firefighters to get to all of them because they're scattered so frequently and so all over the place. If there's any solid...
There's Jonathan Taylor, yeah, bunch of cowards in the insurance industry, that's for sure.
Very active fire scene on this building here.
All right, there's Jonathan Taylor, Silver Ink Auto, Colts, Steve Locke, 64 out of 99. That's a touchdown. A touchdown for Jonathan Taylor. All right, and the last one coming up. Thanks, Grizzlebees.
That's a solace you have to take in, seeing the amount of devastation we noted from families across the area, some of the communities watching this evening. But if there's any sort of separate progress, that is one right now. So we're noting that here in Altadena. Upside down, the trees are stretched in, seeing them sort of...
Yeah, we've been tracking that. That happened about 20, 30 minutes ago. All right, last one, folks. J.J. McCarthy's. We had Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy in this one, among others. A couple out of 10s as well. This is a great case.
It's just been nonstop all the way through one, and something certainly as we see another.
It's kind of hard to get a good focus on here at this distance, but there it is. Vikings. Walter with the Vikings, 15 out of 99. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Stay safe out there. We're hanging in here as well. This was Eminent number 12, number 13 in the store right now. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. I'm Joe. I'll see you next time for the next one. Bye-bye.
This is great news, but as you said, for the game tonight, it's a whole different story. It's just hard to see. It's just a lot more stressful, I think, at night. I appreciate your report. Thanks, Gio. All right, let's go to next.
So,
now, our Danny Roberti is
there's where all the fires are.
very violent.
So Hermosa Beach is where the shop is located. We're all the way down here. We're not in any danger at all. The biggest danger we have is a little bit of ash and some smoke irritating our sinuses and our lungs and stuff like that. But so I live in the Santa Monica area, and I'm in this area right here, and that's a couple grids away from a voluntary evacuation. But this fire, the fire line is still right over here. I mean, it would be like Chicago back in the day, 1906 San Francisco earthquake levels of destruction if it were to get to me. But it's still a little scary just because of the winds. The biggest issue is the embers. If an ember flies and lands on a house.
Over the last 24 hours, we've seen gusts up to 50 miles per hour there. That is not the case right now. We're seeing gusts between 20 to 25 miles per hour. I know that seems a lot better than what we saw.
Yeah, thanks, Gavin.
But even with gusts like that, we could see those embers spreading rapidly.
My buddy
All
just
we need
got
is wind speeds of 20 miles per hour,
called
and those
in,
embers are able to spread pretty
and he has to
quickly,
go to
especially when the vegetation is
Oof.
so dry. Yes, that's what we're
Yeah, they're
doing.
calling.
Inland Empire
Yeah,
in Orange County, things are
they're
starting
calling
to
fire departments and police departments from all over.
gusts at around 32 miles per hour. So let's focus on the
Help out.
fire, and the big story is when are we going to get a decent break from these winds? And I'm going to walk you through all of that. Current gusts right now, much better.
Nope, no rain in the forecast. It's all just dry Santa Ana winds, drying out everything and causing problems for our firefighters. Jaspy's is way down there. We're all right. Yeah, have they officially moved that game? This isn't going to go away anytime soon. The SoFi is technically considered a open air stadium. Remember, some of you may remember there was like some thunderstorms in LA a year or two ago, and they actually delayed the game. But SoFi is right in the middle of this smoke path right here, and it's technically open. So, and with the Hollywood fire that just started now, that's going to add to all of that in the area. So they should probably move that game to Arizona, get the teams informed on that as quickly as possible. El Guapo gets the A's in luminaries. Arizona, right? Yeah. All right, thanks, El Guapo. Capola gets the first team in Eminent, 13. That's Niners off the board. Adam Pelly going with the 2-box football mixer. That's a box of Prism and a box of Eminent. Gets the Rams and a chance at a big amount of break credit, $750. Rams, Bills off the board. Cowboys, Bengals off the board. Thank you, Adam. Different Adam, Adam Smitty. Adam Pelly followed by Adam Smitty. Adam S. gets the Dolphins in the next Eminent.
How bad was the air when you walked out of your house today?
How bad was the what?
The air.
Terrible. At least yesterday, air quality was like moderate, according to the weather site. But that was before the Eden fire in Pasadena. That blew everything west, and then it was like, I think air quality was like 84, which is moderately bad, and then today was like 200 or something like that.
I think that one, the Eden fire, that one's even worse now, right? That's the worst one. Yeah, when I walked out of my house today, I was like, whoa.
it looked like in the morning when you wake up, it looks like it's the afternoon, like sunset.
That's correct. Areas like the San Gabriel Valley, seeing these crazy, whipping, howling winds. Tomorrow afternoon, this is focused more on areas like Santa Clarita, up through the mountains. We've got that for the eastern and western San Fernando Valley. Up through our
And Steven just picked up 2 full spots in Sapphire Edition. Nice, thank you, Steven. All right, I'm all caught up on orders. Rex, you think logistically California could build underground sprinkling systems in high fires that deploy during fires, just with really high pressure? You can tell Rex comes from a flat area of the planet. If you've ever stepped foot inside these mountains, it's hard enough to build a house. It's hard enough to drive up Mulholland Canyon. It's hard to build anything there. It's hard enough to build a underground sprinkling system. It would have, the web of sprinkling systems would have to be so huge, because you don't know where a fire is going to happen, and you're talking about thousands of acres. You know, think about how hard it is just to put an irrigation system in farmland. You know, and how much piping that actually takes. It would almost be a complete waste. The only sort of reasonable, I mean, there's no way you're putting a sprinkling system up there, you know, in these mountains. I guess the only thing would maybe be, like, maybe you could create a system along these homes, but that would probably be something the homeowner would probably do. I don't think that would be a state thing. So yeah, no, I mean, I mean, look at all this land. You know, what's one sprinkling system right here? Like, how big of a network would that have to be to cover a fire? Just look at that patch of area. You know, you're telling me you're building a sprinkling system in this environment right here?
I want to tell you that the Sunset Fire anchored in Runyon Canyon area is currently burning at 10 acres.
I mean, just to maintain that would be, you know, would be a massive cost.
The 101 freeway to the east and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. Anyone in that area is under an evacuation order, and they should leave immediately. They should leave.
I mean, you're talking about this kind of terrain.
They should follow orders from any LAFD or LAPD or official city personnel that they're seeing.
To save homes, I guess, but that's probably going to be something that I don't think that's something like the city is going to do or the state is going to do. You know what I mean? I feel like that's on you if you want to create your own water defense system, you know, but I don't think that would be something the state provides. It just wouldn't, I don't think it'd be the best use of the state money. And I think that's something that homeowners will have to just do themselves if they wanted to. But it's not really, I guess if the water shoots directly at the house and to keep that saturated, but then you get to a point of where there's been water pressure issues in some areas of the firefight, where it's like, is it fair for one homeowner to use a lot of high pressured water for one region when the fire department needs it for the entire region? You can kind of go through some ethical issues there as well.
And we have our staff there, Rec and Parks and emergency operations staff there, ready to greet people if they need that support. So there's an evacuation site here.
I mean, some people are talking about just even, you know, and with fires raging at this level, people are talking about like how planes that were dropping 1,000 pounds of water, that the wind literally just blew away the water. So that's why they stopped dropping water overnight in the afternoon, just because the winds were so high. So if we're talking about high winds, imagine that defense system shooting water onto your house only for 60-mile-per-hour gusts blow that water into somewhere else. You know, it's a huge waste of water. You know,
I saw that they were able to
it was just,
start flying back over.
yeah, they have. They've been dropping like flame retardant stuff and
What did you call me?
retardant. Not the other word.
For a fire staging area at Hayward, and then actually that runs more to the west, past Fairfax in that area. So, Councilwoman, I saw the LAPD down there. I assume the Department of Traffic is getting involved as well to help with some of that traffic control.
Absolutely, and LAPD has called in additional resources to be able to manage ingress and egress from the evacuation area. They are already out there, and they've asked for additional resources that are either already been deployed or on their way to being deployed, and that was request for support was maybe as soon as the fire was seen, and so we should have all additional resources in place very, very quickly.
And the other thing, Rex, is that it's just, you don't know where the fire is going to start. You may just end up putting a system in like that, and it was just like, and then just being a huge waste of money.
Why does it keep doing this?
I don't know. What are you doing? You have to be nice to it. Why are you hitting it?
Now it's going on.
Oh, because it's catching on the...
Oh, I didn't even press that.
Oh, wow. Actually all parks that were in the Hillside Circuit Park, including the Observatory, Runyon Canyon, Lake Hollywood, Hollywood Reservoir, which is
I'm saying, hate you.
not our Recon Park. All of that was closed proactively, and so people should not have been able to get in and out of those parks. But now residents will also have to do these orders. We were hoping to take preventative measures, but now we're going to as effectively as we possibly can.
Yeah, and I just wanted to ask too, I mean, I know I heard on the radio when this first started, park rangers were up there. Do you know, was that closure being staffed? So that, obviously there's a million ways to do the running from the entrances, but do you know, was there staff there actually making sure that people wanted to...
You ever go hiking in Runyon Canyon?
We've had staff
You ever go hiking in Runyon Canyon?
including from the Rangers and from
Near the Hollywood sign?
Oh,
checking at different sites.
that's why I said maybe, because I figured it was that one.
That's where that fire is.
More time, but resources are stretched thin. Nevertheless,
Oh, this is why this should be clicked down.
Entrances, and we have information available, like tape, caution tape.
Otherwise it slides over that way.
Knew very visibly that it was closed, even when the ranger was on dealing with an individual who was coming in and out. They still knew not to go in. So, and we
Guided nicely,
proactively
ideally.
spreading the word as well.
No probs. No probs.
Tomorrow and onward, so I hope that you can get the word out about that as well. It's very important to keep the streets clear for.
Geez, gotta ask Michael if he hits his GF like that when she isn't doing what she wants. Well, good news, Rex. You're the one embarrassed now because they broke up. So now you're gonna feel bad.
Wait, what did he say?
Because you were hitting the label machine, and Rex like, geez, you gotta ask Michael if he hits his GF like that. And I was like, well, that's not a problem because,
Wow, Rex, wow.
she dumped him.
Tom, you're very familiar with this area. Tell us what's going on.
Because she said I didn't hit her like I hit the label.
Right.
It's a pretty chaotic scene. There's a lot of people that are kind of just trying to see what's going on. It's so surreal seeing
Now you feel bad, huh, Rex?
trail like this. Many of us
Yeah, they're not together anymore.
Don't spread misinformation
to
on
see
the
the
air.
hillside on fire the way it is.
I broke up.
He dumped her, yeah.
It's horrible.
No, I just wanted to make Rex feel bad. And Mike's been so busted up over it, and he's been crying. No, he hasn't been crying. They did break up, though.
Personnel here, they're hosing down trees right now. They are mobilizing a huge
I do not know.
amount of people to try and stem the spread of this fire in a very densely populated area. Until last night, I would have said there's no way this would spread because I never would have thought what happened in the Palisades would have.
All right, Joseph K. working on the next eminent. Raiders and Eagles off the board.
And thankfully, the winds tonight so much better than they were last night. But still, it's still windy, and there are still gusts, and there is still potential of
And Walter gets the Titans off the board.
down into these neighborhoods that are so densely populated.
All right, folks, so it's 7:40 on the West Coast. 10:40 on the East Coast. It's getting a little bit later. If you want to try to get things going, let's make it happen. We got 10 teams left in Prism Baseball. We got triple threads in the last filler right there. 9 triple threads teams being given away, including the $350 Dodgers, the $300 Yankees, the $300 Pirates, the $250 Reds. Reds might be $300 too. But I think almost $200 Padres. You can win those teams for a fraction of the price. Give it a shot. Plus whatever comes out of that Prism pack. What else? That Sapphire filler. We posted another 6-box football mixer with some fillers attached to it. Absolute's a little over halfway there. That 2-box football mixer, Prism and Eminent, is getting close to single digits. And Mosaic is already halfway there. We just loaded up Eminent. The Cosmic Chrome Basketball, only 9 teams away. And we can... you can get at least 2 to make sure you try to chase after the Spurs in that half-case break. So a lot of options on the website. Get it going. JaspysCaseBreaks.com.
Look at all these firefighters and fire personnel. Police are here as well, trying to make sure the area is secure. Obviously, there's a lot of curiosity for people trying to just kind of see what's going on here.
I should print labels for
It
these.
should obviously be heeding the evacuation warnings. The best thing people can do is to stay away from here. There's so much traffic already. There's so many people. It's hard enough to get through this zone.
Print out labels?
Let alone to have more and more people to try to get like a shot for their TikTok feed here. So if you can, like, just stay back, stay away, and let the firefighters do what they can and get this out. And yeah, I mean, it's very, very, very scary looking at some of these flames on the hillside that are coming down, but they are dousing this entire lower area. This is kind of one of the there's several entrances to Onion, and this is the one for people who come here often, maybe who don't. But just to give you a sense of where we are in terms of the entrance, we're near the hills. We're the North Fuller Avenue entrance, and that's where that's where a lot of people come in. There's usually like a free drink cart here. You pay like a couple bucks for it, and you kind of make your way up through, and then up to the top. But you can see where those trails are right now. That there's just fire and scorched hillside and black smoke coming from all angles there. It just really takes your breath away, and in the worst ways to see. It's 2 days of this. It's a lot. It's just a lot to watch.
It is a lot, Tom. And I'm wondering, looks like these firefighters are settling here. They have some hand tools in their hands. Are they going to be going up into the park, maybe creating some fire breaks? Have you gotten word of what they're planning to do there? Is it they're waiting to get the orders, either that or waiting for the gate to be open for them to head up into the park?
Well, on your email that you've covered these a million times, these fires, you absolutely notice all these very observant. It's exactly right. Yeah, I mean that's they've got these teams ready to go to get up in there to carve those lines, those hand crews there.
Yeah, there's a fire in Runyon Canyon
This is not easy terrain, right? I mean, it's really tough.
where
Just to get a nice, like,
it's kind of these narrow streets. There's a shot of the fire department up here. That area inside there is all.
But it's very tough terrain. It's not easy to get through, especially with equipment.
It's all fire.
And it's very steep. So it looks like what they're kind of doing is just putting a ton of water here at the base, and then I can see air support up there as well.
There's that gate down there. Up in this area, it's all a lot of hot spots there.
A number of enormous challenges, but I just want to keep emphasizing the good news that the wind is not as bad. But sometimes when the fire picks up, it kind of creates its own weather system, and that creates sort of its own challenge. But I do think in terms of just the vibe and the mood.
All right. Also, Eugene gets the Colts in Eminent.
Much better. It's much more controlled. It's not as chaotic.
And Walter gets the Jaguars in Eminent.
Much more frantic. You could just see it in the firefighters. firefighters trying to get to.
And we can run back another eminent tonight if we wanted to.
You could just see, it's not panic, but they were so overextended, and still are, right? But here, I think because Mother Nature is being more cooperative, there's more of an opportunity to attack this fire.
Indeed, and then watching the shot there from Sky Cal, things looking a little better as well, Tom. All right, we're going to keep you there working the story here. We're going to head west now and go to Lauren Posen, live in Pacific Palisades. Lauren, what's happening there right now?
Well, right now we're still getting some of those winds. They're not as strong as we felt earlier in the day, but definitely they're still here. We're down at the bottom of PCH and Sunset because there's just no reception up at the top to show you. But I do want to give you a look around here. There's some water trucks, some tanks that are on standby to go up when the firefighters need that extra water, which is a very good thing. And then I showed Pat this little hotspot in the earlier hour. I want to show you now. It is going down. We heard a little bit of an explosion, and then we looked up in the mountain and we saw a little bit of a fire going there. And that's something we've seen throughout the day, these little hotspots popping up. But this is the least of the fire here. I really want to show you some of the flames we shot earlier. Let's go to this video when we went up to the Palisades. This is a church. The entire community, Methodist church, was just up in flames. We heard steady sounds of explosions as it burned. Firefighters were close by, but they determined the structure just to be too far gone to save, and they moved on to protect other structures in the area. There's also a dry cleaners right next to that church that also burned down. Just across, down the street from the church, we came across what's left of this neighborhood. Most of all the homes are leveled on Hamden Place. You could tell that so many people just left in a hurry. Cars were still left in the garages, and many of them burned down. Power lines also down on the streets, and as the sun went down, the streets just went pitch black. The only light it had was from the first responders, and then the flames from the fire. Also, we went into downtown Pacific Palisades, and it was just heartbreaking. Rolf's is gone. This is a video of Gelson's there. You can see just the whole front. The front
Oh my God.
of the building was okay, but the front completely gone. And it's completely destroyed, as we've been seeing. Just Palisades Village.
Yeah, I think there's been a handful
for
reported
now, but across the
reported
street,
deaths.
Serena and Lily is gone. And that's one of
I don't
the
think
things
any
we're
in the
noticing here.
Palisades
Neighborhoods,
fire,
restaurants, schools, and
but I think
churches.
up in the Pasadena
That's
fire.
what makes this so heartbreaking. We spoke with one man who came up from the valley to check on his girlfriend's parents' house who live in the Palisades. And one of the things he was telling us was how frustrating it is to get some information. Take a listen.
Yeah, so if you want to get an idea of how deep the fire got into residential areas, that's the Gelson supermarket that apparently that was wiped out. I just looked at it.
I thought it would just come along until I ran into something that felt like I should turn back, and yeah, it's pretty devastating.
There's just really no other words for it other than it's heartbreaking and devastating. We've been hearing the word apocalyptic kind of been coming up a lot, and it really is. It's very just eerie as you go up on these streets because it's completely deserted. And you see the firefighters are doing the best they can to get this under control. There's over 1,700 firefighters here on the ground trying to work this fire. You saw the tankers over here on standby as well. Over 1,000 homes. I'm sure there's much more than that, but over 1,000 homes.
But yeah, that fire, which started up here, made its way down here and all the way down like Temescal Canyon Road. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of damage to this high school right here. That burned down. But yeah, a lot of times when these brush fires happen, it never gets all the way down there. Usually it'll be like kind of these homes on the fringes that get messed up a little bit. But it's rare that it jumps PCH to get all the oceanside kind of homes right here. A lot of those have been burned out.
So we asked the experts what you should do and what you should take if you are called on to leave your house.
Nice. Jared's going to go with Luminaries. Gets the Astros. We did a case earlier today, and we got another fresh case loaded up. So if you miss out on your teams this time, don't miss out. Don't miss out next time.
Your children, bring a special toy, bring your favorite blanket, any medications also that you might need along with your pets. A carrier any special dietary needs and toys.
I don't know if I showed you this, Rex,
And to children.
earlier today.
Southern California copes with the devastation caused by the fires. Many of you also want to know how you can help. Well, KCAL cares, and we've been partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
This is the view from from Santa Monica, from my neighborhood, of that fire. That's at night. That's after I got off of work, probably around 11:30, 11:45 at night. That's also at night. That's not a daytime shot. That's the glow of the fire.
Yes, and it's all about the winds, Juan.
This is from my rooftop. You can see how fast the smoke is moving here. Actually, let me hold that steady there.
As soon as we can get a break from these winds, this is going to give our firefighters that opportunity. Thankfully, though, we are done with the peak of the winds. I mean, last night, it was a really, really tough night for this firefight. We were dealing with gusts between 40
So that's all at night. You can see that palm tree swaying on the left. And that's just the smoke illuminated at night by the fire. And these high winds just pushing it pretty quickly across the skyline.
Things are going to start to relax a little bit. And these winds
That's earlier this afternoon from my rooftop.
So here's a look at the two fires.
So that's north.
We've got the Eaton fire right there near Altadena.
And that's west, looking out to the ocean.
Gusts right there really ranging between 20 to 25 miles per hour. I mean, this is nothing like what we saw last night, but it doesn't take much when things are as dry as they are.
Here's maybe about 5 minutes away from my house earlier today. So that's all along the mountains that are tucked away back there.
Wind speeds of about 20 miles per hour to see that, and with vegetation so dry, yes, that also makes it easy. So through areas like the San Fernando Valley, we've got gusts at around 16 miles per hour. Santa Clarita nearing 20 miles per hour right now. Let me bring you over towards the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, it is a little scary, but also not, just because there's so much in between me and the fire. So again, that red line is the fire line right there.
This is much better, but still, we have these
And I'm in that non-yellow area right there. The yellow area is voluntary evacuation. The red shaded areas are mandatory evacuations, and the red line is the fire line right there. So honestly, it's close, but also not. We would have to get through a lot to get to me, and if it does, then this is a disaster of unknown, probably a modern day disaster that's not been seen before. So it's unlikely it'll get anywhere close to me, but I'm keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. Yeah, I think starting last year or so, I think major insurers like State Farm, I think, among others, canceled fire insurance policies, said that we're not going to do it, we're not going to offer it anymore. Now, I don't know if some of these homeowners have found other insurance. If they did, they're probably paying who knows how much more than major insurers. So I have no idea what's happening there. But I was telling everybody earlier, I was watching a lot of local news in the last 24 hours plus. A lot of local news who are interviewing a bunch of different people from different areas who are like, yep, my parents' house, they canceled their fire insurance 6 months ago. My grandma's house, they canceled the fire insurance policy last year, blah, 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 blah. That's a pretty common story. That's going to be one of the interesting kind of storylines following all of this.
Big Bear and Running Springs. These are those gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Not as much of that purple that we saw last night. And then once we get to Friday morning, those winds are going to start to die down. Fire danger is still elevated at this point. But then we'll start to see that onshore flow picking up on Saturday, and that's what we want to see. Here's the thing, though. These red flag conditions, they're with us through at least.
But yeah, a lot of fire insurance policies dropped in these high risk areas, which makes people speculate and wonder, like, how quickly will redevelopment happen in that area.
If fires start, they could spread very quickly. That's because it's still windy, even if it's not as strong as what we saw last night, and still just very, very dry, and that's what makes this fire danger critical or elevated. And typically, we really don't have to worry about this time of the year. But this year's a little bit different. I mean, the last 2 years, we had seen so much rain at this point. But this year, it's our driest start to winter since 1964. In downtown Los Angeles, since the beginning of December, we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain, hardly any rain since last May. And so what makes us so concerning when we get any of these wind events is that things are so dry out there. So that's why these fires can spread so rapidly, and that's what we're seeing right now. Another big piece of this, a lot of you see it outside, you look outside your window, and we're looking at smoke all across Southern California. And
forcing those evacuation orders now, even expanding them, believe it or not, because they are not confident that this is over. Those winds are still coming through at a decent clip, 20 to 30 miles per hour at least, and that is cause for concern in this neighborhood. And the proximity to Hollywood Boulevard and the rest of Hollywood is a paramount concern and a top priority for the fire department and, of course, just everybody. So you're seeing those results right here, but still, this neighborhood is far from out of the woods, something that we're going to continue to keep an eye on here just north of Franklin Avenue, guys.
Yeah. Have you seen any homes at all up in flames, or because so far, even though it was frightening to watch this for the first hour and a half or so, it seems like most of the news is good.
Most of the news is good. There have been no homes that have been touched that we are aware of. The fire department has basically flooded the zone. The one thing I will say is that the fire did at one point jump right in Canyon Road, but those flames have been extinguished. And you're seeing occasional flare-ups now on different sides of where this fire started. But it's slow enough and manageable for the resources they have here. I'm watching a number of helicopters, at least 4 that I can count, literally circling this fire. They have drenched the fire itself. What they can't control is the wind. You can't contain the wind. And if you can't contain the wind, you can't contain the fire. And so the risk and the threat level remains until these winds die down, and then you can actually paint around the fire and dig lines around the fire and drench the fire until it's out. That's how you contain the fire. But with the winds, all it takes is one tall tree to send an ember flying down one of these streets, and it's a whole different ballgame.
I know we saw, I don't know if you saw Tim Caputo's live shot, where that's exactly what happened. It hit a palm tree, and then there was a lot of good Samaritans who were there to put it out, really. Use the hoses and jump on the roof. So, again, you're absolutely right, Chris. All you do need is one ember to hit one tree or slide into one eve, and that's
right. Yep, and the location, I think, is one of the more precarious aspects of this particular fire. I mean, the pictures that we saw when we first got here were nothing less than frightening. Let's be honest. I mean, there was a frightening image of these tall flames blowing directly towards Hollywood. And while it's still not over, and the resources, thankfully, are now in place, and we're in place pretty quick. But, this neighborhood appears, for the time being, to be somewhat spared. But, you don't speak too soon.
Absolutely. And it was frightening, too, because that fire was moving quickly. When you were on Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock, that thing was moving rapidly, and we were watching it before our very eyes kind of go down the canyon. So it was a scary moment. And plus, and Tim was showing this in real time, the gridlock in Hollywood to get people out of the way. That was equally challenging. If the fire didn't slow down, then we would have had a major problem.
Exactly right. And this fire was blowing up. I mean, it was really spreading rapidly, as you mentioned, exponentially, literally, going from a little candle to a full-blown brush fire that was ripping through this canyon with the winds that were really guiding it and blowing it straight towards Hollywood Boulevard. And so, to see it take on this kind of a profile is much more encouraging, but definitely not the time to let your guard down. It is a time to evacuate. A friend of mine lives right down there. He's on his way to my place to evacuate and play it safe. And that's what everybody should be doing down there. All right, Chris, thank you so much. Stay with us because we're approaching the 8 o'clock hour. We want to let our viewers know that we're going to stay with the coverage of this multitude of fires that are burning across Los Angeles right now, and very much still a dire situation. We thank you for joining us as we continue our live fire coverage.
Absolutely, a very special edition of Eyewitness News. We know, again, we're talking about the winds. You're looking at the Sunset Fire that broke out around 6 o'clock. At least that's when we got word of it.
All right, Kevin placing an order.
The wind situation, because
Going with 6 in the Topps Chrome update.
last night, which really prohibited and hindered the fire.
Get 6 full spots. We're going to be able to cancel a filler.
And those tankers to drop some water.
Right, certainly calm enough for that to happen because they were just howling so much last night coming up. So that part of the wind profile is good to know, but there's still a wind concern for what it does to the fire. You have an idea of the Hollywood fire we're talking about right now. Here we're seeing those readings, so right around 10 miles per hour for another couple hours or so, and then really kind of getting down very low in the overnight, early morning hours.
So we were planning on 3 fillers. Now we only have to do 2 fillers. The one that's currently on there, and then 1 more after that. And then plus 5 more spots right there. And Jay just grabbed the Yankees. Big team off the board in luminaries.
That too, part of the traffic picture, all those streets of Hollywood are so narrow streets, and now people are evacuating the areas. So we'll see a lot of areas in red show. That 101 freeway is really, really tough. Right there by the fire around Franklin Avenue, always a tough drive. Like 2 lanes going there anyway. Then you add pretty much the whole neighborhood trying to get out. So you can see right here, right along Hollywood Boulevard, around Franklin Boulevard, the red indicates just pretty much a gridlock that we showed earlier in the live shot with Tim Caputo showing us just how that traffic was affected. So for us here now, we're getting a look at how's this fire. This one, still a concern because winds are still in that 15, 20 mile per hour range. So it's gusts. That's the danger part. Those gusts going 35 to 50 miles per hour, fanning those flames even more, spreading those embers as we mentioned. The Hearst fire, somewhat less of a concern, but still going to watch that because winds in that 20 mile per hour range. That's still a danger. It's a lot less than yesterday, yes. Not just the firefighters, airborne units get up there, but there's still enough wind to cause concerns and certainly to keep this red flag warning in place. So it's a combination of the winds and the very dry conditions, low humidities. That's why this red flag stays in effect. In fact, extended in most areas from Thursday now to Friday at 6 p.m. So all the areas in the red you're seeing under that red flag warning right now. So those are still areas of concern for firefighters moving forward. And we'll see how it tracks over the next.
Yeah, luckily for me, you can kind of tell by the smoke kind of pushing out west. Kind of keeps that fire from going towards my neck of the woods. If it goes, you know, if the wind starts blowing south, and then there'll be greater concerns for me, or if it flips south and east.
But yes, calming down in the overnight hours. That's good news. You see a bit of an increase though as we head towards noon, 2 p.m. tomorrow, but toward the back end of what is now these fire zones all over SoCal. So take a look at the winds here around those fire zones. You see now down single digit, 10 miles per hour. Look at these pockets here. Areas of that red and purple, those are 40, 50 mile per hour gusts. So we're still going to watch for those areas of concern. Again, that Santa Ana profile, north-northeast winds blowing towards the south, southwest. But those pockets of really strong winds are still in play. So not everybody's out the woods as far as that's concerned. Here in the nighttime hours, so we're seeing this still an area of concern around the IE out towards Long Beach. We see some of the Inland Empire areas showing some of those pockets again of those strong winds that are still in play. We are quality certainly impacted in those fire zones, especially around that Pasadena zone. I've never seen that air quality in that really unhelpful way. The red indicates unhealthy air for everybody. So again, as best you can, stay indoors in those parts of that fire zone. So we're gonna have, here's the relief we're gonna get, buddy, but not quite yet. So after the 7-day look shows the temps, a warm action that 70s range, but the wind's still in play. 25, 30 miles per hour at 5 days there Thursday and Friday, but then the weekend comes a little relief on short corner, cool things down just a bit. But then look at this. Back again, winds in play, fire danger concerns to start next week. One more time,
It's not gonna be enough time.
Setting up for us. A couple of warm days, windy days still there, although of course they're coming down, but still a fire danger concern. Thursday, Friday, a little break, a little exhale for Saturday and Sunday, but then hang on Monday, Tuesday, concerns in play.
Yeah, I mean, there are probably tons of kids who have lost have lost homes. Some of them have lost schools in the Palisade area.
And those winds are still in the offshore flow going Thursday and Friday. A bit of a break in the marine area for the weekend, but then winds again, ramping up again to kick off next week for those coastal areas. How about the mountain spots? And of course, mountain spots, winds are still very strong. There's 40, 50 mile per hour range. Tapering down by Friday and into the weekend. A sunny, cool mountain weekend. But then winds again start making their way. Mountain spots, especially the temperatures really, really.
And where are you now? Are you able to get back home? Are they letting you in?
I came over the hill to the valley just for now to be safe, but you know, with the wind, you never know.
Yeah, our images have shown just absolute gridlock, people trying to get out of the area. What was your experience like as you evacuated?
Yeah, it was crazy. Everybody was orderly and respecting each other, but it took about 45 minutes to get out of the area.
And I'm sure, of course, that you have a lot of friends and neighbors. Where did they go? Were they able to get out safely and also make it to maybe perhaps?
So we got 5 more left in TC Update Sapphire, and we're down to 2 fillers instead of 3.
You know, I'm not sure. You never think this can happen to you, especially living in such an urban area. So as soon as I got home, everybody in the building was scrambling and filling their cars. And it really gives you that feeling of, you know, intensity and scared. So,
no, go ahead. Sorry, Jim.
I was just saying everybody was getting out as fast as they could. I'm not sure where everybody went, but.
Yeah. You know, in the face of all we've seen over the last day and a half here, how much did that play in the back of your mind as you move toward home and ultimately away from home?
KC, when it sells out.
Well, that's all I can think about, you know, especially with the wind carrying amber.
We still have 5 full spots and 2 fillers to go.
Fire, the residence is burning. It's unbelievable.
It's, you know, we've all been here, you know, for a long time and have covered many fires, but for some reason this one is just a different animal. It is so close to the
So we're getting there.
populated areas, and so many thousands of people are affected by this. And, you know, like you said, Jake, it's not like something.
Man, yeah, that's got to be traumatic. Brother was 10 and in the Philippines when that volcano erupted. And then a typhoon came in. He's 44 and still scared of thunderstorms because of the thunder. Yeah, that's got to be traumatic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's shocking, but the smoke was so thick and you could see the fire blowing on the hill. It was, you know, there was no doubt but to go.
Well, Jake, we're glad you're okay, that your cat's okay.
Oh, you're Kevin.
And everything.
Yeah, sorry, Kev. There's fillers attached to it.
Thanks so much for
So, but good news is we were able to cancel a filler and add 5 more full spots back in, and we only have to do 2 of those packs now, not 3.
All right, be well. All right.
So I appreciate you getting us there. If we can get some more help, folks, we can do 5 full spots, 2 fillers. We can do 3 fillers, 0 more full spots. We can do 10 full spots, 1 filler. We got a lot of options. Let's get that done. That's a fun one to do.
A lot of gridlock because so many people that live in this area, this densely populated area, were trying to evacuate. And John was actually a part of some of that. He was trying to make his way from KTLA to the scene. And John, are you there with us? All right, it looks like we're gonna.
Yeah, I know sometimes that gets a little annoying, but you know, you look at the schedule, like a break sold out. Why is it not on the schedule? You can see up there. There may be a filler or 2 or more needed to unlock the break. So if you kind of look kind of next to that in the baseball section right there, you'll notice that there's a TC Update Sapphire spot giveaway pack, ladies and gentlemen. So always look out for those. And if it's something sold out and you're wondering, why isn't Joe breaking this triple threads? Well, there's a filler for triple threads that we got to do as well. So keep an eye out for that.
It's just off into the distance. They're just basically beyond these homes right here. Now, the good news is this. Those fire companies just pulled out of here because it looks like fire is getting on top, fire department is getting on top of this blaze, the Sunset Fire. I want to take you to some video captured earlier. Just a chaotic scene as people were trying to evacuate.
Thankfully, Rex, it seems like, especially in the Palisades area, it seems like a lot of people had already had evacuated, had pulled kids out of school and stuff like that. So I don't know how many kids were like directly affected by the fire. You know what I mean? So a lot of people were out of the area.
Runyon Canyon and Nichols Canyon. We also know that, of course, from Sky 5 we've seen the water drops from helicopters. Just gridlock, though, in Hollywood as people were
So
able to evacuate. Authorities came in
I think most people were able to evacuate before. You know, there weren't too many stories of like, oh, so and so, this family was trapped in a fire and barely got out. There haven't been too many, or I haven't seen any stories like that. Hopefully that means, you know, a lot of kids haven't been directly affected by that. They just have to deal with the after effects.
Especially with everything going on, and that it appears the fire department is making progress on this blaze. It's not only good news, but it's remarkable given how stretched thin firefighters are all throughout LA County, given all the wildfires that are currently chewing through so much terrain in our viewing area right now. So we are going to reposition. We're trying to talk to some folks. We're going to reposition, see where those engine companies are, and we'll bring you another update soon.
Wow, knock on wood, but it sounds like this fire over here that kind of popped up they might have a handle on that.
With LA City Fire, Margaret, thanks for checking back in with us as we ask you for an update. Obviously, you had a lot of people that have been heeding the evacuation orders that we were broadcasting immediately after this fire started. What can you share with us, Margaret?
We greatly appreciate all residents adhering to those evacuation orders. As your viewers,
Yeah. I feel like your brother probably dealt with a little more trauma than most people here.
make tremendous progress against
Where the evacuation zones go.
That's the value that they bring to this type of a blaze. We have firefighters that are providing structural defense as well as physically ensuring people are evacuated in some key areas, which are north of Franklin, from Fuller to Visla.
Maybe they're updating it.
And we want to ensure that that specific area within our larger evacuation zone, that specific spot is of utmost concern right now. And so firefighters are going door to door in that area.
So that's going to include Camino Palmero Street, which runs between Vista and Fuller, in that one little pocket there that pushes right up against the canyon.
Yes, it would be everything in between there. We know there's apartment buildings, etc. And this is obviously just one part of our larger evacuation zone. So we are in no way saying that everybody else can stay put. If you're in the zone, please leave. Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard are full of apparatus. So don't try to go east to west on those roads, just go south.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, we have a reporter that's there on the Sunset Strip, and even there is full of fire trucks and apparatus.
Devin, thank you.
So what you're saying, go
Yeah, we got a lot going on here.
Melrose before you go east or west.
Yes.
Thankfully, very far away from the shop. We're down here. I'm down here in Hermosa Beach.
Margaret, you mentioned Hollywood High
But
School.
I live in the Santa Monica area here.
As an evacuation center.
And
That didn't come from me.
it doesn't show the evacuation grids right there, but there's one right over here. I live just outside of these evacuation warning zones, a couple grids outside of it, so hopefully it'll stay that way.
The gridlock. I know you've been watching these images. It's a double-edged sword. It's people.
But thanks, Evan. Yeah, the high winds here. That's been the big issue.
Imagine a frustration that we have seen so intimately of people trying to get out of other fires as well over the last 24 hours plus. Talk about the balance that's involved with trying to get out, even facing frustration in gridlock.
Yes, we see this in many places when there's massive evacuations, even when they have
Oh, yeah.
roads to exit, it's still gonna fill up. We just have too many people. So So you
Yeah, that is a very beautiful drive. A lot of the fire jumped PCH. So you know when you're driving up or down PCH, on the ocean side there are all those homes dotted along there. There's stretches of that area where there's a whole line of homes that are just burned out. I don't think I've ever seen it jump PCH, at least this significantly. Number of restaurants in the area. I think Moon Shadows has been burned down. I think Duke's is still okay. The Real Inn, that's a great fish taco place I like going to. That's been burned down. There's a winery right next to it. That's burned down. Yeah, some of those spots are not going to be recognizable.
Keep that warning and get your go bag ready to go. As we look at this fire, Margaret, they have made so much progress with these water drops, and it looks like there's this one flank right here that it is troubling. But how many acres did it burn, and do we have containment numbers by any chance? And what can you tell us is the latest update on the Sunset Fire?
Well, we don't have any containment numbers at this time. The initial acreage was estimated to be 10. We obviously know it's more than that. It's probably approaching 100, but we don't have any confirmed measured acreage.
All right, Margaret Stewart, thanks again for taking the time to update our viewers. The conversation is invaluable, specifically as it related to those evacuation orders that you helped us broadcast a short time ago. Margaret, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, and just to reiterate, as we go to Courtney, what Margaret just said is that those who are north of Franklin on Vista and Fuller and El Camino Real really need to evacuate, because even though it might look like that the flames are laying down right now and that they might have some kind of control over it with those airdrops and water drops, the reality is that fires are unpredictable, winds are unpredictable, and we just need those people that are up on the foothills to get out of harm's way and to evacuate.
All right, Courtney Friel in the newsroom, who has new video coming in of the situation in the Hollywood Hills as it relates to the Sunset Fire. Courtney.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drive. It's gonna the landscape's gonna look a little different next time you're around.
Below Sunset Boulevard, he was on his roof and he took some video for us, and he was kind of trapped. He said that he was looking towards the Pacific Palisades fire and that he turned around and noticed that this small fire cropped up quickly, and within 5 minutes he says it was about 10 times the size, and then the entire hillside was engulfed in flames within 20 minutes. And look, he's panning down right there. That is Person Ave, and he didn't really know what to do. Like, he's staying put right now because he feels kind of like he's trapped. But also, he went back up on, that's from his roof, that angle. It kind of feels like it's dying down. And as John reported, it kind of seems a little more under control, that the firefighters are doing a really good job with this because they have those water resources this time. So I just wanted to share those images with you. Another point I just wanted to get across for the Sunset Fire, an emergency shelter is at the Pan Pacific Recreation Center on the 7600 block of Beverly Boulevard. So if you don't have a place to go, we're telling everyone to head south, but you can go there for emergency shelter. Sending it back to you.
All right, and for those that might be unaware, Pan Pacific Park is right next to the Grove. It is that park that's right there at the Grove past Fairfax. So you can go inside. It's not going to be at the front. It's going to be inside where that recreation is. So just so that you be aware that that's where they're accepting people.
All right, we're tracking the Sunset Fire, also looking at the Palisades Fire. Rachel Menitoff is there for us once again tonight with new pictures for us. Rachel.
Micah, yeah, we're on Sunset and Monument right now, typically a very populated, busy area, but now it's a ghost town. There's really no one around here except for media and a couple of first responders. We're seeing a lot of firefighters, a lot of rapid response teams from all over, California converging on this area. And you might remember in our last live shot, there were a bunch of fire trucks that drove past us. I've learned that they're heading toward Topanga Canyon. There is a fire on the north side of Topanga Canyon. A lot of people over there are apparently trying to fortify their homes, trying to protect their homes from the fire, which has spread in a northerly direction. An eerie feeling around here. You can probably hear this alarm that just keeps going off in the background. We've got an apocalyptic scene at this Chase Bank, which is completely destroyed. There are a couple of flames inside. It doesn't seem like the fire is spreading significantly, and of course, first responders have to prioritize what they respond to. What we've been noticing is the stark contrast between a building like this one and say the Pharmaca right next door. It's amazing. It's completely unscathed. And then we're on the other side of the street where there's a Chipotle, a Boga, an ice cream shop, a doctor's office, an eyeglass store. All of those completely unscathed. But then you have these individual buildings that were engulfed in flames. And that's what a lot of the neighborhoods around here look like too. You have one or two homes that are completely fine, and then 2, 3, or 4 homes that are decimated. And people are understandably curious and concerned. They've been coming back to their homes today. A lot of young people have been devastated to learn that their family home is no longer. That's been a tough pill to swallow. You see a couple of the police cars coming down this way. It seems as though, they're just heading to these hot spots from one spot to another and doing their best to prioritize areas where they can fortify structures, where they can do structure protection, and where they can save homes. Obviously, a building like this one, this Chase building, is a total loss at this point. This is not something that they can save, but there are other areas and other homes that they are able to save. We caught up with an Army reservist who was just driving by. He stopped to talk to us. He's from Long Beach. He was in the Army.
All right, Steve Locke with the Giants in a minute.
Right now, just to help, just to offer his services. He says, he was in the Army and his duty is to protect and serve, and that's exactly what he's doing tonight. Listen to what he told us.
So I think Jimmy Carter said it best. Maybe we can't help everybody, but all of us can help someone, and someone's losing their house today. So I think that's the most important part, right? Like, besides the politics, besides the distinctions of religion, besides all the nonsense and the noise that's going on nationally, what matters today is that people are losing their livelihoods, they're losing homes, people are dying on top of that hill. And anytime something's happening, and maybe I'm not as strong as I used to be, maybe I'm not as fast as I was when I was in the infantry in my 20s, but I can still grab a shovel and do what I need to do.
Share Micah, it's an eerie feeling out here. It's nearly empty, except for a couple of cars. There are still some lights on, but it's pretty dark for the most part. We've got this alarm ringing, and it's a ghost town. At 8 o'clock at night, this would be a bustling area. People eating, people shopping, hanging out. But obviously, it's now within the evacuation zone and an area that people should avoid. So, a very strange feeling out here tonight. I'll send it back to you.
The words from that young man, that is the spirit that will be required here in Southern California to turn this corner and see the sunlight again from all of us.
To do this together.
Yeah.
It's like we say, heartbreaking to see. It's affected so many people that we know personally, and it's frightening to really to be telling these people's stories, but also to be part of it, and you just hope for the best, that maybe perhaps that we all.
All right, gang. If you're just joining us, we got a lot of things that are getting pretty close. Still got an hour and a half to go, or 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. So plenty of time to get something done. We're gonna have to dig deep, but if we get this late night rally going, we can definitely get something else going here. For example, triple threads down to its last filler. There's the triple threads filler. And that sells out the break. Here is Topps Chrome Sapphire.
We've been in front of this one for the last 2 hours, just watching it burn to the ground. It's so sad. I mean,
If we can move another 5 spots, we can turn that filler into the last filler.
in that house, and just to watch it burn down, I mean, you really feel for them.
What else? We got this 2-box mixer. That's halfway there. Chance to win a lot of break credit. It's over halfway there, almost in single digits. And the Topps Chrome basketball is in single digits. And if you buy at least 2 teams, you'll get an entry to try to get randomized to Spurs in that half case break. So we got a lot of options on the website, ladies and gentlemen. We keep working on that Hit Parade triple case break. There's the filler for that. We got to do multiple fillers. Maybe we can get a little help there. You know, there's other breaks we can work on too. We've got more Mosaic. That's halfway there. NT Collegiate. Half case, fresh case. Absolute is almost in single digits. We got more of those, that gold standard, black and prism no huddle mixer with some fillers for that mixer as well. You know, I mean, we still have time for prism baseball. If we can get this done in the next half hour, it's an hour-long break, but if we can get it done in the next half hour, we can certainly get that on the schedule. Topps Fire baseball, half case, pick a random team 2. 1 spot gets you 2 teams, so we're only selling 15 spots. Triple threats, that's an easy one to do. That's 6 boxes, or 6 spots, and you get a full division. So we wouldn't need too many people to rally around this, and that would be from a fresh case as well. 1 box from a fresh case. Or we can keep chipping away at luminaries. Let's get that halfway there. So a lot of options on the website, ladies and gentlemen. You just tell me what you want, what direction you want me to push this by buying a spot somewhere, anywhere.
And then as we headed up the block, you had, as I mentioned, that food mart. There was also a Bank of America on fire. You keep going up with all these different restaurants that all the people in the community that they were telling me about, you know, people that have lived here for 50-some years, and you know they love to go to Fox's, and you know this man would worship at this mosque, and you know this other business owner we went to St. Mark's Elementary School, which is also burned. And you know this one business owner, he's really been a part of this community for a long time. He helped rebuild this area, Joey Galloway, and he was just so devastated to see. He spoke to us. He lost some of his businesses, and I believe we have that sound. Okay, so I think we're seeing some more video of the devastation once again, and Joe is just telling us about, you know, the history of this neighborhood, and that, you know, once again, over the last 10 years, they've really built it into this vibrant community, and he is just hoping, he knows they're going to have to start at ground zero, but he intends to be one of the people to help rebuild this community once again, and it's going to take quite some time, that's for certain. All right, that's going to do it for me here in Altadena. I'm Mary Beth McDade. We'll send back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Mary Beth, thank you. We want to talk about the air quality because obviously it is unhealthy across Southern California, not just in the fire zones, but downwind as well. The unhealthy air quality conditions are essentially across all of LA County. You can see the wildfire smoke. It's a mixture of small particles and gases and water vapor, and we all know about the burning eyes, the runny nose, the scratchy throat, all those things that can come as a result of being around this wildfire smoke. Authorities are urging you to avoid unnecessary outdoor exposure, limit your physical exertion both indoors and outdoors. You're advised to close your windows and your doors and use air conditioners that recirculate air to filter out those harmful particles. And if you are outside, authorities are urging you to wear an N95 mask if you're in the smoky conditions. And obviously, check with your primary care physician if you have concerns as they relate to respiratory problems. If you're experiencing coughing, shortness of breath, call the doctor, go to urgent care. But essentially, stay inside if you can because it's bad out there. Across much of the San Gabriel Valley and beyond. I know that Palos Palisades fire yesterday was sort of pushing out toward the ocean, so we avoided a lot of that initially, but things have begun to change, and as the smoke dissipates out across the region, it's not something we want to be involved in.
Yeah, it's, you can see the smoke from the Palisades fire pushing inland and to the Los Angeles basin, and so it kind of hangs over there. And then you have the fire coming from now the Sunset Fire that's kind of making it go as well, you know, meeting them in the middle and settling, plus what's coming from the north and from the east, and I mean, it's just coming from all different directions. You know, Vera, and as we check in with you and what the conditions are for the firefighters as well as the winds, because of course that was, you know, what brought us to this point in the first place. You know, we only hope that this is all going to end soon.
Not soon enough, unfortunately, Cher. I mean, I wish I could say, yeah, we're done with it, but, you know, the reality is that we're not, and we need to be vigilant. As they were talking about the air quality outside, remember that the AQMD, even as late as early as last week, I should say, they were issuing air quality alerts because of the poor quality of air, because it's been so stagnant. They were asking you not to burn any wood in your fireplaces unless you were in the mountains above 3,000 feet, but they were asking you not to. And so now, obviously, with the fires, with so many fires in progress around LA County, you know, the interesting thing is as I look and I try to understand, you know, why so many fires in LA County, luckily we haven't seen any in the Inland Empire. We haven't had any reports in Orange County, nothing in the Inland Empire in either Riverside or San Bernardino counties. But I don't know what is going on in LA, but man, oh man, has it been busy here. So as we see things slow down enough to take a breather and let you know what is going on and what you can plan for in the next couple of days, I want to take a moment to go over that with you, at least a small part of it. So we are going to see critical fire conditions until Friday. We are going to see intermittent strong winds across the entire region. That's for as far to the northwest as Ventura, Los Angeles County, even parts of the Inland Empire, Riverside, San Bernardino, and even in Orange County. We are going to see minimal, I want to stress the word minimal, onshore flow, and that will return tomorrow, and then by the evening we're going to start to see more of the offshore flow. Now the onshore push is going to be very minimal, but at least it's an indicator. More importantly, it's an indicator that the easterly winds are slowing enough down to actually allow for the sea breeze to start moving back in, and that is good, even if it's just here and there, because we haven't had any of that onshore flow at all, like none. And that's really important. And as I mentioned, we are going to see some of those localized stronger north to northeast winds as we head into Thursday, into Friday. So again, really important. The current winds out there, take a look. We're still looking at stronger winds in Van Nuys out of the north at 17 miles per hour. Still looking at double-digit wind speeds in Burbank at 12, and even 13 miles per hour, or 23, pardon me. This is going to be in Ontario, and these winds are still out of the northeast. In Corona, out of the east. So we're not quite done with those easterly winds just yet. So we need to keep that in mind and be mindful as we move through the next few days. So I want to talk about some of the winds that we saw early this morning. Mount Lucas in the eastern end of the San Gabriel Valley saw wind gusts at 5 o'clock this morning at 100 miles per hour. Magic Mountain Park or Truck Trail, pardon me.
South of Mulholland, we're east of Laurel Canyon. We thought about the 1982 fire that lost scores of homes, and the fact that there's just so much what we call these rural urban areas.
Where they just been popping up very kind of a few engines that just go by us. I see a few more on the road just up here on Lake Avenue, looks like, because they're just going left and right, trying to knock down as many as they can, preserve what they can. But as we've detailed throughout, just today and in the last 24 hours, there's so much destruction and not enough resources to get to everything at once, where you're left with sites like these. And when we can, we want to take you some video here from earlier, because tonight after the sun set and it's been dark, we haven't seen as many people out as they were when the sun was up, checking in on their homes and trying to see what was left. In the video that we have for you, we ran into someone, his name is Henry, who was got the alert at the last second. He thought that it was just going to pass over, no big deal, but step in and just saying, hey, your house is under evacuation, where you need to go right now, and you just packed up, and you just kind of what you did, and he's been saying his friends in the area since he came back today, and there was nothing left. This is a home that he bought more than a decade ago. The house's history told me went back to the early 1900s. That's how much history is packed in just that home, and now it's just left with nothing. And here's what he said, in terms of being able to handle everything, he seemed to come at it from a certain perspective.
You know, to me, it's a house. I'm not emotionally tied to my house. It's my home. Still, to me, it's just saying, yeah, it was a beautiful house. I wish it could have stayed, but as you can see, you know, this house, my neighbor's house, is one over there, all in a row. This house just doesn't like me. It probably still hasn't hit me that this happened, because I thought this would never happen.
And this is certainly a situation where, when we were talking to him, that, you know, in all of our reports, not just mine, but all of our colleagues across Southern California, you mentioned, we talked to people, and some of them mentioned the frustration of not seeing many firefighters out here, having to deal with insurance. Henry was one of the rare ones who said he wasn't necessarily frustrated by those incidents or by those potential resources here in the area, but insurance was something that was on his mind. He just kind of looked at the can and said, hey, State Farm, I hope you got my back, right? Because that's the next step once we get through everything that we're dealing with right now and what so many people are dealing with, which is safety, prioritizing families, seeing what is left. In a lot of cases, you don't have anything left, and now what are you going to do after that? So many people have spent decades, have spent generations in these homes, and now they have to pick up and say, I guess I have to start over now after all that time of starting, building, and having something there. So it's been incredibly heartbreaking and devastating to hear those stories, to see that it just kind of bounce around here and notice so much, right? And so many things still burning, so many hot spots. Occasionally, you know, I'm just looking across the valley here, and not even a half mile down the street, and you just see the glows of red. And that was something that really struck me when we first got down here, where initially, when the sun is still up, you're noticing just a haze of smoke. The wind occasionally gusts through, and you see everything kind of swirling around you. But now, after the sun sets, it sort of takes on the descent into darkness, something that just kind of hovers over you, maybe subconsciously, and it's a little bit more frightening to see the glows of red, the sparks of red, and knowing that there's just so much more out there, so much more devastation, and not really anything else right now. So, Pat Leslie is just something that obviously we're all documenting and taking in. So many people have to handle in one way or the other. It's not easy.
You said the words document. Yeah, that's very descriptive of what we're all doing, because, you know, we'll never forget this. This is something that is historic for our area, for sure. And I'm sure the dates, the time, we'll always have that in our memory. And for you to be out there witnessing what you're saying is something that you don't just forget, you don't shake it off. It's going to be with you. And that's why we want to remind everyone who has suffered a loss, whether it's home, generation, you know, we do know why people are doing it. We feel it.
That's the last one.
We feel your pain.
The last one we talked on our family, I mean, you know, what was interesting about Gio's shot and the gentleman we reported from, he talked about really not feeling like he processed it, and I can understand that in this community because it feels like they're very much scared. Behind Gio, we saw the building still burning, more than still burning. 24 hours since this fire started, more than 24 hours.
So you put together, you know, I don't know if we're supposed to talk about this now, but, you know, I think if you can, is the senior citizens that were evacuated yesterday, that I just couldn't get out of my mind, because they were truly helpless. They were in a senior citizen home, and with them so much, but to see the people rush and get them out of the center in wheelchairs and rolling them out, some of them on gurneys, people bringing blankets, food, and actually getting public transportation to get them to safety. That's something that stays with me, and we're very happy that they were able to get out. And we're glad that throughout basically. There's so many
that one has everything as well, Pat. Of course, we want to turn things over to Mike Rogers at the desk.
And Mike, you've got a new look at exactly what has burned in that Eden fire.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Eden fire, we're talking about those images from last night, you guys, and when we saw the whole complex camera pop up there, that was just seeing everybody sitting in a 7-Eleven parking lot like that, in wheelchairs and beds and all of that, and we saw them bringing SWAT trucks to try to load people up. It was really remarkable, and that's just one of the many images that won't ever go away after this fire. But I want to zoom into my computer here because I want to show you exactly the area that we're talking about, because for the first time tonight, we are getting a actual footprint of the fire, the Eaton fire, burning over in Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, all of those cities combined. So I want to come in here a little bit because everything you see in the orange here is the actual footprint of the Eaton fire that is burning. So again, I'm going to do the thing, then I'm going to turn off the evacuation so you just see the orange here. But excuse me, everywhere that there is orange is an area that the fire has moved through. And everywhere that is white is a home or a business or a structure. And we're talking about people in our community that this entire neighborhood, multiple neighborhoods, could have been impacted or have been impacted by this fire. And you see how far south it went. Mountain View Cemetery. If you live in Altadena or Pasadena and you know where Mountain View Cemetery is, you can tell just how far down. I mean, almost, look at the fire footprint on this. This almost came to the 210 freeway. Is how far down this one. Your last little hotspots here, and this is the 210 freeway. So we're talking about significant distances that the fire has burned. We talked about all of the fires that we've been covering. Palisades fire specifically, and how far to the west and the east even where that went. And you can see there's also significant growth up in the mountains here as well, from the Eaton fire up into, Mount Wilson is up here as well. Those are some of the cameras that I was showing you last night. And then you see where it pushed to the east into some of these other cities. This is Sierra Madre Boulevard. This is a cluster of homes right up here against the foothill that the fire burned through. So we're really getting a good vantage point here of where the fire burned. I'm going to turn back on those evacuation areas here because you can see how large an evacuation area is, including over here. It actually pushed up earlier today, locking out Flint Ridge, parts of Glendale, even up here along the 210 corridor in La Crescenta, even had an evacuation warning. They still are under mandatory evacuations. And I want to leave you guys with just one thing here because I want to show you, look at all of I can't look at this enough because it's just so jarring to me to see how much of our region is under an evacuation order tonight. When you look at the Palisades fire and how much is burned there and what's under evacuation, and then you have the Hearst fire from last night that's still burning today, then you have the Lydia fire that burned briefly, luckily was knocked down pretty quickly, and the Eaton fire. And just seeing so many of these areas on our maps, if you look at the Eaton fire and the Lydia fire from today, and the two evacuations from the fires almost joined together because of where everything was at. You can see there's just a little bit of a mountain area here that that didn't have to be evacuated, thankfully. It doesn't look like there's really anything up there. I quickly want to leave you with the Sunset Fire, take the sky tower real quick, and show you how much better the scene looks over there. You can see one of the helicopters still flying around, but it is mostly dark. We see pockets of flames a little bit there, but certainly a much better situation. This is how we usually see the Hollywood Hills at night, which is dark. We like to continue to see it dark because that means there are fires.
Wow, I can't believe they took care of that so quickly.
Right now, certainly put on a good show for everyone tonight, guys. It's just really remarkable. We have this helicopter there to get that under control. The last thing we needed is a fire in that area, and I just can't help but think what would have happened if that fire had happened last night in that area. I think we'd be in for a much different situation. So as Tom mentioned, weather conditions help play a great role today in making sure that this is a better situation than what
We were just talking here about we appreciate any good news we can get, and that certainly is good news and very in retrospective. There's no question about that happened yesterday. But can you imagine that?
I mean, there's just so many homes in the Hollywood Hills, but there's so many neighborhoods. Hollywood is totally surrounded, right? I mean, there's the whole, the valleys to the north, the cities to the south, the homes to the west, the 101 to the east. It's just, it would have been a much, much different situation had that fire started in this time.
Another more proof of what we could do. So hopefully, when the firefighters have the resources.
All right, gang. If you want to get something going tonight, in about 15 minutes we'll be approaching the fourth quarter of the show. So we need, if we want to start a late night rally, We got to get something going now. Now, we're a lot closer than you think on a lot of stuff. So just visit the website, jaspyscasebreaks.com, browse around, grab a spot, grab a team. I could help shout out that order, and then maybe that'll inspire someone else to get into the break that you got into. I've only seen one order in the last 45 minutes, and that was 25 minutes ago. So if you want to get something going, help me out. Help each other out.
Now, the reason why we're down here on PCH and Sunset is because there's no cell phone service up in the Palisades, but we were able to go up there and drive around, and we took some video to show you of the destruction. So I want to show you this video now, and it's just, it's heartbreaking to see. These are neighborhoods, these are homes, churches, schools destroyed. We saw so many homes just on fire, flames, just these bright orange flames burning to the ground. You could really tell that people left in a hurry. We saw all those cars you saw those images yesterday of people just leaving their cars and getting out. People left their cars in the garage too, and their garage is really the only thing standing. You can see that car in there, it's burned down, but it's just complete destruction up here. And we spoke to one man, we saw a lot of people on bikes today, and he was coming in, and he said he has friends in the Palisades here, and he wanted to try to check on their house if he could get up there, and he just could not believe what he was seeing. Take a listen.
I didn't know it was bad, and I was driving up towards the trailer yesterday afternoon. I could still see the flames on the top of the mountains, and I knew with these gusty winds it was just going to be devastation, and I didn't realize it was going to hit so many homes. I thought they had it contained up in the hills. It spread with those winds.
At last count, over 1,000 homes have been destroyed. That number most certainly will grow. There were also questions about the fire hydrants and some challenges that firefighters had with them. And I got an update from Captain Eric Scott over at LAFD. And he says, yes, we did have challenges while battling this fire. He says, although LAWDP did fill all the available water storage tanks, I'm reading this because I want to get this right for you, including 3 1-million-gallon tanks located here in the Palisades. He says the problem was when we got to the higher elevations, it was just a case of extreme demand, and that caused a slower refill. So that is what Captain Eric Scott is saying addressing the fire hydrant issues. But Pat and Leslie, again, tonight we're seeing these tanks on standby here. If they need to go up, they're there for them. We've seen tons of fire engines go by here. Firefighters are working very hard to try to get this under control here. These conditions are very volatile. They change on a dime here. These embers, they pick up like this, and that's all you need for another fire to start with an ember. I showed Pat earlier today some little hot spots on the hills here, and those can quickly grow into something much bigger, which we don't want to see. So right now it's just kind of an hour-by-hour assessment here as people are just really holding their breath, waiting for this all to be over. Leslie?
I know, can't talk about how much we appreciate those tankers so much more than we ever have. You're right about that, Lauren. Thank you. We'll be getting back to you shortly as well. In the meantime, the reporter of Madison TV continues our live coverage from West Hollywood for that Sunset Fire is raging. Hi, Madison.
Hi, a very different energy here in the last 20 or 30 minutes than what we saw within the last couple of hours, because it's relatively quiet in this mandatory evacuation zone because people have heeded the warnings. I mean, you see houses with the porch lights on, but the cars are out of the driveway, and many of these streets are actually blocked off so that fire crews can get through. You see a crowd sort of at the end of the street gathering. These are just people that they're looking to see what's going on. Again, this is that mandatory evacuation zone. I've talked to homeowners in this area, some of them, of course, getting out quickly, others staying behind, worried about looting. We did see Los Angeles police on a scene here with one person detained for looting in a street just over. They said they were called in, they were going to stay on scene until it felt like, things were kind of winding down as far as people coming up at the height of the Sunset Fire here a couple of hours ago. It was just sort of getting started. One homeowner said, though, she was afraid to leave because of the looting, and before she left, she wanted to try one last thing to make sure her home was still there when she came back. She said a family friend used their garden hose in another fire, and she wanted to give it a try.
This is the first time, honestly, I've never seen anything like this in LA, ever. And I've been here almost 30 years now. sometime in the afternoon, we started smelling smoke and I don't know, the sky started turning gray color.
I'm going to talk about the energy again because, you know, you don't see much going on behind me. There's an engine. You can see some of the, like, end flames and some of that red light there in the hills just beyond. And this relatively, I say quiet is more of an energy, though you can still hear the water drops happening up ahead. A total change here in the last half hour as everybody has gotten out. There were traffic jams on Hollywood Boulevard issue as people were trying to leave, and now it feels like they're gone and crews are really getting to work on this thing. And just within the last couple of minutes, we've seen at least 3 or 4 helicopters come through with those drops. So they are hitting this thing hard, and you can really feel the energy shift.
It's good to hear, Madison. But we just want to make sure, we know that it's not out yet, right? That fire is still burning in the hill.
Yeah, still burning, just the energy shift as far as people getting out, as far as you can, you know, from where I'm standing, you don't see it burning as much, and crews here on this block, they're kind of using some of the homes we've seen on a couple of blocks. They're getting permission from homeowners to get into their backyards to fight this. You know, so energy, there's that first panic we saw in traffic jams of people trying to evacuate. Now that's since gone, and these streets that once were just bumper to bumper with people leaving are now empty, so crews are working.
All right, we'd rather see bumper crews working than, you know, people in citizens in their vehicles.
Madison, thank you so much. And we talked a lot about that energy because covering those fires, we're not the ones to say, hey, it's safe. That's firefighters. Those are city officials. But when you feel, you know, firefighters start to clear out, you know, things are headed in the right direction. But we do still see some active flames.
But there, like she said, relaxation. You know, when we see different, any kind of emergency situation, right, or breaking news, we sort of see it a bit chaotic, and when we see it slow down a little bit, just even by movement, we go, okay, things must be.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Evelyn, and you're here. We know you had to go home for a minute because you were impacted.
Impacted, packed up, left, nowhere to go currently. I do have 2 sleeping children.
Aw.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sure, like, where? I don't see them.
I know, I just sent you a photo on the other side of the studio, but,
So reminder, these are our community.
That's right.
That's your neighborhood. You've been without power for, I think, 2 days.
A couple days, 2 days now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see what I have. Auntie Pam has a coat.
That's how you know they're really sleeping. Yeah, they're not gonna take that to Auntie Pat because, yeah, they're devastated. So, you know, we're trying to figure it out as well as the rest of Southern California tonight, going home and trying to grab a couple more things before it's just no longer possible. So we are getting a look at a few fires tonight, of course. The latest one we continue to track is the Sunset Fire in Hollywood Hills that continues to burn toward West Hollywood right now. So it's burning on the city side, not on the valley side. It started at the top of Nichols Canyon, continuing downward. And I was just looking at the observation spots. There's not a lot of observation spots nearby, but we were looking at a few nearby. And I will say we're looking at 18 for our wind gusts in the area. So again, that's already a lot better than where we've been with this wind all across Southern California. We were tracking 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. That's right, 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. This was part of really what's transpired over the last couple of days. Now we are down to 50 to 60 miles per hour at most, but really generally speaking, we are currently at 20 miles per hour at the Sunset fire line. And really across all of Southern California, that's really the range. So wind gusts looking a bit like this in the high teens. But you know what else is in the high teens is our relative humidity. And that's problematic because we still have gusts and we still have wind gusts, well, again, in the teens, and relative humidity in the teens or even the single digits. And that's where things get really dangerous because we have so much vegetation rather. We haven't seen any really measurable rain since May, and we are in June. That's right. So only about half an inch or so. I mean, huge low numbers, nothing unpredictable this time last year, where we were actually in zero. So as we look at fire weather right now, we've got current wind gusts with, this is going to take you through some spots. Okay, so first and foremost,
You're looking at Santa Clarita at 18 miles per hour, Stillmont at 22. We're continuing to track conditions right now in Pasadena, of course, in the Canyon, 58 degrees. So temperatures are doing okay tonight. That's the good news. We're not looking at a warm night whatsoever. In fact, temperature is getting very chilly tonight. So that's good news because when it comes to fire danger, it's a recipe. We've got 3 ingredients. The first one being temperature, the second one being humidity, and of course the third being wind. So in Altadena currently we're looking at 7-mile-per-hour wind speeds. That's already good. We're not looking at gusts like where we were. Again, remember we saw isolated gusts between 90 and 100 miles per hour even earlier this morning. Humidity's at 12%. That's not great. It's not ideal. We are in the double digits per se, but we're not even in the teens and almost single digits. So that's where things really get rough because we have so much dry vegetation, and then we've got humidity as low as 12%. That's not a good combination, but of course it's the temperatures, and that's really the only saving grace of the 3 ingredients that we look at when it comes to fire weather. So I do want to do a little sort of before and after. We're showing you wind gusts right now about 20 miles per hour, just a little less than that. As we look at peak gusts right now from earlier today, it was a completely different story. So take a look. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. Simi, where we're looking at a lot of power outages right now, 75 miles per hour. Even Canyon, the peak wind gusts from earlier today, 70 miles per hour. Van Nuys, 67 miles per hour. Altamira, 60 miles per hour. So this is no joke. You saw some extreme wind. So compared to the 90, 70, 60 plus mile per hour winds earlier today, it's already better than 20 miles per hour wind. But that's still significant. It just feels like it's not significant compared to where we were. Of course, everything's relative. But if you take a step back, just on a regular day, we would still be considered under advisory conditions. So current wind gusts, if you want to look at the Palisades right now, it has gotten calmer again. We were looking at wind gusts upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. Now we're down to 15 miles per hour. So conditions letting down a little bit for us tonight. Simi Valley, 19 Malibu right at the coast, 19 miles per hour already. A lot of destruction moving into Malibu because the trajectory of the fires are moving into the east. So going from the Palisades into Malibu all the way up to Phoenix there. So really a huge space affected. We're continuing to look at our futurecast. This is an important tool as we head to the next few hours. We want to know where the wind is, but of course we want to know where the wind is going and how strong it's going to be over the next few hours. So by 1:45 a.m., well after midnight, you'll see in the San Gabriels that of course that's what we're keeping a very close eye. We're looking at orange. When you take a look at the legend, orange corresponds with about 20 mile per hour wind. So again, significant but isolated, continuing to the San Bernardino County Mountains and Riverside County Mountains. Now as we move through the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow morning, we're expecting to see the wind pick up just a little bit into the afternoon. So we're not in the clear yet. We're going to stay vigilant and the fires could still break out. Of course, we're keeping an eye on the latest fire that broke out in the Hollywood Hills, and of course the Palisades in West Southern California. Continue to monitor it all. Evacuations and of course power outages. On top of that, the flames are just ripping through so many communities right now. But in the meantime, if you want to check in with our Brian.
Hi, so we're continuing to watch the fire here in the Palisades area. We moved Skycast since the fire in Runyon Canyon, the Sunset Fire, started to look a little bit better. We moved the chopper over to the Palisades fire because we wanted to get a look at it from the south end. The good news tonight, though, is I don't see a ton of fire activity on the south end. Part of that is because I think some of it is blocked by the smoke. So right now we're going to take SkyCal's picture here. I'll show you actually. It's pretty dark because of where the fire is not happening right now. It's very dark, but there you see some of the hillside. The chopper is going to move up to the valley side of things right now. So for perspective, there is 405 and basically Sunset is where the chopper is right now. We can see a little bit of flames here and there as Oliver moves the camera around. But the good news is really right now we're not seeing anything from that south end of the fire here. But as we look at the other portions of the fire, there are still, of course, huge concerns. And I want to reiterate that the fire here is still out of control, still burning at 0%. And as Oliver is able to move around a little bit more, you'll see some of those flame lengths that we're talking about. In the meantime, though, I'm going to ask Vinny here if we can come to my computer because I want to show you one of the wildfire cameras that are actually, I lied, Vinny. I want to go back to the chopper. Sorry. He just got a good shot. There you go. That's what we're talking about. So as you can see, some still very intense flames that are burning. And Oliver, can you tell me where it is that you're looking at? This looks like it might be Mandeville Canyon. Can you tell? Yeah, I think it's going to be Mandalay Canyon. So on the west side of Mandalay Canyon, of course, Rustic Canyon, Westers Road. So all of those areas, which are, I believe, going to be just west of Mandeville Canyon. And I'll look for sure here in just a second. But you can see that the fire is still very active.
That table was actually kind of high for me. I'd have to serve like up here.
More than 24 hours from where this fire started. There's some more.
You need to lower that table.
Of where he's been looking at. That's the fire road that you see up there in Encino Vista, Topeka Canyon Boulevard. So it is burning.
All right, Jeff, place an order. Jeff getting a big team. Jeff getting the Angels in Luminaries.
Really, in reality, it still is. But as
I'm loving angels instead, and through it all. All right, thank you. I know Luminaries is a ways away, but I do love that product. Let's keep chipping away at that. And listen, we still, I know we're in the fourth, we just started the fourth quarter of the show. There are a number of breaks that are actually close to filling. We can work on a filler pack. That's only $26.99 a pack. We can work on that triple threads filler. We can work on more the Prism Eminent Mixer, Mosaic Football. Peace. Basketball is only down to 9 left. But it's been pretty dead today. It's been almost an hour since anyone said anything to me in the chat. That Angels order was our first order in almost 45 minutes. Pretty much 45 minutes. Only 2 orders in the last hour. But maybe we can get a little late night rally going, folks.
Tonight we saw more beachside homes burning along PCH just south of Latuna Canyon Road. An estimated 1,000 homes and buildings have been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
And Altadena is still on fire tonight. This is new video from within the last hour. Set fire through in the area of Country Club Drive. Structures still burning late into the night. Churches, schools, a gas station, all burning. The Eaton fire has killed 5 people and more than 100 structures, homes, and buildings have been wiped out. There is still no containment at this hour. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pamela.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Catastrophic destruction across LA County tonight.
Oh, there's Rex. Hi, Rex. Thanks.
And let's get right
been dead tonight.
to the reporter, starting with Tom Wade. He's at Runyon Canyon. Of course, that's a beloved hiking spot that has burned dangerously close near home. Tom, what's it looking like now?
And good evening to you, Pat. Well, the good news is, in all that destruction and loss that you were just talking about, iconic Runyon Canyon does look like one of the few bright spots, so to speak, here in the area. Because, as you can see on your screen, there are very few hot spots on the hill on Runyon Canyon right now, and that is a relief to so many people who underwent a very frantic evacuation just a few hours ago when this entire hillside looked like it was going up. Let's get to some video, or aerial video, when that ominous fire really just raging there on the Hollywood Hills, visible from everywhere. You can see it from the 101.
Yeah.
You can see it from
Tell your work. You got Jaspys to watch.
a lot of fear given how dry the brush is here, and obviously what we saw in the previous evening. We've got more video to show you from the ground here. Very, very frightening, even just looking at how firefighters had to just attack this thing, just getting in there as quickly as they could. Just they've swarmed a small army of firefighters getting to the area and just blasting this thing with as much water as they could on the ground and from the air, water drops as well. More ground video, just people, trying to get close up to the fire, and firefighters keeping them back as they tackled this thing. They had ground crews in here, as many people as they could get into the area to carve out fire lines, to get the fire under control. And it does appear, at least in some respect, they have done at least clamp down on the fire. They released some of the engines that were here at the Fuller entrance where we are right now. in Hollywood. That's one of the two main entrances to Runyon. There's several, obviously, but this is one of the main ones. And if you also take a look here, we have some traffic to show you. Just the gridlock, people trying to get out of the area when the evacuation orders went out. I don't live too far away from here, but close enough to the evacuation zone. I got 2 phone calls, a text message. They were frantically trying to alert all of us to get out of the area as quickly as we could to make sure that, you know, if this got worse, there would be a problem. The other issue is the wind, which obviously last night was a major factor. Tonight, not as bad, obviously. That was a big thing. That allowed firefighters obviously to fly their aircraft and to drop a lot of water on the fire. So, very good news here in Hollywood. As firefighters are doing just a
Well, that's good. That Sunset Fire looks like it's not too crazy.
they are trying to get all of these fires out. It's like fire whack-a-mole, and the potential devastation that these fires spread. All these buildings are decades old. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Tom. You know what I was thinking about later on? I mean, when you talked about Hollywood and Highland under an evacuation order, that was just
I mean, that's the center point right there. So busy.
Busy, concrete, nothing, no vegetation. Didn't expect to hear that. But now to the mandatory evacuations that have been issued.
All right, Rex, just delegate that work to somebody else.
Right, Matt, let's go to reporter Madison Heaney, who continues our live fire coverage from West Hollywood. Madison.
Yeah, so Hollywood Boulevard here, very different right now than it was a couple of hours ago because traffic is really, there is not a line of traffic. This was bumper to bumper as those evacuations went into place, people getting out of these neighborhoods that are under that mandatory evacuation zone. We talked to a lot of homeowners who said they were staying put at least for a little while longer, spraying down their homes with water. The energy here is changed in the last 45 minutes in that those evacuations have passed. Traffic is moving here again, and that bumper to bumper that we saw in these neighborhoods has now dispersed as people have gotten out. I did speak to someone who lives in the neighborhood very close to where this fire is burning. He has evacuated and was still sticking around in the area, he says, to let his neighbors know it's time to go. When he ran out of the house, he grabbed with him his shoes and a bullhorn.
It's literally like right there by Rain Canyon. I'm telling you, I was watching the news, I looked out the window, I seen the fire, some of it went into my eye, I can almost, feel like I was going blind. So I just grabbed a bullhorn halfway, got my shoes on my feet, took off running and said, Lord, carry me as far as you can.
He says he's sticking around because he wants his neighbors to know, those that were staying behind after those orders went into place for a couple of hours, that they needed to move. He said he knows, or at least he says he believes his home has not made it through this fire, though that has not been confirmed. He says he's hoping for the best here in this, but he says just knowing how close he got to that fire, it is keeping him anxious tonight. But again, doing that good deed with his bullhorn, he says, to let his neighbors know it's time to go.
That is the neighbor you want to have, right? At the ready and with a bullhorn. Madison, thank you so much for that. Mandatory evacuations are still in effect for the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood.
And PCAL assignment editor Mike Bogler is live at the desk. You've got something going on over there.
I do. I'm sorry. I was just looking at SkyCal, and a fire caught my attention, and I was just talking to Oliver to try to figure out if it's part of the Runyon fire or if it's a different one. So he's going to go over there and investigate it, and it looks like it might be. Sorry, we're looking at it with my monitor. It looks like it might be part of the Runyon fire that kind of slopped over to the backside, and we're trying to figure that out because it's certainly the most active flame that we've seen from. If it is from the Runyon fire, it's the most active flame that we've seen. So thanks Ollie for putting up the map tracker there. Sun-swept drive, the net of place, that light that you're seeing on the cloud, now you see in the top left corner of the screen, is from a LAFD water dropping helicopter that is in the area. So I do think it is part of the same fire, but this may be, no, I don't think it is actually, because that area looks like, so this is just south of Ventura Boulevard. So this is Ventura and Whitsett, up in the hills of Ventura and Whitsett, and Oliver's going to go over there. That is a house that is on fire. Yeah, that's not far from here at all. So if you know the area, it is just going to be to the east of Coldwater. So this is a new fire. Look at that. We've got at least one home on fire. Potentially a second one. Looks like maybe a water tank down there. But this is not going to be part of the Runyon fire. This is going to be a separate fire.
And you don't like to put things out there, but you just wonder why this particular area. I mean, and the home. And it looks to be more than one. We see crews on the ground.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the call time here. 8:52 p.m. is what time the call came out. 3600 block of Sunswept Drive. And they did initially dispatch it as a structure fire. It was not initially dispatched as a brush fire. It was initially dispatched as a structure fire that, as Oliver gets closer, has either turned into a brush fire or is at least more than one structure that we are now looking at. But there is even fire up to the left. So the fire definitely is spreading away from the home. If it did start in the home, it's certainly moving into other directions now as we look at this. And again, this is just south of Ventura Boulevard, off of Whitsett. Basically, Whitsett dead ends at Ventura, but if you were to follow Whitsett all the way down, that is kind of right at the other end of that. So, you know, that school at Virginia and Harvard Westlake is just to the west of it, and then, you know, Ventura Boulevard, there's a Broncos there, there's you know, the chicken, there's a gas station there as well, so it's just right at the end of that. And look at that house, that looks like that's a big house. Yeah.
And look at that right to the left. Yeah. Up on the left. What is that? Is that still part of the house?
That's brush. I think that's brush that is on fire. I think the ember cast, and you can see on the top wall of the shot there, there are lots of embers that are shooting up. And so I think what...
Hey Brian, I'm going to show you this. Here's a prime example. This is what amazes me. So this gives you a really clear idea of the power and the heat we're talking about. As you can see, it's a vehicle. We understand that. This is the part that you can't see, how you can see. This right here, this molten, it looks like, you know, maybe molten plastic something. It's not. It is metal. Listen to that. It is metal. You can pick that up. It's just, it's so heavy, but that is metal. It melted off of this vehicle. The heat was so hot, so strong, that it turned metal into liquid. And that is why nothing could survive in this fire that raged through this area. This is another home. You can see the chimney that is standing there. Yeah, it's just absolutely heartbreaking to see this. And we've seen it as it continues to burn in Pacific Palisades, so many homes there as well. But I would just say for those of us that live up in this area, that live in Pasadena and Altadena area, I've been here for more than 2 decades. I have never seen something like this. And when I came this morning for the first time to see that happen, to see it in the daylight, it heartbreaking, doesn't even begin to touch on it, because I didn't expect this. I thought that maybe we'd have a couple of houses, you guys. I never thought that it would be block after block with house after house after house after house destroyed. Not what I expected, and it is so heartbreaking for so many up here. And you know, as you know, officially, this fight is not over up here. So it is going to take a lot of time to finish, to get containment on the fire here, but more than that, it's going to take a long time to rebuild and regroup and try to figure out what's next. Live in Altadena, Vivian Zutter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leanne, thank you for that live report. We want to get to some breaking news right now. This is a new fire. This is in Studio City. This is off of Sunswept Drive and Vanetta Place in Studio City. You're looking at a house, perhaps 2 Sunswept Drive that are on Sunswept Drive. We do have Chris Christie there setting up. You see the LA City Fire Department that is there. It looks like a hose stream is on that house, but another fire is broken out.
It looks like there's a couple near each other. There's 2 fires. This is very concerning to see this right now. We can sort of hear you, Chris. I'm not sure if you're trying to talk with us, but we are letting you get set up while we cover this fire that just, this is breaking news.
Yeah, colleagues, sorry, I think we're having some ICOM issues, but this is a brand new fire. I count multiple structures on fire here. There is a house fire along Sunswept Drive. There are 2 buildings right there in the foreground. If you look, there are embers blowing in the opposite direction. Go ahead, widen that just a little bit. They're getting water on the fire, but there are embers blowing uphill, and now a new fire. Go ahead, over to the left. There's another structure catching on fire near the top of this hill. This is directly up from Vanetta and Sunswept Drive. You can see the fire in that patio starting on the left-hand side of your screen. Some brush in the middle. There's another house that hasn't been touched yet. But there are 2, I think that's 2 houses that are now on fire, well involved. LA City Fire just getting on scene, getting water on the fire. I wonder if we are going to this is a completely separate part of town. We are in the San Fernando Valley on the Studio City side, kind of right at the edge of Studio City and Sherman Oaks, I would say. And this fire is going really, really good. I almost wonder how long this has been going on. There comes the water drop. They are now dropping water. We were on our way back to Van Nuys Airport to refuel from the Palisades fire. What we caught wind of this one here, which is really rip-roaring at a pretty steady pace and flying up that hillside with those embers already starting secondary fires.
I don't know if you can, hopefully you can hear me. I'm wondering if you could zoom in on the house kind of on the upper left, because I thought I saw movement in there. Are there people in that house, and what are they doing at this point? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we're going to push in there and see what we can see. I don't see any movement inside the house. It's coming right up. I'm almost positive it's on the property line. It's just coming right up against the edge of the home. It looks like a little patio back there maybe, but really, really, really close. They have some protection there, but again, with the winds the way they are, it just takes one of those eaves or pretty much anything outside that house to catch on fire, and all of a sudden you have another structure fire. It's definitely flaring up there. In the meantime, we're keeping an eye on this one as well, which apparently I'm being told, I want to confirm this, it looks like this started a little bit earlier, almost about 20 minutes ago. They've been fighting this fire for about 20 to 25 minutes, so they have probably been on scene just a little bit under that, but look how fast this house fire has exploded into multiple structures that are now going completely up in flames.
Wow. We don't know if this is connected in any way to any of the other fires that we have been seeing. You know, on a typical day in Los Angeles, you have a couple of house fires. So we don't know if this is in some way part of this wildland situation we've been dealing with, but it's become that because it's dry and the wind is taking the embers into the other areas here, as you see. It looks like the backyard or the back deck of that house on the upper left. There's something there that's burning. There's an area in between where it looks like grass or brush or something there that is also on fire. This is at Goodland and Sunswept.
Yeah, and just a quick little look. Chris, you were going to fuel up, so you were heading back to the Van Nuys Airport. I'm taking it because now I'm looking at seeing how close this is to the Runyon Canyon, the Sunset Fire. It's really not that close. It's just under 6 miles.
No,
so
this is nowhere. This is in the opposite direction, nowhere close to that fire.
Yeah.
This is a completely separate incident. Regardless of how it started, we can see how it's going, and you can see whether it was it looks like it very well could have just been a house fire, as Mark mentioned, but a house fire in this environment can tend to be so much more. Look at that, another spot fire starting up the hill, separate from those homes, and that is going to be a harder fire to get to. That's going to be up to the helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, think about how many millions of people live here.
Well, that's just lights. That is not a fire. Sorry. That's just lights. But there's already a spot fire next to that third house, which is on fire. So we can.
But yeah, I mean, you have
two structures
in the Los Angeles area, how many millions of homes do you think there are?
that is clearly threatened by flames.
For however many million people that are there, odds are, you know, someone left something in the oven, someone, you know, put metal in a microwave, someone, you know, embers came out of their fireplace.
Up into the hills is the same direction that the wind is blowing these flames.
wow.
You know, someone left something in a microwave in an apartment complex.
You know this area very well. We lived in Studio City, and this area there's a lot of homes in this area.
There's a lot of
But yeah,
homes
I mean,
in the hills. There's a lot of trees. Not a lot of brush
when you have millions of homes
area, but there are just tons of trees
out here, or millions of people living in millions of residences, yeah, I think odds are you're gonna have a call to a house. Hey, someone was trying to burn leaves in the backyard. Now part of their house is on fire. You know. I had last, I think when I came back home from Christmas, there was an apartment fire right next building over.
You'll see Ventura Boulevard come up on the left side of your screen, not too far but not too close either. Probably about a half a mile, I would say, up from Ventura Boulevard, which is on the right side of your screen, right there. No traffic on Ventura right now. They only have a few
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be possible.
up here, but they're probably gearing up for that as we speak. But as we know all too well, resources are stretched.
I mean, this house fire, that seems pretty suspicious.
A lot of really thick, heavy fuel right behind this house, which is really what's fueling the spreading of this fire. Whether it started as a house fire or not, it is
But,
a brush fire.
I mean, we've had enough brush fires out here where
Up the hill. So we've got already, again,
where few of them, not too many of them end up being arsonists, you know what I mean? It's Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is usually the best explanation, is the philosophical theory. So it's most likely, more often than not, it's natural. Just someone. It could be something as silly as, someone was grilling some burgers in the backyard, and like they used charcoal or whatever, embers from that got caught up in a gust of wind, goes and flies into the backyard, and then boom, starts a fire. It's as crazy as that. High winds knock over power line. I've been in high wind situations where you can hear a transformer blow up in the right conditions, and today are the right conditions. Like you'll get a fire. If you think about how many houses, right? Get all the smoke stuff out of the way. Like all these houses in the hills, right? All these houses that are curled up in these hills, most of these houses, their backyards are facing just natural areas, right? It's like the backyard of this person's home. So now this guy could be barbecuing right there in his barbecue. Gust of wind comes through in a hot day or a windy day. Put some embers right here. Boom. There's your wildfire, Power line, an old tree knocks down a power line, sets off a spark. Then all of a sudden it's in this little canyon area. So you'd be surprised how many houses. This is where the Palisades. I think I heard a fire chief say, like that. There was a backyard fire. Maybe someone burning leaves or someone burned something. Some embers kick into the canyon and start off this fire. So I mean, of all the hundreds of brush fires that have been around in the last, decades, one has been actual arson that I remember. Most of them are natural causes: a lightning strike, a power line going down, gender reveals, like accidents and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know how it works. There has to be sort of bans on. I mean, they announce red flag wind days, and they say, "Hey, don't do this, don't do that." I don't know how those bans are actually policed. Maybe someone's like, "Oh, it's not that bad here," and then they go ahead and grill. I don't think anyone's burning leaves, on a day like this, but who knows? Triple threads, triple threads. Let's get that done. I would love to get triple threads done. That filler's not too far away.
As a possibility because of the way these things have been spreading rapidly. Now, the good news, Colleen, is that it's not as windy as it was before.
Yeah, not as windy today, Lost. Still windy, but not as windy as yesterday. I think there's still like high wind warnings in effect for most of this region for anywhere kind of in this region for the next 2 days or so. Next two, or maybe, what day is today? Wednesday? So maybe another day or two.
I'm not quite sure, but this is a dramatic fire. This is very visual, and again, this area, there are so many people living in these small pockets of the community, even though you're right up against the.
But I mean, it could be something as easy as it just takes one small spark. Someone ashing out of their car. They're ashing their cigarette out of the car as they're driving through an area.
You know the conditions out here. We're still
Could be as easy as that.
Dangerous fires right now, and right now would be a very good time.
But most of it's usually accidental as opposed to like arson. Not saying it couldn't be, but at the end of the day, most of them end up being either accidental or just some random cause, some natural lightning strike, or not a lightning strike in California, but usually it's just high wind knocks over something happens.
Just trust your instincts. I think that is probably the best advice. I know that if I were near this home, I just think, best to get out, even if you get to come back in an hour or two. But there's a very active firefight. It is good to see LA City Fire here fighting this fire, because I know last night they were so stretched then when we were talking about the Palisades fire. Some homes they didn't have any fire protection on it because there was just too many fires that were happening.
All right, and what we're seeing though, what we didn't see last night, 24 hours ago, what we're seeing tonight is that when these fires happen, you're getting a response that's pretty immediate and pretty direct and pinpointed to that fire, because we've got units that have been coming in from different parts of the state. Go ahead, Chris, were you going to say something?
No, I'm sorry. We've got some sparking coming right next to the fire truck here. It looks like it might be a
power line?
Might be a power line that caused it. I don't know. We caught our attention there. We're still keeping a close eye on this, because this is. You're so right. This is a perfect opportunity. There may not be any evacuation orders in place yet for this, and I don't know if there will be. But if you live right above this house, if you live one level up,
I honestly did not expect such a large brush fire. I thought a lot of the high winds would cause more pockets of fires because it would knock over telephone poles or power lines or something like that. There'll be like old trees that get knocked over and getting to power lines. There seems to be some sparking in this television shot right here. I mean, which could be, looks like could be a power line.
What are you seeing in terms of spot fires that are breaking out uphill from this house at this point?
Good question, Lucas. Go ahead and tilt up. Go ahead and tilt up behind the homes. Behind the homes, there is a lot of brush that is now smoldering behind it. There is an orange glow coming. Go ahead and push in on the ground. There's brush, and right in there, you can see a whole side of the hill that is smoldering. There's spot fires in there. In fact, some of those weren't even there a few minutes ago. So this fire is indeed spotting, and another spot to the left. Another spot to the left. This is going to be a couple hundred yards away at the end of that street. What is that? Viewcrest Road. At the very end of Viewcrest Road is a spot fire that was almost certainly started by the embers from that house fire. So this is how fast it happens. And this one is almost more concerning in some ways, guys, because now you have an entire side of the Hollywood Hills opposite Hollywood.
Oh, that's not going to be a good one. I got to get a helicopter over that one.
Yeah, and Chris, we're talking about our viewers who are really hanging on to everybody's words right now, because it's so stressful this evening. So many anxious people watching and hoping that none of these.
And that's the scary part. The wind carrying such dry conditions, the wind can carry a hot ember, land somewhere.
Right next to this house, and they are making a plan. And I know that they're watching this right now, because we are talking about how people, if they feel like they need.
So the fire they're talking about is in Studio City, behind the Sunset Fire. That seemingly somewhat under control.
So basically, where the house is that's on fire is basically right here, this corner, Sunswept Drive. Over here is Viewcrest.
I think this structure is on fire right here.
A number of homes dotted along Viewcrest Road. Again, another one of those very narrow Hollywood Hills sort of streets here in Studio City, and keeping an eye on this very, very closely. If you live on Viewpoint,
I think that other house fire they're talking about is around here, and so the embers kind of go flicker over here.
above the boulevard, Laurel Terrace, of course. This whole area.
Yeah, I mean,
Keeping an eye on this, you should be looking at.
you know, I don't know of this area in particular, but I have hung out a lot in like some of these canyon areas, and you know, like it's super narrow. Like that's Mulholland Drive. It's a famous highway, and it's just this narrow. You know, and you got homes behind those gates that are curling down.
Significant danger. There still might be some danger there. You do see a big response from LA City Fire.
You know, so that's kind of the terrain. So imagine all of this, but everything's dried out.
Units on the ground that are getting water on the fire, the house fire. But just to be sure, there is, of course, the red flag warning that is still in place. It's still
So all of these, you know, like here's another. You can go down this kind of narrow, windy road, and if you've got a house fire over here at the end of the street, you know what I mean? Look at that tight turn and twist that you have to go down there, you know. And then all this is just, if that hillside is just dried out.
There are a lot of people who are struggling right now. You see people need help. And
You know, look at all these sort of narrow streets that you have to twist down, but you know, it's right. These houses are right next to each other.
Stream our newscast on your phone if you do lose power, so you can at least see where these fires are located. And
These are fire roads that they dig back there, and then look at this hillside right here.
This, what a tense situation right here for the residents here in Studio City.
I mean, look, if you look at these terrain maps, you can just see just how much changes in elevation there are.
Concerning to see these fires popping up like this. And this indeed was apparently a structure call out. So they responded out here to a structure fire to find these houses on fire. And not only one, but two. But what we've seen in the last few
Oh yeah, so initially they're saying that the call they got was, hey, this isn't a brush fire, this is a structure fire. You know, then now it's jumped into the vegetation around there.
Especially because of the terrain and the brush behind the homes. But if we wind out and go ahead and pan over to that spot fire, and there are multiple spot fires which are concerning, but I have every confidence that within a few minutes, not too long, they will drop water on that fire, and that should be put to bed. But if this was last night, that spot fire that you see right there would be ripping uphill through Studio City into the Hollywood Hills, just like we saw a little bit earlier where the winds were whipping into Hollywood and you saw that fire exploding exponentially towards, you know, the city of Hollywood. So, you know, now you have this situation on this side of the hill, but I have to imagine in a few minutes they will get water on that fire. It does not seem to be spreading yet, but it's still blowing it back.
Yeah, today's winds are a lot less crazier than yesterday's winds. Like you probably hear the guy in the helicopter saying that, yeah, last night when there were peak winds last night, that probably would have spread a lot more quickly.
Telling us that they are basically kind of on the schedule that you told us. They are dying out. What's the situation as far as the winds are concerned in this part of the San Fernando Valley?
Powerful winds tonight, but they are still there, and it's very, very dry. And as Chris mentions, when he's up there in Air 7 and watching all this happen, it really doesn't take very much. If you have a fire like this one, how this one started, we don't know. Could be an ember, we really just don't know. But the winds are blowing 15 to occasionally 20 miles per hour, and then they'll just go down to almost zero wind velocities. But it's dry. That's why the red flag warning will remain in effect, and it's very frightening, as Chris mentioned, to see a fire like this, a house fire, here in the middle of basically we've been dealing with brush fires happening tonight. But we're watching that, of course, very carefully. And as I mentioned before, the winds are not a big problem there. But anytime you have fire, and you have 8-9% humidity, and anything could happen. So this is still a very dangerous situation. And when we look at the red flag warnings, look at the time we have to go through, all the way through Friday now. Even though the winds are not as powerful.
Yeah, last night at the sort of start of the other fire, the winds were so strong at the beginning of the Palisades fire that they had the fixed wing planes drop water, at their whatever their safe elevation is, and they said even from that elevation, the wind was so strong that it would blow the water away before it could land in a concentrated way. It would just turn the water into mist. And the wind was too strong for that and for the helicopters. So they couldn't do anything. They had to stop the aerial attack. And really, the firefighters at that point were just worried about getting people out, as opposed to like fighting these fires. I think they kind of evacuated the Palisades area before they could even turn their focus onto that. Last night they couldn't run any aerial attack because there was just too much wind. Like, I live in Santa Monica, and it just feels like there was the windows would rattle like there would be in like a small earthquake. You could hear the wind like literally whistling through like apartment buildings and down the street. You can hear things like tumbling over in the alleyway,
So things are getting better, but we're not out of the woods yet. As he said, the red flag warning is remaining in effect. It's still in effect tonight, and even if this is, as apparently it was, according to Chris,
but I think they started. The winds are still pretty strong, but I think safe enough to operate aircraft. So they're going to drop some water on that Hollywood or on the Studio City fire. Kind of sort of an isolated area in that area over there.
Though it does feel calm, and the winds are not nearly as ferocious as they were last night. This is a perfect example of why you cannot let your guard down. And you do need to stay informed. And if you have friends or family who live in this area, give them
the sort of effect of the winds dying down,
they don't have power.
We're going to have a little more smoke kind of settle in this area right here, which is going to be bad for some people.
So I know those do come in handy in the case of an emergency. But again, I'm just looking at this, and what a loss for this family and this community, because you see that home right next to it.
The Palisades fire has been kind of growing more north and west. Right over here, I think might be inching closer this way too. Hopefully not south towards my direction. I don't know how often this is updated. Map was updated recently, but I'm not sure if any hotspots have appeared past this area.
This is happening, and to be aware of different things that have been going on throughout the last 24 hours. And it's helpful because people offer tips. People say, hey, this person might be alone. This person might need some help. I'm here to offer help. It just helps everybody kind of support you.
And remember last time we were speaking with Dr. Lucy Jones, and she said in the last year she's from the community, and she said it's not necessarily because you're really helping each other, it's feeling connected to each other, and you are all in the same situation, and you're trying to help each other, and it gives you that sense.
Looks like they got the Studio City fire knocked out. Let's see what other news coverage there is here.
Neighbor who hasn't had the power, and they're older, and they need your help. Again, see a little bit of wind mixing with your tomorrow as well.
They're also focusing on the Studio City fire.
Side of the street, I believe it's the east side of the street, you'll see a lot of homes on stilts and caissons up there. How close is it to that?
It's east of that. If you go by city blocks, maybe 3 city blocks east of that.
Doctor, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's in the hills, so I could see helicopters around there, the fire department did. There's a fire station right at the bottom of the hill, so they were there very quickly.
And Doctor, anytime you see a fire in the hills, we talk.
Yeah, I'll be out of here about an hour or so.
How close the properties are up in the hills with those
I mean,
narrow, windy roads.
I'm in this area right here. So the yellow is voluntary evacuation. This is mandatory evacuation. That fire line hasn't moved all day, so I think it's mostly moving back here, up through this area. Thankfully, it has not pushed into this area just yet. Hopefully it doesn't. So far, so good.
And now up the street is another fire on Woodson.
You know, there's been some speculation that maybe an ember had flown from Runyon Canyon into this area, and Michael and I...
Is she Studio City now, Hassan?
Yeah.
A house or something crazy?
They said it was a house fire.
Bro, at this point, like, bro, you were just starting shit on purpose.
Thank you.
I've seen a video of this one, like, obviously, but he was like out in like San Bernardino, like near like this abandoned place, and he was just trying to like start a fire.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just like guys starting campfires in the middle of the forest, you know. Someone throws a cigarette, but it's like usually that.
Doctor, are you still with us at all?
I mean, I'm when, so hopefully they contain this.
We were wondering as well.
But yeah, that I'd have to. There'd have to be. I mean, this would be a complete disaster if the fire ever reached me over here. Look at how many streets, how many blocks of dense homes and apartments and condos that it would have to burn through to get to me. It would be. That would be just unimaginable.
We've been told that you've got a call from
because that's just dense, you know, like from San Vicente south, right? There's no like valley or vegetation. It's just like tree-lined streets, just like any suburban neighborhood. But yeah, in the Palisades area, just north of that, there is a lot of. Maybe it's easier here. In the Palisades area, there is a lot of mountains that can kind of creep into the homes that border that area. I mean, you're talking about, you know, and you can still see some gullies, some valleys right down here. If it gets there, that's where you start getting worried. Basically, if it crosses San Vicente, I mean, even if it gets to Riviera Country Club, that's a nice golf course right there. Basically, if it gets there, then the risk of fires, that's where you worry about it jumping, you know what I mean? So there's kind of, that's where you worry about it'll jump streets. And then you got an urban fire situation, which would be, I mean, that's completely disaster, you know. The Palisades area that's a little north of where I live, I mean, that's just, you can see that it's just a cluster of homes, neighborhoods, but you can see how a fire can whip through down there, and then it'll burn out some like areas down here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you again.
There's a little more risk of that because there's neighborhoods and shopping malls, and behind them is like a valley of, you know, like you can see where a fire could whip right down through here. Like that fire whipped through this area right here and whipped down here and ended up burning out this Gelson's, believe it or not. That's how far the fire has gotten in the main epicenter. You know, so that's where it's gotten really crazy in that area. So, you know, hopefully, if I have to be evacuated, then that means, you know, and I don't want that to happen because that means like the worst possible scenario has happened.
We appreciate you giving us a call and giving us your input.
And if you have like city blocks on fire, it's a lot harder to defend when fires could easily jump from building to building in a dense urban area.
Business just off of Ventura Boulevard. He's about a quarter mile from what you're looking at here right now. He got the call from his daughter, who was hysterical. They've all since moved out, so they're safe. And again, keeping up to date on what's happening, watching what's happening on the local news.
You know what was great? He was able to really pinpoint the location for us. And we were in a whole different direction, thinking it was closer to the Studio City side of Laurel Canyon, and somewhere it's between Laurel Canyon and Coldwater Canyon. I see Melissa McGee is standing by right now, and as we continue to look at this picture from News Chopper 4, give us an idea of the winds out there.
Like he said, the wind is barely breezy. Did you hear him say that? And also the winds are fairly light. So we've got the winds coming in out of the north-northwest. Relative humidity, though, is dry. And he is correct in the sense that this fire is sandwiched in between Coldwater Canyon and Laurel Canyon, and it's south of the boulevard. Just to give people an idea of what's north of the boulevard, once you cross over Ventura, you're very close to Whitsett, which is where he was calling from. And also, if you continue to go further down Whitsett and then travel over to the west, you're close to the Sportsman Lodge area, where a lot of people are familiar with that. That's right off of Coldwater Canyon as well. So the winds are light, but it's dry, and it's moving into an area where there are a lot of homes. And like we've been seeing, it looks like it's going to be hard for evacuation in the sense that we're doing very narrow roads. So folks trying to get out as firefighters are trying to come up and battle the blaze there. And on top of that, you got hot spots that are moving in around that fire.
Melissa, Michael, I just found the information I was looking for. We got an alert from the LAFD regarding the fire burning near Laurel Canyon. And it says, and I'm quoting here, Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, Coldwater, Ventura Boulevard, those nearby need to be ready to evacuate, just in case there's a turn for the worse here.
And as we spoke to the doc not too long ago, he's within the vicinity, and he is heated again this morning. He and his family were out, and they have moved to a safer place. And again, we'll just continue to see what happens as we continue to clock these fires all around Southern California.
Let's check back in with News Chopper 4 and Julia Day.
So the fire they're talking about on TV is right here. You can already see that there's road closures here already, but they're kind of warning this area right here.
Through the roof at this first structure that fell victim to this fire on Sunswept Drive. It collapsed on air, and now flames are just chewing through the roof. Firefighters have stationed themselves now on the adjacent property. You can see they're standing on the roof here and shooting water at these flames, but they still don't have this under control. And what's more, it looks like the adjacent structure is catching fire as well. Look at this. We were worried about the stairs that firefighters were going up to try and fight this more aggressively, but embers have jumped over to this neighboring home. We don't see any lights on. I don't think anybody is home, but for anybody who has not evacuated yet, right, we're talking about these narrow canyon roads, these narrow winding roads, and now to the north of Sunswept Drive, we have fire trucks lining these streets, protecting additional homes that could be threatened. So that's going to make it even harder for residents who are trying to get out. And then earlier we showed you another hotspot, which in size is comparable to what we see burning here. The difference is that other hotspot to my left isn't threatening any homes just yet. We don't even see firefighters over there. As I zoom out, that's on the other hillside here. You might not be able to see it. But this firefight still very much underway, active, and we did get that same alert that Colleen just read live. That was as Dr. Ron was talking about being on alert and his daughter being in hysterics. They are warning people here about potential evacuations. So at this point, this is just an evacuation warning. But same thing we saw earlier with the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. Moments after getting that first alert, my phone was going off in the helicopter about potential evacuations. Within 10 minutes, we got the alert about the mandatory evacuation order. So anybody in this area who has not done so already, now is the time to start packing your go bags.
I gotta say, from this vantage point, it looks as if things look slightly better than
Slightly is a
slightly, that's the caveat there. Slightly better than it did when you first rolled up, Julie.
Slightly better. We're seeing more smoke, less flames, but you got to take into consideration the direction of these flames. I think this house, this first structure, it's burning out. It's burning to the ground. But flames are now spreading to the right. So there is an entire structure here for it to chew through, and then next to that, another one just steps away. And look at how closely these homes are packed together. Look at how.
All right, listen, gang. I know it's really quieted down in the last couple hours or so, but if you want to try to get something done, you know, we can work on that triple threads filler. We got to do 2 of these update fillers, but sorry, I'm chewing on some candy here. But maybe we can get one of those done tonight. That's only $26.99 a spot.
Julie, are you seeing any of that there?
You know, maybe we can get this this 2-box football mixer a little bit closer. Maybe we can get that basketball break going here.
That means people have gotten out of here. They've gotten out of the way of the fire department. They're letting the professionals handle this, so they know where it is safe to set up. They know which roofs they can climb onto. They know which staircases they can drag their hose up. We haven't seen any additional structural collapse since that home, that 4-story home, went down. That was about 20 minutes ago. Now, we do have some new information that I want to repeat from the LA County Fire Department. They're now confirming this is not related to the Sunset Fire. This has nothing to do with what we covered earlier in the Hollywood Hills. So still unclear how this started, what sparked this, where it came from, but this is not related to what is happening on the other side of the hills.
And again, I think it bears repeating here, Colleen, that this fire burning near Laurel Canyon, Mulholland, Coldwater Canyon, and Turf Boulevard, those nearby should get set for what we're calling a potential evacuation. You know, they're being advised here to monitor local newscasts, LAFD social media. Again, evacuate preparation, info, just be ready, be set, and be ready to go.
Because we have seen how quickly things change. I mean, last night, never more evident. I mean, we had gusts, and then we had hurricane gusts later in the evening. And while our meteorologists tell us that's not going to happen, as Melissa pointed out, even a small gust is enough to fuel hotspots spotting ahead here.
Again, this is what we believe to be a 4-story structure here. Julia Dang live over at News Chapter 4, and we pulled up, what would you say, 20-25 minutes ago. And when you rounded sort of a canyon there, boom, there it was. And, you know, though it's still engulfed now, we can say, or at least I will say, it looks slightly better, but the firefight here continues.
I would agree. It looks slightly better than what we saw when we first pulled up. Certainly better than when that first structure was fully engulfed. The trouble now is, will this spread to adjacent structures? That one on the left, that is still burning out of control. But if this spreads to the right, if this spreads to the north of Sunswept Drive, where those fire trucks are now stationed at the ready, this could be a very long night here in Studio City, a devastating night. But for now, this does look better. We're seeing more smoke than fire. We're seeing light smoke. But look with me as I zoom in near the top of this property, near the northern edge. It looks to me like things might be heating up here. So if embers jump from that home to the left of my screen over to the right-hand side, there's a house here that's several stories that could also go down. The firefighters now standing here shooting water from that property onto this first structure.
And looking at the number of embers on this narrow street, you have to think to yourself, if in fact residents there wanted to get out at this point, it would be hard for us to get a car or two out of there.
The advantage, at least for firefighters tonight, and Melissa can chime in once again on this, is the fact that unlike this time last night, we don't have those egregious winds to deal with. That is the break, at least for firefighters, whether it's the Sunset Fire, which from what I understand now is in mop-up mode, and this fire here.
Right, that's the saving grace. If this was happening last night, like you mentioned, it would be a bit of a different beast because we were dealing with unprecedented winds across our region. So imagine those winds when they were hurricane force, like Colleen was mentioning, some spots we had winds up to 100 miles per hour, so that's a strong Category 1 storm. So imagine that wind down on the ground. Thankfully tonight, that's not the case. And like the gentleman we just interviewed, he said there in Studio City, it's barely breezy. But the problem is that it's so dry. It's really dry. And then you have all of that vegetation as that fire marches up the hill. It only helps to energize that fire and helps to move those flames along a bit faster than you would normally see.
Julia Vinning vying for us in News Check Report. Julia, is this the same property or a different property here?
We're still trying to figure out if this is two separate properties. That was the first question we had when we pulled up about 30 minutes ago. We do know this is a separate structure. It could be an ADU, it could be a neighboring property, but there's something, as we come around in the helicopter, there's something out front that appears to be flaring up. I think it's some more of that dry brush Melissa was just talking about. Let me zoom out here and just give you a wider shot of the firefight still underway. This looks better. This looks more hopeful than what we were seeing earlier. I've seen far less in the way of flames. Smoke seems to be lighting up as well, but this whole canyon now lit up. Look at all the fire apparatus here. I know it's probably hard to distinguish between what are embers here, what are hotspots, and what are lights from homes. So I'm going to zoom in on where the hotspots still are. What's still burning here is these orange patches within the dry brush. So look at this. There are firefighters surrounding this area trying to get this under control. And you can see, though, if you take a look at the trees, you can see the difference in movement between what we're showing you now in Studio City versus what we showed you earlier this evening in the Palisades, where winds were still whipping. We do not have that here, so that may end up just being the saving grace here.
We asked you about the proximity to Laurel Canyon. Now that we know it's closer, we can according to Dr. Ron, to Coldwater Canyon. You know, give us a quick shot of that.
I can. So Laurel Canyon is going to be just to the east of here, and we are northwest of the Frantic Canyon. We've been calling this whole region the Canyon. This is northwest of Frantic Canyon proper. So I'm going to show you this whole area, this busy, tightly packed residential area now lit up with these emergency vehicles. We haven't seen a lot of people trying to get out, so it looks to me like residents may have been evacuated before we even got on scene. But that evacuation alert, that warning did come through on everyone's cell phones earlier, letting them know about a potential evacuation order. The mandatory order has not come down just yet. And if firefighters here can get this under control, we may not see forced evacuations.
What is that dark area that we're seeing from the chopper there? Is that an area where power is out, or more of a brushy area? Not sure if you can hear me.
All right, so we appear to have lost Julia's audio here at this point, but the firefight continues here on the Sunswept and Vanetta, and you asked the question, is that sort of dark spot in her shot? Yeah. Yeah, it just makes you wonder whether that is something that is related to a power outage, or is that just a patch of, brush that perhaps is empty. Yeah, and a spot that's empty. And again, just this theory of economics.
It's amazing when you look at these pictures. When you look at that picture, dead center of the screen there is a hot spot. You've got to wonder, it looks like it's a current, there's a lot of water around it. What in the And while the firefighters seem to be getting the upper hand on this house fire or two house fires, there are hotspots like this all over the area.
And these are things that folks gotta worry about, but you know, as Melissa said, you know, the saving grace, at least for firefighters here today, is this hotspot is close to the actual ignition point as opposed to, you know, traveling 2 to 3, 4, 5 miles away as we've seen yesterday.
That is just amazing as I look at it. It's the corner of a curve there. Maybe it's a small brush, but again, with all the water that's been thrown on these two places, you would think that everything would be so saturated, it would look nice.
I liken it to again with whack-a-mole here with fire officials here.
That's a great
This pops up.
Julia, where's the focus on this right now?
Hey, Golly, we're back with you now. Lost IFB in my headset for a moment there, but looking at what's burning here, I'm not sure what that is. It's probably dry brush, even though most of this area, most of that front yard is now saturated with water. I think the focus of this firefight is still going to be to the east, to the right of this first structure. You see where they're shining that flashlight? They're probably trying to figure out and strategize how they can ensure this fire does not spread to neighboring structures. If you look at the roof of this home to the right, it looks like that might be igniting. Yeah, that's going into place now. I think that we're going to see additional water directed here, possibly a water drop from helicopters still flying around this to try and get this under control. But over on the left, the two structures that were burning when we pulled up 30 minutes ago, that seems to be burning out now. So if they can surround and drown this and stop flare-ups like the one we're seeing right now to the right of your screen, this could be under control in a healthy amount of time.
That is good to know. It is 10 o'clock, it is Wednesday night, and this is continuing coverage of the devastation in Southern California for the past couple of days. We started this journey 11 o'clock yesterday. We've been on the air for 35 hours.
That was with the Palisades fire, and since then we have seen multiple fires throughout the different parts of Southern California. This latest fire here in Studio City on Sunswept and Vanetta, what we believe to be called a 4-story structure smack there in the canyon, and again, part of what we look to be a very dense neighborhood here on Sunswept and Vanetta.
We have covered several fires today. You mentioned the Palisades fire, which is still going strong, no containment there. The fire in Altadena called the Eaton Fire. 10,600 acres of burned there. 5 people lost their lives there. No containment to the best of my knowledge on that one as well. But a success story this evening, that would be the Sunset Fire that broke out at about 5:30 this evening.
Yeah, caught our eye via News Channel 4, and we just got word that this is now what they consider mama mode, so obviously something to keep a very close eye on. But again, now probably diverting a bunch of their resources to other parts of Southern California. As we look here from Studio City, we see a number of ground units here. In fact, we saw the water drop not too long ago. Julia Dang live for us in the News Channel 4. Julia, again, we continue to keep a very close eye on this fire here. We believe a 4-story structure.
That is correct. LA County Fire Michael confirming it was a 4-story home that collapsed when we got on scene. This is not related to the Sunset Fire. This has nothing to do with the Hollywood Hills fire we covered earlier today. But now in mama mode, meaning that this is under control. There were no forced evacuations here. Hopefully, residents can come back in tomorrow. We're not hearing any reports that the injury.
That's good. That Sunset Fire apparently
So we are going
is
pull out of this shot, and we're probably going to head back east.
pretty much done.
The Altadena fire, the Eaton fire, still burning out of control.
All right, Julia Dang live for us there in News Channel 4. As we, of course, will keep updated on this particular fire here. But we want to bring in Melissa McGee here right now because, again, we talked about the winds in this particular area. And, you know, they're obviously not as strong as they were last night. And again, this is a saving grace here for those firefighters.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. In the situation with the Sunswept fire, and we know when we got confirmation that these two are not related. These two in the sense that we've got the Sunswept fire and the Sunset close to Studio City, they're moving toward the north and northwest. As we look at relative humidity across the region, relative humidity in the teens and the single digits. So even though the winds are not as strong as they were last night, in fact, we heard that gentleman say it's barely breezy outside in the valleys right now. The issue is that it's still very dry, so that's a concern. And where that fire is burning, with the sun-swept fire, it's kind of a bit of a mouthful. Where that fire is burning, there's a lot of vegetation, so that's going to be the issue. Like we were seeing some of the images, there are a lot of different hot spots, even though they're starting to get more of a handle on the fire there. There are a lot of different places that they need to watch very carefully because we're dealing with a lot of dry vegetation. And as we've been seeing all of yesterday, it does not take a lot for these embers to get pushed and fly away from the initial ignition source. So we're watching that very closely. I've got my colleague meteorologist David Bigger. I don't know if you can put some of my graphics into play for me because we're tracking not only just the sun-swept fire, but the sunset fire and all of the other fires here across much of Southern California. So we're tracking this, and we also have other fires that are moving in across areas in Eden, as well as the Palisades fire as well. So if we could just advance here, you can see we do have winds that are fairly light. That's great news. Red flag warning is starting to be extended until 6 p.m. on Friday. Even though the winds will start to move on out, it's still very dry. So an elevated fire threat is out there as we go throughout the west of
where there is active fire, and it appears as though the fire is spreading from one home to the next. There's also a very popular wine bar over here, Rosenthal Bar and Wine. I'm not exactly sure where it is in relation to these homes. It's hard to see because of all of the first responders out here, but they are dousing these homes with flames, trying to get the fires under control. There's been tremendous destruction on PCH, and I just spoke to a fire captain on Topanga Canyon Road. He told me that there are homes on fire all up and down Topanga Canyon Road. We saw an active fire by the YMCA as well. And then we drove down here to the beach. Last night I was driving along PCH in this same area, and it was an inferno with fire barreling down on either side of us. These beautiful homes just engorged in fire, and it was devastating and quite scary to see. You can see this active scene over here. There's been tremendous destruction in the Palisades proper. 1,000 homes destroyed, and we've been showing you throughout the night a lot of that destruction. It's quite hard to see. People have evacuated. We're not safe around here, which is a good sign, except for the first responders. But the winds are starting to pick up. That obviously makes this firefight quite challenging. We spoke to an Army reservist about hours ago. A lot of people are coming from all over California. He was from Long Beach. He served in the Army. Now he's in the reserves, and he said he felt compelled and called to help this effort. He said that his job in the Army was all about service and protecting others, and tonight called for him to come out here and to use his skills and help these firefighters, because obviously there are a limited number of fire crews and they have to prioritize what they do. And so he came out here and wants to lend his expertise to the firefight. We spoke to him. I want to play a little bit of our interview for you. Listen.
Whenever there's anything going on in your area, and they ask if you can come and help, re-assist with the National Guard or the Army Reserve. So we were asked if we could assist taking poles or doing anything. So while I was a captain in the service, today I'm going to be a private. I'm going to go take some trenches because you do what you're supposed to do, because that's the right thing to do. You got more hands, less work. So I think Jimmy Carter said it best. Maybe we can't help everybody, but all of us can help someone, and someone losing their house today. So I think that's the most important part, right? Like, besides the politics, besides the distinctions of religion, besides all the nonsense and the noise that's going on nationally, what matters today is that people are losing their livelihoods, they're losing homes, people are dying on top of that hill, and that was my job. And I used to have a captain that used to tell us we're selfless and we're relentless. Rangers lead the way.
Okay, so you are watching right now the firefight on Topanga Beach Drive. This looks like a home, part of a home, perhaps an extension of a home. Hard to tell the scope and extent of the damage over here, but as you can see, we're continuing to see active flames across PCH. Pacific Coast Highway, now destroyed. I also want to mention we did drive by the Getty Villa. Portions of the brush in front of the large driveway are on fire right now, but they do have a lot of fire reinforcement at the top. We saw maybe 4 or 5 fire trucks at the very top of the Getty Villa doing structure protection to make sure that those flames don't spread further up the mountain and don't compromise the priceless artwork and artifacts that are kept inside the Getty Villa. We've seen countless homes in the Pacific Palisades off of Sunset Boulevard that have been destroyed. Some have been saved miraculously. It's hard to know why. It's hard to know the pattern of this very unpredictable fire, but what we're seeing is sporadic damage. 2-3 homes side by side, then 1 or 2 that have been preserved. A lot of people still don't know whether their homes have been damaged or destroyed. It's an agonizing feeling not knowing, but obviously this is not a safe place to return to at the moment, as firefighters are actively battling a number of house fires as we speak. Share Micah.
All right, Rachel Minatoff, thank you. From the Topanga area to Studio City, and a fresh flashpoint tonight. We watched this live in a neighborhood in Studio City. One home, at least one, going up in flames and threatening so many others. Sandra Mitchell is close by with an update for City.
Yeah, Micah, it is hard to believe, but we've got another chaotic fire scene. We're at the corner of Ventura Boulevard and Laurel Terrace on this side of Ventura Boulevard, and you can see the emergency first responders here on the scene. That's because of this house fire that just exploded in Studio City up in the hills above Laurel Terrace. Take a look behind us. You're going to see the route where people have been evacuating. Sunset Swept Drive, 3600 block is where that house fire started just about an hour ago. Let's take a look at some of the video from Sky 5 earlier. So this was a large, it appeared to be a 4-story home. Huge flames coming out of that home. It burned for just a few minutes before we saw it virtually just collapse onto itself. It appeared that the fire might have spread to a nearby house and into the brush on the hillside there. Again, this is the 3600 block of Sunswept Drive. We drove up Fairway trying to get access to the fire scene, but boy, what a harrowing drive it is up there. Just unbelievable that the fire engines were able to make it up the hillside. It is a 1-lane road, really just hanging off the cliffside. Spectacular views, incredible homes, but very treacherous for the fire crews and for our live truck as we tried to get up there. Earlier, we talked to one of the evacuees, and let's listen to what she had to say.
Well, we were sitting in our house watching television, and heard what seemed to be gunshots. Of course, we were watching the news and all the fires. Again, heard what seemed to be gunshots, and looked outside, saw our next door neighbor's fire coming out of their home. Took a second, and went back out again. He went to grab some things, and I said our house is on fire. And so you came in and said the house was on fire. The house was on fire.
All right, it appears firefighters getting a good handle on this fire here. Again, 3600 block of Sunswept above Laurel Terrace and Ventura Boulevard. But we are still seeing fire engines going up into the hillsides. We are still seeing people self-evacuating, coming out of their homes and down the hillside. Really scary scene because, as I said, this is basically one way. I wouldn't let you know, we're just about 3 miles over the hills from the Runyon fire, the Sunset fire that started in Runyon Canyon a few hours ago. We asked our fire crews, was it possible that perhaps an ember from there came over the hill and started this fire? They're not sure about that. But again, it does appear that the firefighters here in Studio City getting an upper hand on this fire. We're live tonight, Studio City. Micah, Sheriff, back to you.
Yeah, Sandra, thank you for that. Anything is possible. It could very well be jump over the hill, but again, that one house, a total loss. We want to go to John Benolio right now. He's in the Hollywood Hills with an update for us on the Sunset Fire, which broke out at about 5:30 this afternoon. John?
Sharon, Micah, good evening to you once again. I just want to kind of give you an idea of where we're standing right here. We are on Sunset Boulevard near Laurel Canyon Boulevard. If you look over my shoulder here, you can see that is the command post for the Sunset Fire. It's right here in front of the last factory on Sunset Boulevard. The good news here, firefighters tell us, is that they are holding this blaze at about 60 acres, they say. 0% containment, but they are holding the blaze, keeping it from getting any more, chewing through any more than about 60 acres. Let's take you up the skyfly and show you what this place looked like right after it broke out, just before 6 p.m. this evening, right near Runyon Canyon, in a rugged, steep area between Nichols Canyon and Runyon Canyon. It was a small brush fire, but as we have seen so many times with these mighty Santa Ana winds, it exploded in size and quickly began consuming all of that dry vegetation. First started at 10 acres and then quickly grew to about 60 acres. The good news tonight, though, is that fire crews had aerial support. They were able to get those water-dropping helicopters on top of this blaze very quickly, and as we've been seeing from some of the pictures, they were able to actually draw water from the Hollywood Reservoir, which is, of course, very close to where this fire actually broke out. So we had water-dropping helicopters plus the rapid response from LA City and LA County firefighters along with other agencies in the area. We want to take you to the ground now and show you kind of what it looked like. This whole thing started, as mentioned, up near Runyon Canyon, actually on the 2300 block of North Solar Drive. And when it broke out, there were hand crews, there were engine crews, 23 fire companies in total, along with those water-dropping helicopters. The entire situation, though, caused a lot of panic. Gridlock, in fact, when authorities came and started blaring on their loudspeakers throughout Hollywood neighborhoods here that it was time to evacuate. Let's take you to some of that video a viewer sent us. This is viewer video of what it looked like as people were trying to evacuate. You can see the flames shooting up in the hills above Hollywood. And that evacuation order remains in place at this hour. For frame of reference, it's Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west to Mulholland Drive north, the 101 freeway to the east, and Hollywood Boulevard to the south. It has been a chaotic and very tense evening throughout greater Los Angeles as the Santa Ana winds, even though they are not nearly as severe as last night, continue to whip these flames and start new brush fires that just have many residents on edge, including one man we spoke with who lives just below the Sunset Fire and worried that his home would be consumed by flames. Listen. You think there's a real potential for catastrophic damage here in this part of Hollywood?
Of course, I didn't think so initially today, but after seeing this, if it jumped and houses started catching on fire, and then one to another, and then the condominium complexes and apartments just to the east of us, if those started, I think it could really be devastating to this whole town.
And back out here live to Sunset Boulevard and Laurel Canyon Boulevard, we can tell you that the good news here is that fire officials tell us they are holding the Sunset Fire at 60 acres, still 0% containment, and they are continuing to draw water on the flames, but right now they say they are holding it at 60 acres. The big concern, of course, is whether or not these winds pick up again. We can feel them picking up just a little bit. That, of course, would be a worst-case scenario given everything that's going on. Right now, holding at 60 acres, and you can see the traffic moving behind us. They just reopened Sunset, so that is good news for a lot of residents who were forced to flee in a moment's notice when authorities gave that order to evacuate. So we'll keep an eye on things out here and bring you another update soon. For now, reporting live in Hollywood, I'm John Finelli. Sharon, Micah, back to you.
John, thank you. And now we go to the Eden Fire, burning in Altadena and Pasadena. It carved a deadly path of destruction across the beloved neighborhoods. 5 people lost their lives, dozens lost everything. Senior citizens evacuated, some in SWAT vehicles. Hospital beds strewn across the street as care workers race to save 99 elderly patients. The scene of chaos and desperation, one of many seen around Southern California.
KTLA's Rick Chambers is with us once again from Altadena as we begin to put faces and names to the tragedy and personal stories begin to emerge. Rick?
Yeah, Mike, you're absolutely right. I want to comment on what John Familia said earlier about the winds picking up at this location. We're feeling the same type of thing here in Altadena. It's been like that for about the last 15 or 20 minutes now. We're here in the downtown area of Altadena. Behind me, you can see one of the businesses that burned earlier today. This is a similar scene that we've seen up and down Lake Avenue. There are dozens and dozens of businesses along this avenue that are just burned out. They're burned to the ground. Many of them operations that are going to have a very tough time bouncing back for something like this. As we look up
What's up, Rex? Yeah, I mean, things in, at least in that Sunset fire, you know, the Sunset fire looks like they've got that taken care of. There was like a weird house fire here that I don't think is spreading at the moment. But yeah, the big main fires, the Palisades, the Hearst fire, the Eaton fire, they're still, I think they're still going strong. I think they were just talking about in the Palisades fires, there's just other structures on PCH that were, you know, there is already a structure fire on PCH and they're still burning over there, so. But yeah, I think this fire is still relatively, hasn't really gotten super huge. But yeah, the Eaton fire and the Palisades, or the Eaton fire is one in Pasadena, Altadena, Pasadena area. That's the one where like that whole area of brush up there is still in flames, and I think there's still this whole mountainy area behind north of Santa Monica is still a lot of flames there.
I spoke with the sister of one of the victims. Let's roll that tape and show us who this gentleman was. His name is Victor Shaw. He was 66 years old. We understand that he had a number of health problems that didn't get around very well. But he lived with his younger sister, Sherry. They lived in the family home that had been in there for generations. When the fire started moving through yesterday, they were both there together. And Sherry yelled to him that the fire's here, we've got to get out. And she fled. He responded by saying, I'm staying behind, I'm going to try to fight the fire. Well, sadly, when they returned to that property this morning, they found Victor's body there. He was lying outside and still had the garden hose in his hand.
When I went back in and yelled his name, he didn't reply back. I had to get out because the embers were so big and flying like a firestorm that I had to save myself. And I looked behind me and the house was starting to go up in flames and I had to leave.
We actually did see him laying on the side of the road with the holes. It looks like he was trying to save the home that his parents had had for almost 55 years.
I fell to the ground and I didn't want to look at him. They just told me that he was lying on the ground and he looked serene as if he was at peace.
And unfortunately, Victor's body is still there on the grounds of that home. The coroner has not been able to get up into the hills there and retrieve the body. We were driving through there earlier tonight. There are down wires all over the place. A number of trees are blocking streets. So it's very hard to sneak your way back up into that property. Unfortunately, the coroner probably will not be able to get there for some time. So the family's a bit worried at this point that Victor's body is still out there in the rubble. We understand that a number of things are happening nearby, and with the way things are going, we don't know exactly how that's going to pan out. But so many people have lost their belongings, their homes, their businesses here. We've just so happens that Sherry now is one that has lost all of that and her brother at the same time. I'm here in Altadena. Let me throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Rick, thank you. And now we want to check in with meteorologist Vera Jimenez. Vera, we've been hearing from our reporters out there on the field that in various places the winds seem to be picking up.
And they are. They definitely are. The last numbers that I was going to give you were that Mount Lukens, and that's going to be near the fire. Mount Lukens and Herringer Flats, we're looking at winds there at about 10 to 18 miles per hour. Those are going to be intermittent gusts, but that's exactly what was being felt out there. The Hearst fire, which is right around the 210.5 near Silmar. The winds there now are up to 17 miles per hour. And then along the Pacific Palisades, we're looking at winds there of like 10 to 13 miles per hour. So again, nothing compared to what we experienced last night or what was felt last night, but it is definitely enough to, make your back stand up and bristle a little bit, because we are going to see those winds. The last time we were looking at this map, we were just talking about how we are going to see a break from the map. Now these are the winds at the surface, and as you can see, they're going to be a little bit stronger up along the foothills. That's heading into tomorrow, especially near the Inland Empire as you head out towards like the Yucca Valley, a little bit south of the 1591 interchange. The winds are also going to be out of the northwest, so we're not exactly done with the northwest winds. The good news is that they're slowing down enough to allow for some of that onshore flow to return, and so that is also going to be good news. As we continue to advance the map, we're looking at 11:25 p.m. tomorrow, and again, you're still seeing the pattern. Now we're back to more of the normal pattern, where we're seeing the strongest winds over the foothills and the mountains, and along those favored passes and corridors, like out of the Antelope Valley, heading towards the Newhall Pass. Along the 10, most of the time we're seeing these winds out of like the Cajon Pass. So here, this is another area where we typically see stronger winds, especially when we have Santa Ana wind events. But what I want to bring your attention to is this map. This map is what we call the 800 millibar map, and this one is the winds just above the surface. So there is friction at the surface, and that's why the winds tend to be slower, because they run into mountains and buildings and trees and anything that will slow them down. When we're talking about the winds aloft, that's just above the surface, so just above the range where we start to lose that friction. We start to lose the objects that tend to slow the winds down, and as you can see, we're going to start to see the winds increase yet again. These are winds at about 30 miles per hour out of the northeast, out of the corridor that takes you out of the Newhall Pass, through the San Fernando Mountains, out towards the Pacific Ocean, and over here we're looking at winds out of the Cajon Pass, moving over the Riverside, San Bernardino Mountains, or I should say San Bernardino Riverside, and then heading out towards Orange County. So the winds are not quite done with us yet. That's 8:45 in the morning on Thursday, and the winds are actually going to get stronger. Now we're back to those 50 and 55 mile per hour winds, and so while those may not require a high wind warning, they may warrant a wind advisory. So when you take a look at the levels of urgency, for example, a watch means, hey, we're keeping an eye on this, there's a possibility that this will happen. An advisory is like, okay, everybody get yourself ready, because it looks like this is coming our way. And so it's another level of urgency, and when you hear a warning, that means it's happening. It's happening, and that's what we have with those high wind warnings. We were expecting those dangerous winds. A red flag warning is also expecting it. That means prepare. That means get your go stuff ready, because there is a good possibility that this is going to pan out. Now, do we have fires or not? That is always up for debate. But when we hear a red flag warning, that means the conditions are going to be ripe for something to happen. And if it does, it means rapid growth and spread. By the time we get to Friday, back to the winds, we finally start to see things mellow out a little bit, and then we just see activity towards the northwestern end of the viewing area, and then over the mountains. And this is more of a typical pattern. So that's what we have in terms of the winds. If you want to take one quick look at the Inland Empire in terms of their 7-day, low 70s on Thursday, Friday. Still going to be windy, but not as hard or as fast or as dangerous as we just experienced. 72 and 66 on Saturday, Sunday. For the San Gabriel Valley, 74 and 70 with sunny skies on Thursday, Friday. Diminishing winds, upper 60s on Saturday and Sunday. For the San Fernando Valley, about the same, low 70s Thursday, Friday, even on Saturday, and then we're back into the 60s on Sunday, Monday, and then for Ventura, we're looking at 74 on Thursday, 71 on Friday. By Sunday, the temperatures drop to the low to mid 60s. For the beaches, 70 degrees tomorrow, 67 on Friday. Still looking at breezy conditions on Thursday, mid 60s on Sunday, and for the Santa Cruz Valley, 68 tomorrow, sunny skies, 72 on Friday. We're still looking at some northeasterly winds, but they're going to be more intermittent. And for the high desert, different than the low desert, 65 and still windy tomorrow, but we're looking at perhaps maybe just a wind advisory, 63 and 65 for the mountain communities. Look at Thursday. It says that there's a chance of snow, but that must be an error or bad reading. But look at these overnight temperatures. We are going to be looking at very cold winds as we make our way into and through the weekend. And I just want to also give you a heads up that these Santa Ana winds, because of that ridge of high pressure, I didn't show it to you this time, but perhaps I'll show it to you next time. Those Santa Ana winds, or at least the northeasterly winds, are going to continue into the early part of next week. Monday, Tuesday, perhaps maybe even as late as Wednesday. And that's a look at the forecast for now. I'll send it back to you guys. And if I get anything that's a critical update, I'll make sure I chime in and let you guys know.
We're with a new shot. We'll be in touch here. Thank you. Rachel Benetoff has been covering the Palisades fire. She's been talking with people who are beginning to try and digest the destruction. She is with us from neighboring Topanga right now. Rachel.
Yeah, Micah, right now we're on PCH, which is very precarious. It's really difficult to drive along PCH right now. There are down power lines. It's hard to tell, if they're live or not. And then, of course, we have an active scene, like the one here behind us. These are at least 2 to 3 homes that are on fire. You can see the LAFD response. They're hosing down these houses. It looks like they have a good control over the homes, but this one in the corner over here, you can see the embers blowing out of it. The 3-car garage completely destroyed. And this is 2 or 3 of close to 100 homes along PCH that have been destroyed in this fire. I had a fire captain tell me about an hour ago that Topanga Canyon Road has also been hit hard with a lot of homes that have either been damaged or destroyed. There's a YMCA up there. On our way down, we saw the YMCA in flames. And of course, the iconic Getty Villa is in the path of this fire as well. As we know, there was some fire in the brush, on the bottom of the hill of the Getty Villa as we were driving up here. But plenty of fortification up there to preserve those precious artifacts. The Palisades, of course, has been hit hard with 1,000 homes, 1,000 structures, most of which are homes that have been damaged. And we've been talking to people who luckily were able to save their homes, but their neighbors were not so lucky. A lot of people at this point still don't know whether their homes are intact or whether they've been destroyed. People have been reaching out.
Yeah, you heard that story a moment ago.
Hey, have you been driving by our street?
It was like, sort of an elderly guy and his younger sister living in their family home that they had for 50 plus years, and she had to, there were embers right there. She had to run out, and they found him clutching a garden hose trying to save their family home.
So it's hard to follow its path and follow its pattern. I got that sense from firefighters as well.
Yeah, Ramon and I were just talking about how just like the stories of the after. Right now, all these stories are about what's actively happening, and then the next story, in the next, I guess, hopefully they'll get this fire out in a week or so, but the next story would be then all the aftermath stuff.
All kinds of retired first responders are stepping in to help out. It's kind of a joint effort. We have people coming from the north, from Northern California, to help help out our local firefighters. So that is always helpful, but with all of these fires breaking out, it is an incredibly overwhelming, daunting task, as you can imagine. Share Micah.
It certainly is a daunting task, and we are grateful for the extra help that we are getting from all of the other counties as well as the other surrounding states here on the West Coast. We really could use it, and we really need it, and we're grateful that they are here.
Yeah, to be sure. People who had property damage or worse lost their homes in the fire have so many things to concern themselves with. One of them, and a big one, insurance coverage.
KTLA's David Lazarus is here with tips.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of insurance coverage stories here.
It's all but inevitable that after a major catastrophe, the scammers and the fraudsters see a target of opportunity, and these fires are no different. I spoke earlier with California Attorney General Rob Bonta, and here's what he had to say about this.
Oh yeah, there's some scamming happening too.
See them, unfortunately, at times like this when people are hurting and vulnerable and need support and services. Sometimes we see links being sent to cell phones via text where support or services are being offered if they just give their credit card number or their social security number, their important private information. Be wary of those.
The best rule of thumb is if you don't recognize a charity that's reaching out to you, don't give them money. And if you do feel generous, well, reach out to one that you know, the Red Cross, for example. Bonta and I also talked about price gouging, which can also happen after a major incident such as this. Here's what he said.
We often see price gouging during these difficult times, and there are anti-price gouging laws in California, Penal Code 396, which prevents increasing the price of certain goods and services over 10% from the price they were before the declaration of emergency. If you see any
I feel like,
of those prices increase,
I mean, they're both scamming and price gouging are both bad, but I feel like price gouging is, I don't know, for whatever reason, that just seems more icky. Seems more gross. Seems more offensive.
More than 10% within 30 days for food or gasoline, that is covered by the law. But when it comes to things like contractors, commodities for rebuilding, well, you've got a 6-month window then. So if you don't get around to rebuilding until after 6 months following a catastrophe, you could see very significant price increases, and that's something to be very careful about. Also, one last thing, Bonta said that if there's any looting out there, his office will prosecute. Back to you.
Important information from David Lazarus tonight. Our eye in the sky is approaching the Palisades fire once again tonight, and a fresh look from the air at a fire that has done so much damage already.
Let's go to Gil Levis. He's overhead at Sky 5, and we know that over 1,000 homes and structures have been destroyed there in the Palisades. And as Micah said, a fresh look now of the fire that's still burning here at the Palisades fire. Gil?
That's right, Sharon. Micah, we're looking at the fire. We're almost directly over Century City, looking out towards the west.
I've not heard of Scammer Payback. I've heard of, not specifically Scammer Payback, but I know there's channels out there that like, I guess, track down or somehow track down telephone scammers and deal internet justice on them.
Kick up those flames and keep them active through the night. So we're seeing a lot of activity. In fact, this fire is the most active one of the night now. At this point, as I come out to a wider shot, you can see the fire behind the foothills there, and in the foreground you have all the structures down below in the city. But that's what we're seeing from where we're at.
All right, so I pulled the remaining teams, and we'll do this tomorrow because we're about 15 minutes away from shutting things down. But this is something to work on overnight and through the day tomorrow. Here's the Cosmic Chrome basketball filler. Remember, if you win 2 teams, that does count as an entry for the Spurs. Just keep that in mind. We'll do the same for Prism Baseball, so that way we can have some fillers that people can work on overnight and tomorrow. I think we're pretty much done for tonight, so if you're holding out for a break tonight, looks like it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I feel like there's a number of channels that are like that, right? I don't know. It's funny at first, but I always am a little wary of vigilante justice. once you get a taste of it, people think that they're somewhat heroes, and you get the idea of taking the slippery slope as they take matters into their own hands and either endanger themselves or others in this process.
The west side of LA than we experienced over the Studio City fire just a few minutes ago. Winds are probably about 25, 30 miles an hour in this area right now. We're coming into Santa Monica now, and we're definitely looking up the canyon at that fire. But you're right, the smoke is laying down. It's not going straight up. It is at an angle there, pushing out over the ocean. So at this point, just a lot of active flames up there. Very not typical for the fire at night to see this amount of flames.
Wow, that is something. It looks like it's mainly brush. Is that correct? Because, you know, this area tends to have homes in the hills as well, and apartment complexes up in the canyons, like they do on Palisades Drive, where the fire originated.
Yeah, sure.
What are we looking at?
Yes. Sorry about that. Let me bring up the map for you and show you the...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they are a good job. But then, if they're so good, why not pass that information along to law enforcement or work with law enforcement about that? And I guess the argument is we've tried and law enforcement doesn't want to do this, but maybe they should kind of position themselves to where they can do it.
We saw some fire retardant drops to the east of Sullivan Fire Road, protecting those homes that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. It looks like that did the job and kept the fire from getting in there, but still some pretty heavy wind.
Because
Here, our rotor system.
it's like sometimes I get the feeling that they're just getting street level drug dealers instead of getting like the cartel leader, like get the feeling with that.
And what you see often with the phosphatic crops is not so much an effort to blunt the advance of the flames, but in effect to steer them away from homes, allow them a path to burn, but a path away from homes rather than toward them.
Well, hopefully law enforcement does something with that information then.
Again, the wind's moving now, pushing the smoke out over the ocean, which is...
I mean, so much of that scamming comes from overseas too, that you have to get so many other agencies involved.
Coming out over the LA basin clearly presents a whole new set of problems for millions and millions of people, but to see this amount of smoke going out over the ocean is at least a small and very thin silver lining to a situation that continues to unfold and be very, very dangerous tonight. Into the night here again. This is the Palisades fire that continues to burn. We've seen it reach all the way to PCH and just devastate a stretch of homes along PCH. By our reporters' count, more than 100 homes along PCH for several miles.
More than 100 homes, jeez.
Gone. So there are portions of this fire, fingers of the fire that have already reached the ocean. Obviously, a whole lot of area still left to burn as we watch it burn tonight. Gil's reporting winds 20-25 miles an hour. That is evident when you see the plumes of smoke laying down the way they are.
Now, Gil, are we seeing any? I haven't seen any, helicopter drops, water drops, or nighttime air assault right now. Certainly, this could use it. And just wondering if we have any word on if the aerial assault is on the way or there already.
Well, it looks like
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I almost get the feeling that they're just catching low to mid-level drug dealers, for example, instead of going after, this cartel, right? Whoever's leading this cartel. Someone's organizing them to be able to move on and just start up somewhere else. So they're just chopping off arms of a starfish and they're just regrowing, as opposed to killing the actual starfish itself. You see what I'm saying? Like, so they get a warm fuzzy feeling in a YouTube audience that are like, hey, rah rah, you're doing God's work, but it's not. they're not really solving anything.
A reminder once again that all LA Unified School District schools are closed at least through tomorrow. Again, all schools within the district, not some, all. The entire district closed, and that includes district offices.
I know these are kind of jumbled up. I'll have to reorganize these at some point, but here's the prison baseball filler. So maybe that's something we can work on tonight, overnight, and tomorrow. And by the time I go on air, hopefully we'll have some spots moved.
Of note, if you haven't been a part of the coverage to this point. Sandra Mitchell is with us in Studio City, where we saw at least one home go up a short time ago. We watched it happen live, Sandy. It was quite dramatic. What looked like a 4-story home that ultimately collapsed on itself and superheated the entire area.
I mean, I don't think it's impossible unless you, but I don't know if people want to put the resources into it.
And then spread either to some of the adjacent homes or some shrubbery, the hillside in that area. But the chaotic scene that was within the past hour now has calmed down significantly. If you take a look behind us, we're at Ventura Boulevard and Whitsitt, and you can see LAPD is here on the scene.
But yeah, I guess to a certain extent, scamming, I guess it's a tale as old as time. That'll always happen. There'll always be bad actors out there.
In fact, we took the KTLA 5 news van up there. We tried to get up the hillside closer to
Doing
the
bad
fire.
works.
But perhaps the best view is the aerial view from Sky 5 earlier. Let's show you some of that video. Is that huge, as you mentioned, like a 4-story house caught fire and then simply collapsed into itself. Again, this
It looks like my evacuation area zones have not changed at all. Looks like, I don't know if they've updated this fire map since, I guess they haven't updated since today. I don't know how they do this. I think somehow they use planes, so maybe at night they can't get accurate maps here, but I think they somehow use a plane that flies over and takes some images, and then it updates this map somehow.
There's only one way up and one way down. It's actually one-way traffic, and sort of when you get
I don't think this also doesn't mean that every square inch is on fire, but that's just where the fire has grown. I like Google's little smoke distribution thing. I think they use satellite imagery, which I think is kind of cool. And they're like, oh, that's generally how it's looking. I uploaded everything, right? I did that eminent, yeah. Sometimes the last break of the day I forget to upload.
Just saw that couple walking around in this area of Ventura Boulevard and Whitsitt just a few moments ago. Again, the fire at 3600 block of Sunswept Drive. We are just about 3 miles over the hill from the Runyon Canyon fire, the Sunset fire that broke out about 5:30 this evening. We are not sure if this could have been sparked by an ember from that fire. We asked that question to the firefighters who are out here on the scene. They said it's possible, but right now they don't have that confirmation. We're live in Studio City. I'm Sandra Mitchell, KTLA 5 News. Mike and Sharon, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Sandra, thank you for that. And time now to go back to Gil Labus. He's in Sky 5 over the Palisades fire, which just has a whole new look again tonight with, it looks like it's ignited there in the canyons. Gil?
Jeez.
Yeah, sure. It's burning up in the canyon away from the homes. That's good news. Little update on the water dropping process out here for this fire. I just looked it up to see if there was any water dropping helicopters in the area, and indeed they are working up the coastline in Malibu, just south of Pepperdine. Those structures and properties that were burning up there, they're hitting that area right now with the water dropping helicopters. At this point, they're allowing this to burn because it's up in the wilderness, up in the foothills here where there's no structures. It is just burning up into that canyon and remaining to burn. At this point, they're focusing their attention further up the coast, up in Malibu, to put out any of the hot spots there. So that's what's going on. They have about 3 water-dropping helicopters up the coast, very close to the coastline itself, putting water on homes and open flames that are up in that area. But for now, this part of the fire continues to burn unchecked and will likely be that way through the night unless it starts to approach some of the homes, and that's when those water droppers will come back and attack the fire. But for now, very dramatic pictures out here. The fire very active tonight due to the winds and the smoke laying down there close to the ground. And
Where is that?
Come around to get another look at this fire. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Gil, if you could transpose the map up, it would help for
Oh,
us
yes.
to get an understanding
Perfect.
of what we're looking at and where it is. And if you can go ahead and lay that out for us, you get
Oh,
a
that's
better sense of,
way up there.
Of how close this fire is to homes.
Oh, that's a different fire.
Yeah, I'll bring in, Mike, I'll bring in our satellite image again to give you an idea of the area it's burning in.
I think
You can
that's a
see
fire.
The hills there, above all the homes and all the streets there is where the fire is. There's a little bit of active flame down lower, closer to the homes near the Sullivan Fire Road, down by Old Ranch Road. Let me come back to our live picture to show you that. But there you have
that's
it.
up
That's
there.
burning up in the canyons away from any homes. There's no structures up there to speak of. There is a spot fire down here near.
Kind of gets into the Mandeville Canyon area. That's where there'll be some dangers. There's some homes that are tucked away in there.
That's good news. But there was quite a bit of activity with the fire retardant drops along Sullivan Road to Fire Road to keep the flames from approaching that area.
All right, well, gang, we're about 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. Not much happening. I put a couple of those breaks into fillers that hopefully we'll work on overnight and throughout the day tomorrow. There's plenty of stuff to work on. No big new release for us on the YouTube side of things. I think Archives came out, but I don't know if we were doing too much of that on this side. I think NT Basketball is supposed to come out, but that didn't happen. But maybe we can, still get some of these other breaks going tomorrow. So, have a great night, everybody. Sleep tight. I'll see you back here tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. I'll have some more fire updates from my area, and hopefully we can do some more breaks tomorrow as well. So thanks everybody for watching. For breaking. We actually had a decent day. I didn't really do too much, but Jason did a couple things today, and I did a handful of things today. And I think that ends up being a pretty nice day, pretty decent day overall. So, but hopefully we can have a stronger day tomorrow. Today is Wednesday already. Yeah, the Thursday will, Thursday maybe we'll get an idea about new releases by then. All right, thanks, Rex. Have a great one, everybody. I'll be back with some updates tomorrow, and hopefully we'll do some more breaks tomorrow as well. Have a good night.